I know that was a very, very short, how do you say it? Amount of time on the on the starting stream screen. Is it weird that I am starting to become a little bit of a stream starting hater? I don't love it anymore. I don't love it. I feel like, the YouTube player has rewind for a reason. I feel like I just kind of want to hop into it. Sometimes I start it because I want the notification to go out, and I still have shit to do. So sometimes I do it for that. But I feel like for other stuff, I don't know. I feel like we're kind of good. Also, if you see me messing with this, I finally got a new mic arm because the other one was becoming a fucking problem is what it was. So now I've got this one. But it's a little bit weird. It's not quite as stiff as the other one kind of used to be. Also, I'm messing with my mic interface is also off. I don't know. Doesn't matter that much. What are we doing today? I gotta get it all pulled up here. I am truly psyched because I've been avoiding so many other YouTube videos. I've been avoiding talking about it in chat. I've been avoiding it as much as humanly possible to try and maintain neutrality going into today. And it was fucking hard and annoying. So I am psyched to be here. I'm psyched to be able to see it all kind of at once. If it's not available, I got a little bit confused with the timing. I'm not sure if it was available a little bit earlier because when I went to look for it, I had pre-ordered it, which I don't normally fuck with pre-orders. I didn't realize I was pre-ordering it earlier today. I thought it was like out when I checked, and I was like, oh no, I gotta buy it. And then it was a pre-order. So I'm sorry if it's not out yet. I wanted, people to be able to, follow along. So if you can't do that, I'm sorry. But I think we are going to get pretty into it. I also have a slightly new setup for those of you that are returning, for the initiated, you might say. I have a slightly new setup that is kind of contingent upon the notes being vertical, saves a lot of space. Not necessarily saying I'm going to look at this for a potential critical eyes layout, but when I realized I could put this shit vertical, I was like, oh my God. That kind of opens up some possibilities, I would say. But that's kind of neither here nor there. I've got these two set up, and we're going to go through it. We're going to go through it pretty similarly to Daggerheart. I'm going to pretend that I am someone who has familiarity with TTRPGs, maybe has even played a session, but has little overall experience. I'm trying to basically model the experience or try to get in the mindset of where I was at when I was first learning 5th edition. When I was looking through the 2014 Player's Handbook, like a month or two after it released, and I was trying to figure out how to DM based on what was here. So that's kind of the mindset I'm positioning myself in. Because I got a ton of things wrong when I first learned this, and I think that is a little bit to do with how the books are laid out. And we'll be comparing a lot of the changes. So yeah. I like the vertical. It's nice to see the CR video for things like facial expressions, but 99% of the time the CR video is the least important thing. That is true. That is also fair. Yeah, I think I like the vertical for something like this where the on-screen stuff is so much more like relevant and important. I might even be able to shrink the vertical a little bit more. I didn't play around with it too much. But we're going to start at the beginning. A very nice place to start. And when it comes to changes, like when it comes to looking at the class changes, background, species. They actually changed it to species. There you go. When it comes to looking at all of that, we will do some compare and contrasting. I don't know how much. We'll have to see. Introduction. Welcome to Adventure. This story began 50 years ago, and you're part of it. In the 1970s, Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson created a game of make-believe that fused rules with storytelling. There'd never been anything like it. A game in which each player made their own fantasy character and teamed up with their friends to go on quests. One person served as the narrator and referee, the dungeon master, and did everything they could to challenge and delight the other players. That game was, of course, the first version of D&D, and you're now reading its latest version. A little bit patting yourself on the back there, but that's fine. That's fine. I don't mind it. I also do like that they referenced the dungeon master as the narrator and referee. I like both of those terms. I think that narrator will speak to people who have, experience with books or movies. And referee, I think, is a good way to kind of reference the adjudicative function of the DM. The only thing that I think is like truly missing there is like kind of like designer, but that's not always inherent to the DM. Like, you can play like pre-made stuff and you can stick really close to it. So I think this is fine. I am seeing, I need to get this over there. There we go. Also, if your browser section is the same aspect, let's also test this. Does this work? That did not work. Fuck yeah. I just realized that I started switching scenes. I don't know why that didn't work. Oh, never mind. I know exactly why it didn't work. It's because it's below everything else. I've got to put it like all the way at the top. That was my problem. There we go. Also, if your browser section is the same aspect ratio as the video, you aren't losing any extra space. Makes that section super wide. Would just add black borders, or making that section. Yeah, I feel you. What up, Thashel? What up? Species still doesn't sound as good in song, I guess. I mean, I know some people referenced Pathfinder. I think Pathfinder does lineage or origin, if I remember correctly. I'd be fine with either of those, but I do like getting rid of race. I think it's just like, I don't know. I've always found it weird. I'm gonna be honest. I've never, and maybe that's just I don't know. Maybe that's like America brained. But I've always found it strange. So I'm glad they got rid of it. I don't really care what they replace it with, TBH. It honestly comes up so little in the actual course of play that I don't really care. If it came up more in actual play, then I would probably care more. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. I need to... Sorry, I'm slightly reorganizing things that looked a little bit weird. Yeah, there are a lot of options floated, and I mostly like all of them. Species isn't perfect either. It makes them sound too animalistic almost. We only really use the word species for animals. I've heard I've heard people say it sounds like too sci-fi, which I get. Like I said, I get it. I don't particularly care about what word they use, but I get people having an opinion. My opinion is mostly just different than race. It's kind of wild to hear this history after the latest PMG video, because I immediately start thinking of Kriegspell. I don't know any of those references, but that's why I kind of call this self-congratulatory, is because it's like there had never been anything else like it. And it's like, well, they based it on Chainmail, but I know Chainmail was more of a war game. So it wasn't quite like it. Also, I've got tea and honey. I'm in it for the long haul today. Long haul. All right, over the decades, millions of people have played D&D, and scores of writers, game designers, and artists have made their mark on it through its various editions. When our team released the current edition in 2014, we were humbled by how many of you loved it. This revised version of it is a salute to all of you. Those of you who've been playing D&D for years, those of you who've contributed to the game through your feedback, and those of you who are about to experience the joy of playing it for the first time. As a teenager, I met both Gary and Dave, and I even spent an entire day with Gary, and we did what all D&D fans do, share stories about our adventures in the D&D multiverse. I invite you to embark on such adventures anew. Share as much laughter as you can with your friends, use only the rules that serve your fun, nice, and always follow your group's bliss. So many people have been enjoying the magic of D&D for half a century. Let's keep it blazing for another 50 years. Jeremy Crawford. Sure. That's fine. That's fine. It's a fine little letter. Fine little letter. Yeah. What do you know about this PHB beforehand? I'm trying to think of anything that I know. I've gotten some slight influences. I think that they might have changed the level of subclasses, because I've seen thumbnails and titles referencing the level that you get subclasses at, but I've tried to wipe them out of my brain, so I don't know the details. But that's the main one that I can think of where like I kind of know something going into it. Gosh, this mic stand, it's so in the camera because I wonder, is this better? No, that's so much more in the way. Holy shit. This rig is very nice, except for it doesn't have tension right here. So I have to like have the entire fucking thing in the camera. Wait, I wonder. I might be able to do that. Show you a little bit more of my bedroom, I guess. Wait. Oh no, I'm gonna have to recrop. Whatever, it's fine. It doesn't matter that much. Okay. I'm just gonna put it a little bit further away, but turn up the mic gain so that it's a little bit easier to hear me. It just might sound a little bit more echoey, unfortunately, but I think that's fine. Yep. There we go. So yeah, I think that's the main thing that I am aware of, is that they fucked with some of the levels that people get stuff at. And if I had to guess, I don't know this, but if I had to guess, they're probably going to fully disconnect ability scores from species. I mean, that's what they were leaning towards in Tasha's. I saw that in some of the playtests. So I have to imagine that they are going to be disconnecting those two. Those are really, other than what I've seen in like one D&D playtest, I have no idea what made it to final beyond that. Yeah. So you are very virgin. Very virgin. Do you have any hopes for Warlock? I actually do. I actually do have some hopes for Warlock. Because in the Warlock, the last 1D&D that I looked at, the last playtest material, was for Warlock. It was the very first time they put out Warlock. And in it, I thought it was not as good as 5e, but they took a swing with making your casting stat linked to your, I think it was the Pact Boon, or it might have been subclass. Either way, I think that is cool. I think that is a cool little bit of an identity for Warlock to be like the variable casting stat caster. I think that's cool. Because I know that Pact Magic, I love Pact Magic because it is unique. Like, if I'm looking at it totally separated from its context, Pact Magic is meh to me. I like the invocations, I like Pact Boons, I like all of the other stuff about Warlock, but Pact Magic, meh. So if they wanted to have Warlock do traditional casting but have the like variable casting stat, I would be totally fine with that as like a new identity for the Warlock. I think that'd be sick. So I hope that they leaned into that. And I'd be fine if they got rid of Pact Magic. I love Pact Boon. I don't want them to touch it. And I love Invocations. I don't want them to touch them. Just make them better. Make the systems deeper, if anything. Yeah. The material quality on that mic stands looks really nice. I know. It does look it is super nice. It's way nicer than the old one, but the fucking tension on this is just so odd. It would be cool to hear what you want out of each class, race, etc. right before you read each one. Bet. Yeah. I can do that. I can absolutely do that. Yeah. Wild mega theories on non-fictional thing. Yes, please. Yeah. Would you be opposed to discussion design principles mentioned by designers E.G. Crawford just to set the rules for this stream? Sure. Is that included in the book, or is that like a separate document? Because I do think that there is value in the book should communicate what it's going after. That's why I always hold D&D. Like, that's why I critique D&D not having robust exploration and social pillars so much, is because the book, the 2014 Player's Handbook, presents the three pillars of D&D. And that, to me, implies that they are equal, and they are not. So that's why I have such heavy critique. So I think that the book should communicate the design principles. But if there are external things as well, I could also be interested in that. What up, Sputnik? The book just released for normies, right? Yes. Not sure we know what made the cut unless we're rapidly scanning ahead. Yeah, it just released for normies. Just. Like today. It's not included in the book as far as I know. I more so meant saying something like Crawford mentioned he wanted X class to have Y identity. That might be an interesting wrap-up. So I talk about, what I'm looking for, what what I'm expecting. I talk about, maybe my kind of separated opinions. And then after we read through everything, we could have a discussion over like Crawford said X about Y. That could be sick. Yeah. I like that. Because then I can get at all of the opinions out without thinking about it. And then once we actually get there, it'll be kind of useful to know and to digest. Is that big enough on the words? I think it is. I wonder if dark mode is going to look like shit. Let's see. Sometimes dark mode looks like trash. Yup. Okay, confirmed. It looks like shit. Opportunix has this cool. It's like this forced dark pages. It's been in beta for fucking years. Because sometimes like that, it just like looks like trash. So, anyways, okay. Are you ready to embark on fantasy adventures with your friends? Dungeons & Dragons invites you to play imaginary adventures who delve into dungeons and other perilous locations together, face fearsome foes such as dragons, and build friendships forged amid fantastical dangers. Fueled by imagination and rules, D&D invites you to adopt a fantasy persona, a mighty fighter, a cunning rogue, a faithful cleric, a magical wizard, or something else, and then solve problems, fight monsters, and visit wondrous places. There is no winning and losing in D&D, at least not the way those terms are usually understood. Together, you and friends create an exciting story of adventurers who confront perils. Sometimes an adventurer might come to a tragic end. Even so, the other adventurers can search for powerful magic to revive their fallen comrade, or the character's player might create a new character to carry on. No matter what happens, if everyone has a good time and creates a memorable story, they all win. I like the focus on creating stories. I legitimately, I like that. And the way that this is all phrased, I think is giving a very, how do I say it? What's a good non-derogatory term for murder hobo? Like, I have a video about how I think that murder hobos are a quote unquote problem because the book encourages that behavior. The 5e encourages a transient sort of style as well as a killing things problem or killing things style. And I think that honestly they were faithful to that in this description. I think that they, talked about, solving problems, fighting monsters, and visiting wondrous places. Solving problems is so vague as to encompass the rest of the game. And then the two other things that are mentioned are fighting monsters and visiting wondrous places, which I think is accurate to D&D. And I think is good for them to kind of set that up as like the things that you do, manslaughter nomad. Yeah, maybe manslaughter nomad we'll call it. I like the genericness of solved problems. Yeah, because it's supposed to be like, this is combat. This is D&D does not have like base building mechanics, and it doesn't have, or maybe, if it does, it has teeny tiny ones. It doesn't have a faction web like Blades in the Dark, right? You're not tracking your relationships between all of these factions in like one place. You're not staying in a single city. You're going around. You're going to new locales, new places all the time. And the entire system is very encouraging of that. Partially because of its lax exploration rules. Like the fact that exploration is so easy and so rules light means that it's very easy to go and experience new locales. So I think that this is like this is much more accurate than the 3 pillars. I hope that they don't do the 3 pillars again. Yeah, I think you mean the nomadic. Yes, yeah, I think manslaughter nomad is the right way to put it, yeah. I think solving problems is supposed to be the social tier because the other two are combat and exploration. Yeah, but I think that it's an appropriate way to phrase it because it also is like, that's like also partially dungeon delving, that's investigation. It's basically all of the stuff solved by like skill checks over there. And then this visiting wondrous places is like, oh, how easy it is to go around, unhoused person with penchant for killing. Yeah. There's no karma score. Exactly. There's no karma score. Yeah. So, all in all, I give that a thumbs up as a descriptive device. And I like them highlighting very, very clearly, no winning and losing. We tell an exciting story. That's it. Also, an exciting story of adventurers who confront perils. Again, kind of reinforcing what D&D is. It's swords and sorcery. You're going to fight evil and solve problems. It's a heroic adventure. You're not, again, comparing it to Blades in the Dark, you're not sitting in your hideout trying to manipulate the faction web of the city and planning your next big heist. You go, you confront peril, and then you tell a memorable story. So I think all that's good. I think all that's good for like an intro. It gets the vibe of the game correct, I think. Here's what you need to play D&D. A dungeon master, the game's lead storyteller and referee. The DM creates adventures for the player characters who navigate its hazards and decide which paths to explore. The DM also narrates what they experience and plays the friends and foes they meet along the way. Even though the DM challenges the adventurers, the DM always strives to delight the whole group. Love it. Yep, I love them repeating that again, because it's a good thing to reiterate. It's not DM versus player. You are challenging them because that's fun. But first and foremost, we're trying to delight the whole group. I like it. Each player creates an adventurer who teams up with the other players' adventures. Working together, the group might explore a dark dungeon, a ruined city, a haunted castle, a lost temple, a lava-filled mountain, or another location described by the DM. Notice how all of these are assumingly abandoned, which, again, I think that they are going further and further towards trying to characterize D&D as the manslaughter nomad game. You go to these deep, dark, lost things. You're not interacting with new civilizations. I mean, you are, but that's not the focus. The focus is going to these crazy locations and adventuring through them. Yeah. Learn by watching. A great way to learn the basics of D&D is to watch people play it. The internet offers videos of D&D play that show off the tremendous range of possibilities the game offers. As you watch, pay attention to the ways that some players help make the game fun for everyone in their group. The only audience you need to entertain when you're playing D&D is yourself and your group. I think that's a good pitch for actual plays. And it's interesting, and I think good that this is the thing that they draw your attention towards. Of like, it's not even for the DM. It is like a great way to learn the basics as you watch. Pay attention to the ways some players help make the game fun for everyone. It's like drawing the attention to the right things, I think. And it's a fine little insert. Yeah. That's fine. Lava-filled mountain, not a volcano. I'm probably in the minority, but I want nothing more than my players to actively plan their social webs. Play Blades in the Dark, man. Blades in the Dark has you fucking covered. I'm saying. I think solve problems is a bit narrow. Maybe do things could be even more encompassing. So true. And if you happen to watch the most popular D&D stream, ignore their two competing products. Lol. I like that it's invoked, but it's also bizarre because this book should be teaching the game. I know. That's why I was less enthusiastic about it, but I think I overall like it because it's like, again, it's this little insert. It's like a paragraph. And I think that's probably all you should say about it. And I think it's maybe acknowledging just like the practical reality of how a lot of people have come into the game. And encouraging that, but not being too outward about it. I don't know. I could take it or leave it, but I think I would take it. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, you also need these resources, either in physical form or on D&D Beyond. All right, little shill, fine, that's whatever. Player's Handbook. This book is essential reference for the game's rules, and it guides you through making an adventure of your own. DMG and Monster Manual. The first of these books guides the DM through creating and running adventures, and the second holds hundreds of monsters to fill those adventures. I'll get this opinion out of the way now so that we never have to talk about it again. I think it's lame that in terms of what you need to play the game, that you cannot buy a single product to do so. Give me a giant-ass book. Give me a giant-ass book and put it all in there. I don't know. If it's what you need to play. But I understand that the general inclination is, well, the only person that needs the DMG and the MM is the DM, so they're the only one that needs to buy it. But I also, we'll see about it. I'm interested to review this and the DMG and compare them to 2014. Because I don't like that the 2014 DMG explicitly has rules that are raw. They are not variant. They are not any manner of optional that are only in the DMG. They are not in the PHB. So even if like a player wants to know all of the rules, they need the DMG. So like at that point, scrunch them up. If you want to make a supplement that's like advice, like advice on like how to run, metrics, gold, like level scaling, how to create homebrew monsters, like guidance on that. If you want to create all of that, that's the sort of stuff that I think should be in the DMG, but none of that should be necessary to running the game. Same thing with the monster manual. There should be enough monsters in the base book to run, I think. But I digress. I wanted to get that opinion out of the way because that'll probably come up often when I'm reviewing the DMG whenever it comes out. And I just wanted to get that out of the way. Yeah. As someone who plays a lot of board games, I think videos are the best way to learn this sort of thing. Many people learning D&D also play board games. That's fair. Yeah. 3 core books is bad, but also how they're selling the PHB if they're essential, and the DMG and MM aren't even out yet. I know. That's what I'm saying. It's like you either need them or you don't. And I think it's pretty clear that you don't need them. Really? You don't need at least the majority of them. I really wish that they would just take the small percentage of things that are in the DMG that you actually do need and put them into a section in the player's handbook. I don't know. Yeah, it's not even that confused. I'm confused. Isn't this the player's handbook? Yes, it is. Yeah. It feels very parallel to the first of these books. I know, yeah. Yeah, this book. Yeah. This is it is referencing itself, which is also extremely weird. Yeah, whatever. It's not that I don't want to hover on it too long because it's not like an interesting opinion. It's just one that I figured I'd get out there. Dice, you need a set of polyhedrals. Yep. You can find dice like these in game stores and from online retailers. Dice rolling apps are also available. Character sheet. You need a character sheet. Yup. DMs might also find these accessories useful. This is a fine way. If you wanted to talk about the DMG and the MM like this, that's fine. Yeah, because I think DM screen is useful. Miniatures and Battle Grid, totally useful. But they are things that you may or might find useful. Will Def check this VOD? Hell yeah, hematite. Let's see. I think they would argue that you need all of them, and this separation is the best they can do to not have a 1,000-page ultra manual. I don't think that you need all of the 2014. Honestly, I should probably pull up the 2014 stuff. Let's see, source books. I should probably pull these up in other tabs. I could maybe see them arguing that about the MM. I would disagree, but I could see them arguing it. I don't think that you need everything in the DMG. Like, very explicitly. I don't think you need the magic items. I don't think that you need this entire chapter. Like, this is all just, like, advice, you know? Same thing with, downtime activities, I would argue, are an actual, like, mechanic within the game. But, like, creating a multiverse, we don't need. Creating a campaign, don't need. I want them to just pull out the actual mechanics. So, pull out recurring expenses and downtime. You know what? I mean, hell, pull out the treasure. Pull out at least some of them. Pull out. Oh, there's some things in Chapter 8 that are just straight up mechanics that aren't discussed in the PHB. So yeah, those are the things I think we should pull out and then make a separate supplement. That's the DMG. But anyways. I disagree personally. I think the designers on a personal level might even disagree too, but I think as a company, their stance has to be that everything in the DMG is necessary. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if we just agree or did disagree, that's fine. Like I said, I don't think that this is like a super interesting conversation. It's what I didn't expect them to do anything different. So I'm trying to get better at moving off topic. I like Chapter 2 and 3, not gonna lie. Oh, I like several parts of the DMG. I would still buy the DMG, even if they did what I said. I just don't think they should do it this way. Playing the game. Worlds of Adventure. The worlds of D&D glimmer with magic monsters and spectacular adventure. Launching from a foundation of medieval fantasy, these worlds soar with possibilities beyond those of our reality. D&D worlds exist in a multiverse and are connected to one another and to other planes of existence. Some of the worlds have been published as official D&D settings, including Greyhawk, Forgotten Realms, Dragonlance, Spelljammer, Planescape, Darksun, Eberron, and Ravenloft settings. Along these worlds are thousands more, created by generations of D&D players for their own games. Amid the richness of the multiverse, you might create a world of your own. Okay. So they are doing the whole no default setting thing, which I think is fine. The only thing I'll say is that I hope that they don't attach gold prices to anything. Because if they say that, you know, that there is no default setting, it's all the multiverse, that's fine. I'm with you. But the moment you attach a gold price to something, it is now within a setting. It's within one of these settings. Who knows which one, but like Eberron and Dragonlance have very different economies. Things would not be priced the same in each. So I'm down with the multiverse. I just want them to fully disconnect it. And you know what? If we really want to hold their feet to the fire, they should also not provide default lore on races at that point, or species. If they want to say that it's all a multiverse and there's no default, I'll be looking to see if they describe the species in any amount of detail. Because the species are also incredibly different between all these settings. So we'll see. I'm 99% there will be a gold price. They're too cowardly not to. I know! This feels weird. What feels weird? This part? This multiverse bit? Or the things that I'm saying? If the things that I'm saying are weird, tell me why. The worlds of the multiverse share characteristics, but each world is set apart by its own history and geography. Your DM might set a campaign on one of these worlds or on a world of their own invention. Because there is so much variety among D&D worlds, check with your DM about the world of your upcoming adventures. I just find them saying your D&D world is part of our multiverse weird. Oh, I see that. Yeah... I guess if you think about it too long, I can see what you're saying. It feels almost like your content is our content. But I think this entire thing is being very poetic. And so I think that they're trying to lean into it's all connected and... You know, there is no true correct settings. They're all equal because they're all in the multiverse. I think that's more along the lines of what they're going for, but I can see it coming off as a little weird. They share characteristics like gold prices. Yeah, I'm sure that Spelljammer and Darksun share gold prices, right? It just rubbed me the wrong way off the bat, but yeah, it might just be me being weird. I can see what you're saying. I can see it rubbing people the wrong way. Yeah. I get it. And that's, I think, gonna happen when they're not being super clinical. Not saying that they need to be, but like they're being like very flowery and poetic, and they're trying to say like everything is equal, but then that can come off with some different implications. Yeah. It's you being weird, but justifiably weird. Yeah, I think it's very justifiable. Yeah. What's new in the 2024 version? Oh! Okay, bet. I didn't think that they would include something like this, but I'm very interested. Much of this book will feel familiar since the fundamental rules of the game are the same, but the book contains many new or redesigned elements, and the versions of things in this book replace versions from older books. Here are the highlights. Okay. Now let's get into a whole separate discussion about whether or not it was worth updating. Is this going to be an Overwatch 2 situation? Or is there enough to where it's worth publishing a whole fucking separate book about it? The game's rules have been streamlined and are now supported by a rules glossary. Interesting. I'm incredibly interested. I love streamlined rules. I just made a whole long talking head about streamlining rules. Kind of. Easier character creation using Chapter 2, making a character is easier than ever before. Interesting. Okay. Enhanced classes. In Chapter 3, every class and subclass has been enhanced with new options. Like, they just purely added things? I doubt that. They must have taken some things out, right? Oh, I hope. Okay. I did not mind how Tasha's presented things, where they presented like optional whatever for your for your class. I didn't mind how they presented that. I will hate it if that's like if they just like reprint the 2014 class and then have a separate section that's like, here are all the optional things you could do. That'll be fucking gross. I hope that they actually just reworked it all and it's not only additive. I'd say that's the biggest improvement they've made. The streamlining rules? Fuck yeah. I hope so. Or the character creation. Honestly, if it's any of these three, hell yeah. That'd be sick. Will you be making a character on stream? Maybe. It'll depend. It'll depend on how quickly we get through this. But I'd love to make a Warlock. Enhanced is a funny word. Yeah, interesting. I can't really think of how they made the making a character easier. It's interesting to note it as a highlight if it's not. Huh. Interesting. We'll see. Reimagined origins. Explored in Chapter 4, a character's origin is now defined by background and species, each of which has been redesigned. Oh! I'm down with that. What was the original Chapter 4? It was personality and background. So now... So races are moved. Oh, okay. We'll see. I like weighting species and background the same. I like those having similar or the same weighting within character creation. So I'm down with that. If I'm correct. We'll see. Immediately said Warlock. Well, yeah. What else would I make? It's either going to be a Warlock or an Eldritch Knight, because I've been fiending Eldritch Knight in BG3 lately. Expanded feats. In Chapter 5, feats have been redesigned with many feats added. Fuck yeah. Awesome. More feats is just good. I think feats are a great part of 5e, and more of them is good. Upgraded weapon tools and crafting. Tell me more. Mastery properties transform how weapon wielders use their weapons. We'll see if that's cool or not. I remember the playtest. I don't think they called it this. They might have. But I remember the playtest where they added stuff to weapons, and it was kind of a wet fart, in my opinion. But it wasn't bad. It just wasn't... It didn't add that much, I didn't think. And every character can enjoy new tool and crafting rules. I'm very interested for new tool and crafting rules. And we'll see about mastery properties. We'll see. I mean, look, I'm not against them adding it by any stretch of the imagination. So, any amount is good. We'll just see how good. That makes me wonder if feats are no longer an optional rule. I have to imagine. I have a feeling, because the way that they presented it in the playtest and the way that BG3 implements it is that ability score increase is now just the default feat option, rather than it being ASI or feat, which I think is so much cleaner, like ridiculously cleaner. It was kind of stupid that they were separated before. And that's how it was in the playtest. That's how it was in BG3. So I'm assuming that that's how it is, and I'm hopeful. Dazzling spells. Chapter 7 bursts with new spells and old ones that have been enhanced. Oh, okay. So okay. I thought that was going to be like a new keyword or something. Interesting. If you can't find a rule, check the index. I will check the index. Thank you very much. How do I go to the next section? Playing the game. Onward. Onward. Very interesting to see. Very interested to see your thoughts on weapon mastery. I'm hopeful. Look, I'm staying hopeful, especially because I think that I think truly there were a lot of things in BG3 that were sort of stealth tests for the 2024 PHB. And I think that the designers will hopefully have seen how much everyone loved red like weapon actions in BG3 and will hopefully lean into it. I was underwhelmed with the specifics of what we saw in the playtest. That's exactly how I felt, Daniel. I was underwhelmed, but in concept I liked it. So we'll see. All right, playing. Imagination is a key ingredient of Dungeons and Dragons, a cooperative game in which the characters that you roleplay embark on adventures together in fantasy worlds filled with monsters and magic. I think we're getting a bit repetitive at this point, but that's okay. In D&D, the action takes place in the imaginations of the players, and it's narrated by everyone together. Nice. Here's a glimpse at what that might look like. I'm going to skip that, just to save my voice for the good stuff. The adventure continues from there, relying on the DM's descriptions to set the scenes. Later in the chapter, other examples of play focus on certain aspects of D&D play. Social interaction, exploration, and combat. Ooh, ha, ha, ha. They got rid of the 3 pillars. They got rid of calling it the 3 pillars. I think they're still presenting them together, but they have decreased the magnitude at which they are presenting them as equal. So I think that's progress. And if they buffed out either of these pillars, I may even be happy with this. But we'll see. To play D&D, you need 1 person to be the DM and other players. 3 to 6 are best. Sure. I agree with that. A little weird to put it in the rule book, but I guess it makes sense. The PHB has always been repetitive. I know. And I don't like that about it. But you're right. It's written so that if you skip to a chapter start, they give you a bit of flavor at the top. That flavor, yeah, which I don't like. But I can't blame them too hard for it. I understand why they do it, but I do think that it contributes towards like a bloating of the book that is part of the reason that people skip around. Like it's solving a problem that it creates. If that makes sense. But it's not the only thing that creates that. So I get it. It's not a strategy I would opt for, but I understand it. They pay by the word, maybe. Consider being a player. Make a character. Your character is your alter ego in the fantasy world of the game. After you read this chapter, use the rules in chapter 2. Team up. Your character joins the other players' characters to form an adventuring party. These adventurers are allies who face challenges and fantastical situations together. Each character brings distinctive capabilities, which ideally complement those of the other characters. Only thing I wish here is maybe a little bit of a poke on think about how your character relates to the other characters in the party. I think that sort of that little nudge could be good. I think is kind of missing from a lot of D&D, but still fine. Venture of Health. Your character's group explores locations and events presented by the GM. You can respond to them in any way you can imagine, guided by the rules in this book. Although the DM controls all the monsters you encounter, the DM isn't your adversary. Really hitting this home, which I love. I love that. The DM guides your party's journey as your characters become more powerful. They're hitting it home a lot, and they're being slightly repetitive about it, but out of all the things to be repetitive about, I think that's fine. I am very, very fine with that. My take exactly, it makes the problem worse as a solution. Yeah. I like physical books. I just pre-ordered 2 copies of the books for DH, but it's funny how many problems sort of go away in PDFs. Yeah, honestly, a bit. I thought about getting the physical copy for this edition and then didn't because I'm a little cash strapped at the moment. If you want to be the mastermind of the game, consider being the DM. Here's what DMs do. What do DMs do? Tell me all about it. Build adventures. You prepare the adventures that the players experience. In the Dungeon Master's Guide, you'll find advice for how to create adventures and even whole worlds. You know what? If that is all the DMG does, I'm so into it. I am so into it if that's what the DMG does. That's what I think the DMG should do. We'll see. Guide the story. You narrate much of the action during play, describing locations and creatures that the adventurers face. The players decide what their characters do as they navigate hazards and choose what to explore. Then you use a combination of imagination and the game's rules to determine the results of the adventurers' decisions. Sure. Adjudicate the rules. You oversee how the group uses the game's rules, making sure the rules serve the group's fun. You'll want to read the rest of the chapter to understand those rules, and you'll find the rules glossary essential. I like that there's a rules glossary. Was there not in the 2014? Actually kind of wild that there wasn't a rules glossary. Is it like... I'm going to look at it really quick. I won't like go through it too much. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, we'll look through it more later. But I you know what? I've sometimes been critical of like the natural language or whatever that like Wizards wants to use for D&D. I wish that it was more keyworded. But if they have a rules glossary that is extremely keyworded, has abbreviations, puts things in brackets, I'm fine with that. Rules definitions, yeah. I'm super fine with that. If they want to use natural language in actually like describing everything and then have this separate little rules glossary that actually like uses really specific wording and keywording, I'm into that. That's cool with me. Crazy. Yeah. I'm awaiting my special edition. Wow. I wonder if older editions, 4.3, etc., had something like this. I don't know, yeah. Apparently allies are formally defined now. That's great. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm super into that. We'll see. No! How dare they? All right, we'll see what I think. But now I'm going to fucking hold them to this. I'm going to hold them to it now. The three main pillars of D&D players: social interaction, exploration, and combat. I'm going to hold them to this. I'm expecting to see buffed out social exploration, social interaction and exploration. Yeah, three pillars, one is just a monolith. Yeah, we'll see. I do like this, like the whatever your experience in the game unfolds according to this basic pattern. You describe the scene, the players describe what their characters do, and you narrate the results. I think that that's like kind of obvious to us, but for a first timer is good. It's good for them to know, like, okay, what is the actual flow? That's something that I was really happy that Blades had, because Blades' flow is slightly different from this. So I like that they have it there for new players. By getting him some sort of 3 pillars shirt. Yeah, I could make merch out of that. 3 pillars isn't trademarked. 3 pillars, but it's just like 3 like Roman like columns, but then it's in air quotes. I could make a t-shirt out of that. Exceptions supersede general rules. General rules govern each part of the game. For example, the combat rules tell you that melee attacks use strength and ranged attacks use dexterity. That's a general rule. And a general rule is in effect as long as something in the game doesn't explicitly say otherwise. The game also includes elements, class features, feats, weapon properties, spells, magic items, monster abilities, and the like that sometimes contradict a general rule. When an exception and a general rule disagree, the exception wins. For example, if a feature says you can make melee attacks using your charisma, you can do so, even though that statement disagrees with the general rule. Yes, obviously, again, something that I know, but an important thing to clarify in your introductory things. Okay, I'm skimming a little bit. I'm skimming a little bit. I think it's good to delineate. Oh, wait. Oh, they're actually defining adventures? Wait. Adventure might be created by the DM or purchased. Interesting. Okay. You know what? I'm fine with having that be formally a little bit more formally defined, because I always call these limited series, and that's like a dumb name for them. So I'm fine calling them adventures. Specifics override generics is true in any board game more complex than like Candyland. I know. These sort of sections really drive home how wildly different experience with gaming is out there. Well, and even like, I think they're worried about people not necessarily coming from board games, but coming from like storytelling media, like writing and books and movies, that might be interested in telling stories in a more formalized way, but with also more improv. That, yeah, like you said, I have differing experiences with gaming. And even video games to an extent, because video games take care of all of the rules adjudication for you. So there's never a question as to whether, like, what trumps what. But obviously, yeah, for like board gamers, trading card game players, that's very obvious. Yeah. yeah. Dice. Yep. Round down. Good to have as like a call out rule. Dice notation. Yeah, something you got to explain. Totally. Percentiles. Yup. D3. The same D notation appears in the expression 1d3, even though it's rare to find a dice with only 3 sides. To simulate rolling a d3, roll 1d6 and divide the number rolled by 2? Round up? Okay, wait. Is this an actual thing that things are going to have? Or are they just explaining the details of dice notation? Like, is this something that will actually be a thing? Because that's wild if they put in non-polyhedral die numbers. It was a thing in 14? No. There are features in 14 that have D numbers that aren't the polyhedral sizes? What? Like what? I'm not even doubting you guys. I'm just curious. I can't think of any. But that is very interesting. Some of the roll tables might have been odd numbers. Pretty sure there's a D2 thing. Interesting. Huh. Interesting. Also interesting that to simulate rolling a 1d3, they tell you to roll 1d6 and divide the number. I don't know. Yeah. No, wait, that is the only way to get that distribution. I don't know why I said I'm surprised. Yeah, weird. There weren't any prominent features that use weird dice. Wild Magic Barbarian from Tasha, level 6 uses D3. Really? That's crazy. I had no idea. Huh. Interesting. Okay. All right. Yeah, interesting. D20 test. I think that genericizing it like this is a good way to go. Calling it a test, I think, is fair. Yeah. Calling it a check. A test is a good way to genericize it for everything.
Take a break.
Oh, shit. We've already been going long enough to earn a break? To take a break? Shit. All right. Well, before we get into this, I'll take a quick BRB. And then I will be right back. Goodbye. What up? Hello, we're back. Hi. Crazy about the D3 thing. That's wild. Alrighty, the D20 test. The damage. Right. We make a successful attack roll, one kind of D20 test. Good. I think it's good to establish a D20 test and then immediately reference a sub-test, you might say. I like it. Random tables, sure. Percentage chances. Sometimes you might see a rule describing a percentage chance of something happening. For example, a rule might say there's a 5% chance of something happening. You can determine whether that thing happens by rolling percentile dice. If the roll is equal to or less than the percentage chance, a 1 to 5 in this example, it happens. Sure. Nice. Ooh, what's this? Part of the fun of D&D is interpreting what die rolls mean in the story. The randomness that dice bring often introduces the unexpected. An expert fails, a novice succeeds, or any number of other twists. When a D20 test or another roll produces a surprise, the dungeon master often gives a fun description of what happened. If you're a player, look for opportunities to interpret your character's die rolls and describe why things unfolded unexpectedly or even humorously. I like that. I like putting some of that onus on the player, especially like I think that we could make that players often lean on the DM for like descriptions in combat, which is fair. Like I understand why, but I think that having a table-wide discussion about like the tone of attacks and like what different damage amounts mean in like, session 0 or session 1, and then putting some of the onus for interpreting the results of die rolls and like how that interaction looks in the actual combat so that the player can go about describing, the cool thing that they do. I think that's good. I think that is a good thing to kind of highlight and move towards. I heart percentile dice. I don't recall 514 ever explicitly using them. 514 definitely used them in the DMG, and probably Wild Magic Surge is the other main one that I can think of. I think Wild Magic Sorcerer, the Surge, used percentile. Those are the two that stand out, but I can't really think of any other prominent features that used them. I like percentile dice too. I agree. Wild Magic was a D20? Was it? I think that just the trigger was. The table, yeah. I think the table. All the equipment and background tables. Oh, true. That's fair. It was a lot of like percentile dice to decide the random result. It was very rarely percentile dice to determine success or failure, which is a kind of an interesting difference. A potential difference. I don't know if this uses that more or less. The 6 abilities. Oh, Wish. True. Wish does. That's fair. That's very, very fair. All right. All creatures, characters, and monsters have 6 abilities that measure physical and mental characteristics, as shown on the ability descriptions table. Same. Woo! I didn't expect them to change anything. Oh! Did they do this sort of like meaning table before? Interesting. I don't remember this. This represents the human average. Okay, so now we know. We've always talked about, like, what is the average score? What does it mean to have, like, an 8 or whatever? Interesting. They're really generic about it. Weak capability, strong capability, average. But I like them calling it the average. I don't remember if they did that in 14. They may or may not have. A lot of this is also me, kind of rereading a bit of the intro for the first time in a while. Even though it's all different. Okay. Yep. That's all the same. And also linking out to the rules glossary is solid. Ability checks, ability modifier, ability check examples. Sure. Difficulty class. I don't remember if typical difficulty classes was in 514's PHB or DMG. I like it being in the PHB. I don't remember which one it was in, but if it was in the DMG before, I like it being in the PHB. And if it was in the PHB before, I'm glad they didn't change it, I guess. The +0 modifier implied average before, and everyone called it that. I'm not sure if it was put into black and white before. Yeah, interesting. It was players? Okay. If it was players, that's good. That's good. And they didn't change anything about this. Saving throws. Okay. Sorry. I thought I was going to have to sneeze. Only one base AC, good thing to clarify, because they need to clarify it here, because so many times, anytime they introduced like an unarmored defense, they had to clarify this does not stack. Yeah. Rolling a 20 or a 1. What do they have to say? If you roll a 20 on the D20, called a natural 20, for an attack roll, the attack hits regardless of any modifiers of the target's AC. This is also called a critical hit. If you roll a 1 on the D20, a natural 1 for an attack roll, all right. So far, at least, it's the same as 514, which I'm good with, is that crits only apply to attack rolls. We'll see. What up, Confused Strawberry? Hello, hello. They did move it from Chapter 7, though. That's good. I think all of these so far, being in the very front, I'm super down with. Because I do know that if wherever these things were, they did not use... Some of them were in, like, the same section. Some of them weren't. I like all of these just being boom, 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 boom. It's just like the base mechanics, which I love. Roll 2d20s, advantage, disadvantage. Love it. They don't stack. Yup. Interactions with rerolls. Ooh. I actually can't think of how this works. When you have advantage or disadvantage and something in the game lets you re-roll or replace the d20, you can re-roll or replace only one die, not both. Interesting. That's probably how it worked in 514, but I don't remember it, honestly. For example, if you have heroic inspiration, see sidebar, and I'm curious about what that is, and roll a 3 and an 18 on an ability check that has advantage or disadvantage, you can expend your heroic inspiration to re-roll one of those die, not both of them. Heroic inspiration. You can expend it to re-roll any die immediately after rolling it. And any die. Any die. Any die is a little interesting. Only one at a time. You can never have more than one instance of heroic inspiration. If something gives you heroic inspiration and you already have it, you can give it to another character in your group who lacks it. Beautiful. Love that. I think that's how inspiration worked before. I don't know about this re-rolling any die business, but I think this is how it worked before. I know you could only have one at a time. I don't remember if you could give it to a friend. Your DM can give you heroic inspiration for a variety of purposes. Typically, DMs award it when you do something particularly heroic, in character, or entertaining. It's a reward for making the game more fun. I like inspiration as a mechanic. I'm glad that they moved it to the front, and they're highlighting it. I think it's a good mechanic that just deserves to be used more, and I like it. I rerolled a nat 1 IRL today. Hell yeah. Heroic inspiration is basically just renamed to separate from bardic inspiration. Yeah, which I think is fair. Proficiency. Yup. A monster's proficiency bonus is based on CR. Sure. Bonus applied to a D20 test. Okay, up to 4 is 2, then 3, 4, 5. What? Oh, level or CR. Whoa, I was like, wait a second, what are these? There are 30 levels now? Proficiency can't be added to a die roll. Oh, sure. Oh. I like them adding options. That's kind of interesting. I'll be interested to see where that comes up more. Interesting, okay. Prof might be multiplied or divided. Divided? I think expertise is the only thing that multiplied it before. Or maybe not the only thing. There might have been another feature that multiplied it, but before being added. For example, the expertise, right? But what gets what divides it? Ooh. Interesting. Did that say humans start with heroic inspiration regardless of the GM? I didn't see that. Maybe. For example, human characters start each day with heroic inspiration. Holy shit. Interesting. Okay. Skill proficiency. Try to do the description of actions you can take. Specify which skill applies if you make an ability check. If a creature is proficient in a skill. I'm looking for anything that's different. I don't think anything is. Skill list. Woo. Any differences? Any reflavors? I doubt it. Deception, history, insight, intimidation, investigation. Yeah, I think all the same. Oh, well. Skills. Oh, hello. Each skill proficiency is associated with an ability check. For example, intimidation skills associated with charisma. In some situations, the DM might allow you to apply your skill proficiency to a different ability check. For example, if a character tries to intimidate someone through a show of physical strength, the DM might ask for a strength intimidation check rather than charisma. That character would make a strength check and add their proficiency bonus if they have intimidation. Love that it's not a variant rule. I kind of wish it was the default, but it's way closer to being the default than it was in 5.14. Like, I kind of wish that the chart was kind of swapped with just this, and this was just like this, the pop-out box was like skills with static abilities instead of different abilities, but this is so much closer to what I wanted. I didn't want it to be a variant rule. Love it. Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm very, very good with that. Interesting. They should have added new skills just to fuck with people. I was wondering if they might. Yeah. I don't know if anyone thinks of those as multiplying or dividing, even though it technically is. Yeah, I typically don't think of that as multiplying or dividing, but it is. So I got no problem with them phrasing it that way. Yeah. Tool, yup. Actions. Okay. When you do something other than moving or communicating, you typically take an action. The action table lists the game's main actions, which are defined in more detail in the rule glossary. Great. Attack. Dash. Sure. I do kind of wish that some things were on bonus actions, but we'll see. Like, I was literally thinking about today that I loved that jump was on bonus in well, actually no, jump might not even, never mind. I liked that shove was on bonus action in BG3. And I don't see shove on here, so we'll see, but that might also just be a subset of the attack action. But we'll see. Your movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. Dodge, they have disadvantage. You do advantage. Help, sure. Hide, yup. Oh. My, what is this? Is this a social mechanic I see? Interesting. Influence. Okay. Magic is now an action, which I think is a good definition because you can now apply, you can have features interact with just the magic action, which is cool. Like maybe like Arcane Trickster or something I could see. Or like Eldritch Knight. That'd actually be really cool for Eldritch Knight. That is like, because I think right now it's like if you cast a cantrip with your action, you can then take a weapon attack as a bonus action. It'd be cool if it was like, if you take the magic action, you can use a weapon attack as a bonus action. That'd be cool. But I like that it's defined as an action now. That's good. I like it. Ready? Sure. Search. Sure. Study. Okay. And utilize. Does this cover like most? This covers like most of the skills. Interesting. How many skills is this? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. How many skills are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So the actions cover 15 out of the 18 skills. What don't they cover? Athletics, sleight of hand, athletics, and maybe acrobatics. That's a little weird. I ain't gonna lie, that's a little weird. Just like throw them in their own action and call it a day, you know? Like, make it the fucking strain action. I don't know. The strenuous activity action. They put medicine as a skill under search. Yeah, I know. Like, I don't. Okay. By Mega's reaction, he also didn't remember it from 514 either. Influence is interesting. I don't recall it being a named action before. Oh, it's in the DMG. I know that. It's in NPCs, right? Oh, it actually might not be. Wait. Is it in running the game? Social interaction. I think it's in here. Yeah, starting attitude. Attitude was in here, but this is part of my point, is that no one uses attitude because it's locked in chapter 8 of the DMG, which is insane to do to one of your 3 pillars of the game. Big air quotes. So I don't even really consider it like a core part of the rules because it's so fucking out there. But this is giving me some hope that I might actually like the 524's DMG. It looks like they're taking a lot of the stuff that was in there that I had a problem with being in there and maybe moving it out. So I'm into that, if that is the case. The DMG is a dumpster fire. Can't wait to review it. I don't know if that's why nobody uses it. I find the rules for it very unsatisfying. I would say, like, people talk about unsatisfying rules in the PHB. People talk about exhaustion, right? People don't use exhaustion, but they talk about it. And they're like, hey, exhaustion is bad, and we should fix it. I'm not going to use it for now. And I think that if the social interaction stuff was in the PHB, like it appears to maybe be, people will talk about it. They will like actually say whether or not they think it's bad or good. I've never even heard people talk about attitude, even though I know it's theoretically there. People just like consider it like off there. We don't even need to discuss it. Kind of like using alternate abilities for skills, kind of like that. So I'm glad that they're at least moving it into the PHB, if anything else. But we can both agree that nobody uses those specific social. Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. My first character was a berserker. I got well acquainted with exhaustion. That's fair, cool. That's fair. The berserkers among us are the ones that actually had to interact with exhaustion. Bless their hearts. Oh God, I hope that they kept good exhaustion. Wait, I gotta spoil it for myself. I'm gonna search exhaustion right now. Because this is the actual thing that I was worried about. I loved the playtest, like the 1D&D exhaustion. I loved it. And I really, really, really hope that they kept it how it was. And I'm going to be very sad if they went back to the more 5.24 or 5.14 style. Also, why is it taking so long to search? Hello? What do you mean you failed your investigation check? What the fuck? I'm searching on your website. Maybe I spelled it wrong. Let's just see. Let's see. Character origins, feats, creating character, equipment, spells. Maybe it's in the rules? Let's see. Exhaustion. Let me see it. While you have the exhaustion condition, you experience the following effects. This condition is cumulative. Each time you receive it, you gain 1 exhaustion level. You die if exhaustion is at 6. D20 test effective. When you make a D20 test, the roll is reduced by 2 times your exhaustion. Your speed is reduced by a number of feet equal to 5 times your exhaustion. Finishing a long rest removes 1 of your exhaustion levels. Okay. I remember people not liking the fact that the old exhaustion didn't affect your speed. So it seems like they're going after that. Two times is okay. I think I preferred the slightly more incremental. I think I'd like this slightly more. If there was 12 levels, it was reduced by 1 times, and it was reduced by a number of feet equal to 2 times. I think I would prefer that, but I will highlight that the only thing I don't like about this are the specific numbers that they chose. I think at its base, in terms of base construction, this is substantially better than 514's Exhaustion. I think I can fucking work with this. I can absolutely work with this at my table. Interesting. They changed it a bit, but not too much. Yeah. I mean, I think that the big thing that I like is that it's a rider. I understand why they didn't want to use a rider, but it became impossible to interact with because there was no rider. So I like that this is just, it's reducing it by a flat number. It's applying to all D20 tests, which I think is good. Yeah, I wish it was slightly more incremental. Maybe like 10 exhaustion levels. But I get it. I get why it's not. It is mechanically very similar to the playtest. Yeah. The basics of it are very similar, which is good, I think. The problem is that they always assume increments of 5 for speed. Yeah, that is true. They do have to assume increments of 5. Honestly, I'd kind of be down if it reduced by a number of feet equal to 5 times your exhaustion level. I'd be fine with that. And then make this 1 times, and then make this 10. And then add a little caveat on the speed reduced. Your speed cannot go below 0 or something like that. Because that's kind of like, you becoming bedridden at a certain point. It's like, if this goes down to 10 and you get to level 7, and your speed is 0, but you're still alive, you can still make D20 tests before you die. Yeah, that's like you like being like confined to bed, like unable to like move around and walk and stuff. But yeah, like I said, I like it. I may massage some of the numbers for my specific table, but I like it. It's way, way better than 514, I think. So I'm into it. I'm into it. All D20 tests is definitely good for ease of remembering. Yeah, way better. Way, way better. Going 10 days without sleep is ridiculous. Well, the assumption would be, because like right now, it's basically Berserker and not sleeping that applies exhaustion, which I think is really constraining to exploration. Like that's the one of the reasons that I think 514's exploration pillar is so hamstrung in a way that maybe the social pillar isn't, is because exhaustion is like kind of the obvious punishment and detriment to give someone if they fail like an exploration challenge. Like if they get lost in the woods or if they take the harder route, but it's like a shortcut, is like, okay, they do that, you give them exhaustion. But because in 514, it was so fucking punishing to give out exhaustion, you just couldn't do it as a DM. It was just way too hard. And it's not like you give out, half levels of exhaustion. So I like this kind of building effect because it makes it way easier for a DM to interact with. That's like the main thing. So after 6, you can't move. Yeah. That would be maybe my preference. I mean, at this, if you get to 6, you die. So you'll be able to move until you die, unless you already have like a lower speed than 30. So with this, you'll die before you run out of speed. But yeah, I think I would find it cool if you could go over the point where your speed is reduced to 0. I think that'd be interesting. But yeah, like I said, I can massage it for my table. I like the base construction. You could do 5 times your exhaustion level divided by 2. It's not that much more complicated, or just don't affect the speed. I understand why people want it to affect the speed. Like, I get that. I think that's like a fair thing for them to want. And either way, I'm gonna be using that. It's even if I don't touch the numbers at all, it's so much better. It's so much better that I feel like I could actually use it now. They were okay with no affecting speed until some people complained. Yeah, but I think it's a fair complaint. Like, I very much understand the desire to have it do that. I think 2 times your exhaustion level is so punishing, I'd be less likely to move forward and just pump the brakes to take care of the condition. Yeah, it's less punishing than 514's, but it is still 2 times is a little tough. I liked the 1 D&D version, the playtest version, because it was so incremental. Like each exhaustion level only giving 1. I mean, to be entirely fair, like the old exhaustion was like immediate like disadvantage, which disadvantage, I think the heuristic is like it's about minus 4.5. So, you still need 2 exhaustion levels to even get to that point. So I think it's less punishing to get into. But I did really, really like 1 D&D's because it was so incremental. It was so slow on the buildup that I really, really liked that. Because it made it way more likely that people would start to get in over their head, which is, I think, the interesting part about it. Kind of like Frenzy Barbarian, Berserker Barbarian in BG3, like the Frenzy ability, where it just adds that -1 each time. I think that sort of building nature is way easier to dive into. Yeah. If exhaustion is a thing that players avoid ever getting, it's not worth the ink used to print it. Yeah, absolutely. I want players to be tempted to mess around. I agree. I think this gets us closer to that, but that's my mindset when I talk about like potentially meddling with these numbers a little bit, is that I think this is still not quite tempting enough. It's still a little bit too punishing, but it's on its way. And the way that it's constructed makes it really easy to just mess with the numbers and get something that you like, which I love. I'd say your speed is reduced by 5 for every 2 exhaustion levels. Yeah. That'd be totally fine. By number of feet, is reduced by number of feet, or it would be is reduced by 5 feet for every 2 exhaustion levels. Yeah, rounded down or something like that. I think they wanted to keep this like times language in here. But honestly, again, I think that reducing speed quicker is fine. But yeah, the basic construction is still nice. 5 feet per level. 5 feet per level would also be fine. The main thing I want is there to be more levels and for it to not increase so quickly. But again, I can do that at my table. I got nothing but agreement from Chad and Mega. Yeah. I guess what's on screen is the same as saying 5 feet per level. Yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, it's not, not that hot. Even if it went above 6, monks could still move. That'd be kind of cool, right? I think that'd be kind of cool. I don't think 0 movement means death because people don't die when they collapse. Yes, it is. It just happens to be that way because 5 times 6 is going to be 30. So most people, like Hoovy pointed out, monks could still move, but most like base, unless you have any movement added on, most people it's going to coincide. But yeah, they're not directly connected right now, which I wouldn't want them to be directly connected. I think it's good that they're disconnected. Yeah, but anyways, good shit. I'm glad. One thing at a time. Many class features and abilities also provide additional actions. Yeah. The game uses actions to govern how much you can do at one time. You can only take one action at a time. This principle is most important in combat, as explained in combat later this chapter. Actions can come up in other situations too. Social. Influence or search. Oh, use the search action to read the creature's body language. Interesting. Okay. But you can't do both at the same time. And when you're exploring a dungeon, you can't simultaneously use the search action to look for traps and use the help action to aid another character who's trying to open a stuck door. Sure. With the utilize action. Okay. Huh. Okay. Various class features, spells, and other abilities let you take an additional action on your turn called a bonus action. The cunning action feature, for example, allows the rogue to take a bonus action. Okay, so they're presenting it as something that not everyone gets. Features give you things. You can take a bonus action only when a special ability or spell or another feature of the game states that you can do something as a bonus action. Otherwise, you don't have a bonus action to take. That's fine. I kind of wish that there were some default bonus actions, like jumping or shoving. I liked BG3's implementation of that, but that's fine. It's basically how it works in 5.14. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Is that not 5.14? Oh yeah. No, it is 5.14. It's just I was hopeful that it wouldn't be. I don't like this bonus action limit. I also want default bonus actions. At least leave space for homebrew. Yeah. I mean, I guess that homebrew, this is basically implying you can only take a bonus action only when a spell ability or a special ability or a spell or other feature of the game states that you can do something. So it still, I guess, leaves it open. It's just weird phrasing. I think it's basically the same. Yeah. A bonus influence action would make sense for speech. Yeah, I could see that. I think there are lots of things we could do with bonus actions. I also would be a fan of like certain actions costing movement. I think that could be interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Reactions. Certain special abilities, spells, and situations allow you to take a special action called a reaction. A reaction is an instant response to a trigger of some kind, which can occur on your turn or on someone else's. The opportunity attack, described later in this chapter, interesting, is the most common type of reaction. When you take a reaction, you can't take another until the start of your next turn. Okay? I think that's how it is already. If the reaction interrupts another creature's turn, that creature can continue its turn right after the reaction. In terms of timing, a reaction takes place immediately after its trigger, unless the reaction descriptions say otherwise. Okay. What would your character do? With one important caveat, avoid character choices that ruin the fun of other players and the DM. Choose actions that delight you and your friends. They're using the word delight a lot, which is fine. It's just a sort of an interesting choice of word to use, but like, I guess that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Their word choice is delightful. Yeah. I've been spoiled by Pathfinder's 3-action economy. I think, I know a lot of people said, like, check out Pathfinder, or you would like Pathfinder on my LR video. And the thing is, I actually generally like the rules lighter approach of 5e. I'm not going to say rules light, because it's not. I appreciate the rules lighter approach of 5e. But I do think that I would probably very specifically like the 3-action economy more than I like the action bonus action thing. So that's just tough because there's really no way to translate it. It's like so core to 5e, and I'm not surprised that they didn't take a crack at revamping it at all. So yeah, I'm not surprised, but also meh. I like explicitly saying no to the Wangrod defense. It's what my character would do. I know. When 5e came out, advantage and disadvantage was the big thing that it feels like every other TTRPG was like, oh god, that's genius. Why didn't we do it that way? Yeah, advantage and disadvantage are fucking awesome. It's I don't think like we can ever pin down what made 5e so successful, but I think it helps a lot that advantage and disadvantage fucking rocks. It's like so simple. It's so impactful, both psychologically and mechanically, but not bonkers. I can never get it. I can never give it out. Impactful. Yeah. Advantage and disadvantage fucking rock. Yeah. I'd say rules loose, not rules light. I think that D&D is rules lighter than Pathfinder. Like I think that just like by sheer quantity, from what I understand, Pathfinder has more rules. But that's they're pretty near each other on the spectrum compared to like something that's over here like Powered by the Apocalypse or Blades in the Dark or something, So I would never ever call D&D rules light, but just slightly rules lighter. Yeah. And now the N action economy is the newer version of that. Yeah, I think that Pathfinder's big thing, like the 3 action economy, N action economy, I think that that's like one of the big things that people take out of Pathfinder that I think is really, really good. Yeah. Not sure when this happened, but I used to play the old version of D&D with my dad. Old version of D&D with my dad as a kid. When I switched to 5e, the armor class was infinitely better. Oh yeah, what did it used to be? Thaco? Thaco. Yeah. Action economy sounds interesting, but also I weirdly don't like the stacking malice of attacks, and I'm not even into martials usually. Yeah, I don't have enough experience with it, honestly. Like, if you just put the two systems in front of me, I like the N action economy more, or X action economy, what have you. If you just put them in front of me, I like it. But I've only played a single game ever, like a single session of Pathfinder 2e, so I do not feel qualified to be able to give commentary on it. Let's see. Social interaction. During their adventures, player characters meet many different people and face some monsters that would rather talk than fight. In those situations, it's time for social interaction, which takes many forms. For example, you might try to convince a burglar to confess to wrongdoing or try to flatter a guard. The dungeon master assumes the roles of any non-player characters who are participating. An NPC's attitude toward your character is friendly, indifferent, or hostile, as defined in the rules glossary. Friendly NPCs are predisposed to help, and hostile ones are inclined to hinder. Social interactions progress in two ways, through role-playing and ability checks. Okay, let's see. Let's see how they balance it. I am interested. We were just talking about this, how any game that really wanted a robust social pillar needs to balance these two factors. So let's see how 524 tries to do it. Let's see. Role-playing is, literally, the act of playing out a role. In this case, you as a player determining how your character thinks, acts, and talks. Role-playing is a part of every aspect of the game, and it comes to the fore. Okay, yeah, sure. I've never seen that used as a standalone word, but sure. During social interactions. Strange. As you roleplay, consider whether you prefer an active approach or a descriptive approach, each of which is described in social interaction example. The DM uses an NPC's personality and your character's actions and attitudes to determine how a NPC reacts. A cowardly bandit might buckle under threats of imprisonment. A stubborn merchant refuses to help if the characters badger her. A vain dragon laps up flattery. When interacting with an NPC, pay attention to the DM's portrayal of the NPC's personality. You might be able to learn an NPC's goals and use that information to influence the NPC. True. If you offer NPCs something they want or play on their sympathies, okay. Sure. No, okay. That was all very roleplay-y. They never really referenced the actual attitude, which is a little interesting, but I'll see in the social interaction example maybe how they describe it. Maybe a non-Americanism there. I've heard that saying before. Comes to the fore as a colloquialism more than just for. Interesting. Yeah, I've never heard that. Comes to the fore is in fact proper. It's also an incredibly weird choice of phrase. Yeah, it might be anti-Americanism then, because I know Daniel is also American. So yeah, I've never heard that before, but I intuited what it meant pretty immediately. I would always say like comes to the forefront, but like I said, I intuited what it meant, so sure. Ability checks can be key in determining the outcome of a social interaction. Your role-playing efforts can alter an NPC's attitude, but there might still be an element of chance if the DM wants dice to play a role in determining an NPC's response to you. In such situations, the DM will typically ask you to take the influence action. So D&D is taking the stance, and this might have been the same in 524. Honestly, I don't really remember because it's in the DMG. But they are essentially saying play out the role play, and if you want there to be an element of chance, then roll. So they are siding more on the role play side of things, where you will do that, and if there's a chance element, then you roll. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. 5% of GMs will say take the influence action. They will say make a charisma check. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But it's still nice to have it defined as a separate action. This sounds like 514. Actually, let me crack out my DMG. Same. That's fair. Look, I'm going to react to this pretty much fresh, given that it's in the PHB now. I'm going to consider it much more strongly as like a core part of the game. Restricted mode won't let me through this video today. No, we'll have to watch after the stream is done. Wanted to pop in and say hello. Hello. I think asking for a charisma check is still proper, and influence action sounds more like a way of classifying it. That's what it seems like a lot of these general actions are like classification things, and then it allows for features to interact with a broader category of thing, which I like. But yeah, interesting. Pay attention to your skill proficiencies when thinking of how you will interact with an NPC. Use an approach that relies on your group's skill proficiencies. For example, if the group needs to trick a guard into letting them into a castle, the rogue who is proficient in deception should lead the discussion. Sure. Okay. Oh gosh. Oh no. Okay. If this winds up being really interesting, someone tell me in a comment, but it's long and I will probably read it on my own time. Either way, I like it being moved into the PHB, just at base. I like it being moved into the PHB, especially if it's not that much different. All right. That was the book teaching you how to min-max. Lol. I think the script piece is probably helpful to new players. I agree. So I'm going to skip it, even though I'm trying to like embody a new player mentality. Mostly just for stream time, but I like that it's in there. I think that putting these little scripted scenarios in, it's something that BitD has a lot in its rulebook, and I think it is a good use of space. It takes up a lot of space, but I think it's a good use of it because it gives you those very explicit examples of how things might go. So I like it. Exploration. Tell me about it. Exploration involves delving into places that are dangerous and full of mystery. Right, sure, okay. Again, little bit hitting home the manslaughter nomad vibes, but sure. The rules in this section detail some of the ways adventurers interact with the environments in such places. Adventuring equipment. As adventurers explore, their equipment can help them in many ways. For example, they can reach out-of-the-way places with a ladder. And to be clear, whenever I bring up the homicide nomad thing, I think that's fine. I think that is D&D. D&D is a homicide nomad game. And so I think it is fine for them to lean into that. I'm kind of glad that they seem to be leaning more into it than I think 5.14 did. But that's not how I would define exploration. That's exploration in D&D, baby. Yeah. Maybe softer language would have been ideal. Maybe. But honestly, I think this is what, like, any sort of adventuring mechanic that is in D&D is primarily suited for these sorts of things. Like, I think that that's what the D&D exploration pillar is geared towards. So I think it's fine for them to lean into it. Your cities aren't dangerous and full of mystery. It's impossible to explore a city now. I'd say that they would say you can explore. You're just probably not going to utilize the exploration mechanics. The only aspect is dungeon crawls now, and the only monsters will be dragons. Homicide nomad is an amazing phrase. It wasn't homicide nomad. I'm slightly altering the phrase that another chatter put in earlier. Maybe it was manslaughter nomad, but homicide nomad sticks in my head better. This is fine for exploration. My comment was about language for up thread. Oh, gotcha. Manslaughter nomad, yeah. Like, I think it's fun. I think it's fine. They're leaning into it, which I think they should. Not every game is going to be good at everything, and this is the thing that D&D is focusing on. So that's fun. As adventurers explore, their equipment can help them in many ways. For example, they can reach out-of-the-way places with a ladder, perceive things they wouldn't otherwise notice with a torch or other light source, bypass locked doors and containers with these tools, and create obstacles for pursuers with caltrops. See Chapter 6 for rules on many items that are useful on adventures. The items in that chapter's tools and adventuring gear sections are especially useful. The weapons in that chapter can also be used for more than battle. Like, actually mechanically? Because don't fuck with me on this game. You could use a quarterstaff, for example, to push a sinister-looking button that you're reluctant to touch. Oh. Okay, sure. I mean, yeah, you can. I thought that they were going to give weapons, like, exploration actual uses, which would be so sick. Like, I talked about, like, making, like, bludgeoning weapons, like, just the bludgeoning damage type, able to do, like, you know, double damage to inanimate objects or structures, that sort of thing. That would be sick if they detailed, like, more explorative uses for weapons. But if they don't, I didn't really expect them to. Alright. Homicide Nomad makes me want to shorten it to Homo Hobo. Yep, that's very different. Do I have to roll initiative when I explore my backpack? Yes, absolutely. Obscured areas. I think this is all pretty similar. Oh, detailing special senses out here. Sure, I'm down with that. Hiding. I'll be interested to see surprise. Interacting with objects. Interacting with objects is often simple to resolve. The player tells the DM that their character is doing something, such as moving a lever or opening a door, and the DM describes what happens. Sometimes, however, rules govern what you can do with an object, as detailed in the following sections. What is an object? I'm down for them to define it. For the purpose of the rules, an object is a discrete, inanimate item, like a window, door, sword, book, table, chair, or stone. It isn't a building or a vehicle, which are composed of many objects. Oh, this is a fucking philosophical argument right here. This is a very literal philosophical argument of, like, what is a chair. All right, cool. Time-limited object interactions. When time is short, such as in combat, interactions with items are limited. One free interaction per turn. Hey, you know what you could have done? Is you could have just made this a common bonus action. Yes, it would have been a little bit more hungry within the action economy, but giving people default bonus actions is cool, I think. But what do I know? Not a lot, if we're being honest. That interaction must occur during a creature's movement or action. Interesting. Okay. Any additional interactions require the utilize action as explained in combat later in this chapter. Sure. Finding hidden objects. When your character searches for hidden things, such as a secret door or trap, the DM typically asks you to make a wisdom perception check, provided you describe the character searching in the hidden object's vicinity. On a success, you find the object, other important details, or both. If you describe your character searching nowhere near the hidden object, a wisdom perception check won't reveal the object, no matter the check's total. Sure, all right. Yeah, that's fine. How long have we been going? Dude, asking me the tough questions. Hour 57. And we're going to be going for a while yet. Then it is a bonus action to open a door. Yeah, I think that's fine. Maybe not. Maybe it's not fine. I don't want to use my bonus action just to pull out my weapon. Look. That's fair. Honestly, I was saying that before I read the, like, any additional interactions, whatever. I'm fine with them doing a free interaction as part of an action or movement. And then, honestly, I'd be fine with them taking the utilize action and making that a bonus action. I think that'd be cool. Especially since... But then that's a rogue thing. That's a thief thing. I don't know. I don't know. I'm on my shit about bonus actions. Maybe this is all fine. Yeah. I understand that they need to get as granular as things like utilize now, but that's just about reaching my limit of tolerating the label of things in categories. I like the labeling of things in categories because even if it doesn't get more granular, it becomes really easy to describe features later on in really accurate terms. So, like, for example, in PHB in 5.14, the thing that I was just referencing, if we go to thief and we go to thief, I said thief, rogue. Fast hands. Starting at 3rd level, you can use your bonus action granted by your cunning action to make a dexterity sleight of hand check, use your thieves tools to disarm a trap or lock, or take the use an object action. Like, this was already kind of a thing, and this is the sort of situation where it becomes nice to have these sorts of things in broad categories. So, like, instead of use an object, this will now be the utilize action, which, whatever, semantics. But this is the sort of thing where I think it's nice to have all of them categorized. I understand and I know that you said you were fine with it. We're just approaching the limit. But I think that is the point and the use case of it, The nice thing about this mega is that you get to spend the next 10 years watching CR play 5.14. Probably
take a break.
Take a break. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, C2 and C3 are all going to be in 5.14, which will actually be kind of interesting to see. Like, oh man, it would have been so nice if they were playing 5.24 at that point, Imagine using a bonus action to pull out the spell components for a bonus action spell. There are so few of those, though. I wish there were more. Anyways. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll keep trucking. I will be right back. Goodbye. What up? Hello. Take a break. I am on my way. Let's go upstate. If you take your time, I can break on. I don't remember the lyrics. All right. Finding hidden objects. We said that. Carrying objects. Are they going to ditch carrying capacity? Let's see. You can usually carry your gear and treasure without worrying about the weight of those objects. If you try to haul an unusually heavy object or a massive number of lighter objects, the DM might require you to abide by the rules for carrying capacity in the rules glossary. Sure, that's fine. Carrying capacity is one of those rules that I get why they have it, but I really do debate sometimes if they shouldn't just ditch it at this point. If they shouldn't just, it's like, it's not interesting, I would say. And it's not like, I don't know. It's one of those things that, like, is my type of shit, but I can't imagine. I think I have used it before. I was about to say I've never used it. I do think I have, but I use it so rarely, and it is my kind of thing because I so rarely enjoy giving the players just a ludicrous amount of shit, and I'm not tracking the weight of their gold. And so it's kind of like, I don't know. It's one of those things that I wish I wanted to use. You know what I'm saying? I wish I wanted to use it, but I rarely find myself wanting to do so. But I want to be able to lift more than a horse can. Oh, I'm not even talking about lift, pull, carry, shove. That's a totally separate calc. At least in 5.14 it was. The amount that you can push, pull, carry, lift was different than your carrying capacity. I do care about that. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. I feel for carrying objects. I don't know. We'll read the rules. We'll see if they made it more interesting. But by the fact that they didn't list it here, I have a feeling it's not more interesting. Carrying capacity mostly bugs me because of how lopsided it is. Wizards are encumbered from level 1 if you aren't careful. Barbs can carry a house. If the numbers were tweaked and they added interesting things that interact with it, maybe. Yeah. I mean, like we're, I've been hitting on the exploration pillar a couple of times. Carrying capacity is interesting within a exploration capacity, but D&D is so light on rules for exploration that it essentially means that there's like nothing for carrying capacity to like actually interact with. Like if it gave you some sort of detriment if you were encumbered to certain exploration mechanics, that could be kind of interesting. But because there's nothing for it to like grasp onto, it's the same reason that like Exhaustion suffers sometimes, is because there's just not exploration mechanics for it to interact with. So it has to figure out a way to interact with the other mechanics in a less punishing way, which carrying objects or carrying capacity has never done. Like carrying capacity has never figured out a way to interact with the rest of the game. And because there are so few things in its area, there's just not a lot for it to do. Yeah. Even things like rations are tedious, and I just ignore them. I also ignore them. Being unpatched Skyrim and glitch your assistant to carry everything for you. Even things like, yeah, I mean, so I'll give you an example of like rations. Rations, I think in base D&D are annoying, and I don't like them. I love rations using the weird wasteland third-party module, or I don't know what you would call it. It's probably more closer to sourcebook, but it's a third-party. I don't remember who it was made by. Let's see. Weird Wastelands. WebDM, right. Fantastic book, by the way. Amazing book. And let me see if they have it here. Do they have it here? There's no way that they'll just give it to me for me to show. Yeah, because it's not the big sexy stuff. It's not. Yeah. That's a shame. It's not sexy enough to show. But one of the things that this does is introduce ration dies. And I think that resource dies in general are incredibly interesting, and I will run them in all of my games from now on. So I think that they need to do something like that. A resource die is basically anytime you use a resource, rather than just like marking like a -1 on your ledger. You roll the die, and if you get below a certain number, then the die size goes down by 1. And if you roll like a 1 or a 2 on a d4, you lose the dice altogether, and now you're out. I think it's a much cooler way to represent rations, and I really like interacting with it that way. Same thing you can do resource dice for like arrows, bolts, that sort of thing. You can't really do it for carrying capacity. But I think they need something like that. Yeah. Breaking objects. As an action, you can automatically break or otherwise destroy a fragile, non-magical object, such as a glass container or piece of paper. If you try to damage something more resilient, the DM might use rules on breaking objects. Oh, there are rules on it now. Maybe there were rules on it before. I don't remember any rules on it before, but it might have been somewhere in the DMG. Interesting. Okay. Is that new? I don't know. There might have been rules, but it reads as new to me, but there might have been. I think it is. If it's new, I like it. And if it's old, I like it being so prominently highlighted in the beginning of the book. Hazards. Monsters are the main perils that characters face, but other dangers await. The rules glossary defines the following hazards: burning, dehydration, falling, malnutrition, suffocation. Malnutrition and dehydration. Tell me more. As shown in the food needs per day table. A creature that eats but consumes less than half the required food must... Huh. Interesting. I would still represent these using resource dies, but these are kind of cool. I'm kind of into it now that Exhaustion is easier to interact with. I'm kind of into it. Yeah. Interesting. I'll have to think about it a little bit more. But that's interesting. Okay. I kind of hate that 5e has an approach to exploration that is basically complicated maths equations. I agree. I agree. That's why I use Weird Wastelands. And Weird Wastelands, the only thing that you like that I take out of it, well, I mean, it's a cool module regardless. But the only thing that I guaranteed always take out of it is the dies. And the dies just replace the numbers. So you can slot them into basically any mechanic that uses like a like, okay, you have this many uses and every use is like a -1. Anything like that you can slot the resource dies into. Interesting. Travel. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. More rules around rations. Is this enough to make us use them? I probably will. I will probably use these with resource dies. If I was not using resource dies, I still wouldn't use these. Because tracking raw number of rations is still fucking boring. And I will go to my death on that. I will die on that hill. But resource dies make it fun. I think XGE, the best source book. Food shouldn't be a problem with all these monsters. So true. Just cook them up. Eating the dungeon or whatever. Dining in the dungeon. During an adventure, the characters might travel long distances on trips that could take hours or days. The DM can summarize this travel without calculating exact distances or travel times. Or the DM might have you use the travel pace rules below. Let me see. If you need to know how fast you can move when every second matters, see the movement rules in combat later in this chapter. Yeah, absolutely. Marching order. The adventurers should establish a marching order while they travel, whether indoors or outdoors. A marching order makes it easier to determine which characters are affected by traps, which ones can spot hidden enemies, and which ones are the closest to those enemies if a fight breaks out. I've never really fucked with marching order. I'll be real with you. I don't really fuck with it. It's fine. But I've never found it to be that additive. It is mostly a chore to me. I'm much more subscribed to like the Daggerheart style, where it's like once something happens, your party chooses where they're positioned and all that. It's fine. It's easy enough to ignore. I mean, I guess we'll see. But travel pace. While traveling outside combat, a group can move at fast, normal, slow pace. That's the same. The table states how far the party can move in a period of time. For riding horses or other mounts, the group can move twice that distance for 1 hour, after which the mounts need a short or long rest before they can move at that increased pace again. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay. They can move twice that pace. Yeah, okay. The Dungeon Master's Guide has rules that affect which pace you can choose in certain types of terrain. Why is it in the DMG? This is the first time that it's been like that. You know what? At least they reference that it's in the DMG. That's nice. But fucking put it in here. Put it in an appendix. I don't care. This whole mounts thing is interesting. I'm not entirely sure, like, okay, so if you're moving fast, you can move twice fast for an hour, and then they need a short rest. But if you're moving slow, they can move twice the slow before they need a short or long rest. But it's still slow? I'm not entirely certain on that, which is kind of interesting. I asked for a marching order when it's relevant. Yes, it shows my hand. No, I don't care. Fair. Based. That's fine. I do like this broken out of minute, hour, day. Is that how it is in the 2014 DMG? I don't think it is. Is travel pace even in this, or is it in the PHB? It might be in the PHB. Let's see. Travel pace. It's on the DM shields. Yeah, I can picture what you're saying. This is Out of the Abyss. That's Out of the Abyss. Ghosts of Saltmarsh. Out of the Abyss. Out of the Abyss. DMG 2014. Oh, wait, no. This is special travel pace. Okay, so it is in the PHB. So that's special travel pace. Joking, dude. Okay, let's see. There we go. We're in. Oh, wait. This is the 2014. Or this is the 2024. Whatever. Is this the other one? No, it's the same one. Motherfucker. Fairly sure they changed it. Food, water was in PHB 184, so not XGE. Oh, interesting. I like them adding these like very explicit hazards that like go into the rules glossary. I love the rules glossary. I love it. It's going to be so much easier to reference rules because so many rules were just buried in these random sections that made it so easy to forget about them. So like the whole like dehydration, malnutrition, I don't remember malnutrition, but I do remember dehydration, which implies that there probably was malnutrition already. But I remember those, but it was I think it was way harder to remember because they weren't all in like a big giant list that I could reference, honestly. So I love the rules glossary for like segmenting all of that out. Gotta go. We'll catch the VOD. See you later. Either way, anyways, regarding the travel pace, if this is different, if it's the same, kudos. Again, putting it all in one place right in the front so that I can see it all really quick. But I like them splitting into minute, hour, and day. I think that is good. Because there are occasional sequences where it's like we have 10 minutes to get like across town or whatever. Like that is sometimes a sequence, and I do sometimes hesitate to run them because it was harder to instinctually like communicate the travel distances. So I like it broken out into minute, hour, day. I think those are good delineations. Fast. Traveling at a fast pace imposes disadvantage on a traveler's wisdom. Oh, I guess so. This is why you might have mounts still travel slow and still travel at but still double the slow pace if you want to get this advantage, but you also want to go faster. Interesting. Okay, sure. And these travel paces are pretty standard. I think they're all similar, if not the same, as what was in 5.14. Travelers in wagons, carriages, and other land vehicles choose a pace as normal. Characters in a waterborne vessel are limited to the speed of the vessel, and they don't choose a travel pace. Sure. Depending on the vessel and the size of the crew, ships may be able to travel for up to 24 hours per day. Chapter 6 includes vehicles for sale. Sale? Gold? How dare they? Exploration example. Giving us nice examples. Yeah. Love it. Love them giving all these examples. Combat. How are they going to break combat down to feel the same length? Monk is still best amount. True. A typical combat encounter is a clash of two sides. Round represents about 6 seconds. Sure. Everyone rolls initiative. Yup. Step by step. Establish positions. The dungeon master determines where all the characters and monsters are located. Given the adventurer's marching order and their stated positions in the room or other location, the DM figures out where the adversaries are, how far away and in what direction. Kind of weird. I mean, okay, actually, no, not weird. I guess that's fair. This isn't really combat step by step. This is like setting up combat. Because like these three don't happen in a loop. These two just happen. And then this one happens in a loop. So a bit odd, but probably fine. Sure. Okay. I mean, I guess there's not much to say about this, so yeah, okay. It's a little weird, but fine. Initiative. Initiative determines the order of turns during combat. When combat starts, every participant rolls initiative. They make a dex check that determines their place in the initiative order. Fine. Dex just does so much, dude. I was actually kind of being like, ooh, maybe they'll make it to where Dex does a little bit less. Because, right, I don't know. I kind of wish that initiative or natural AC was determined by one or the other. Like, weren't both determined by Dex. Dex is just such an important stat that I don't know. Oh, my chat refreshed. Okay. Chat seems to still be working on screen. That's the most important part. Okay. Yep, we're back. Let's see. It hasn't caught up yet, but perception makes a lot of sense for initiative. It does. Perception would make a lot of sense. So, like, wisdom being the initiative determiner could kind of be interesting, but it's meant to represent your like reaction timing. You know, it's like I get what it's going for, but I don't know. I just wish that Dex wasn't so important to everyone. It's yeah. I don't know. Con. Look, I also kind of wish that Con wasn't so important. But to be fair, Con does its one thing. It does health, and that's it. Dex does armor, it does initiative, and it does 3? Not even 3. More than 3. 4 or 5. 4, I think. Of incredibly important skills. Like, sure, it doesn't do, like, acrobatics isn't that important, but, like, stealth, very important. So I don't know. I don't know. And it's, like, all ranged attacks and finesse weapons. It's just, like, it's just kind of everywhere. So I was kind of hoping that they might, spread the love a little bit, but if they don't, they don't. That's fine. It's not like it got worse. Surprise. If a combatant is surprised by combat starting, that combatant has disadvantage on their initiative roll. I like that. I like that. Because surprise rounds, I think, were clunky. The surprise condition was even clunkier in 514. I like that. That's simple. It's sleek. It makes sense. Yeah. Give them disadvantage on their initiative roll. Yeah. And then just replace anything that referenced surprise and just make it like the assassin feature in 14. I'm just referencing all the rogue today. It's like assassinate, yeah. Assassinate was you have advantage on attack rolls against any creature that hasn't taken a turn in combat yet. And then it has separately, in addition, any hit you score against a creature that is surprised is a critical hit. Make anything that references surprise, just use this language. You have advantage on attack rolls against any creature that hasn't taken a turn in the combat yet, or is behind you in the initiative order, or something like that. I like that a lot. I think that's way slicker than 14 surprise. I don't know if it's like good, but I will probably use surprise more. I think I will feel a lot better interacting with it. Surprise allows for wisdom to come into play to some extent. It does, not explicitly. So, it does, but it's definitely to an extent. Whereas Dex is like hard coded into the mechanics. Sounds like what you need is the battle dress. It uses charisma for AC. You're joking. That's not a real thing. You're fucking around. Initiative order. Combatants check total is called their initiative count, or initiative for short. The DM ranks the combatants from highest to lowest. This is the order in which they act. Yep, cool. If a tie occurs, the DM decides the order amongst the tied monsters, and the players decide the order amongst tied characters. The DM decides the order if the tie is between the monster and the player character. Sure, that's fine. On your turn, you can move a distance up to your speed and take one action. You decide whether to move first or take your action first. The main actions you can take are listed in actions. Earlier in this chapter, a character's features and monsters stat box also provide action options, movement, and position. Later in this chapter, give rules for movement. Communicating. You can communicate however you are able through brief utterances and gestures as you take your turn. Doing so uses neither your action nor your move. Extended communication such as a detailed explanation of something or an attempt to persuade a foe, requires an action. The influence action is the main way you can try to influence a monster. Sure. You know, I like them actually kind of including that as, like, them giving that as an example of an action you might do in combat. That's interesting. And kind of saying, like, these are the generic options, and you can maybe try to, like, make something happen during a combat by using that as your action. I kind of fuck with that. I'm into that. Yeah. I think they had something along these lines in the original, in the 5.14. But I don't know if it was this concise and, like, well communicated. I'm loving the organization of this. Can I say that? I'm loving the organization. Where are we? We're about, like, 2/3 of the way down the screen. What is this? Chapter 1? Loving the organization of Chapter 1. I think it is substantially better than the organization of these same things in 5.14. I like this as, like, if I'm going to teach someone D&D, I would want to use this book and not 5.14's. It's a third party from the waifu hand. Of course it is. Let's see. Interacting with things. You can interact with one object or feature of the environment for free during either your move or action. For example, you could open a door during your move. If you want to interact with a second object, you need to take Utilize. The DM might require you to use an action for any of these activities when it needs special care or when it presents an unusual obstacle. For example, the DM might require you to take the Utilize action to open a stuck door or turn a crank to lower a drawbridge. Doing nothing on your turn. They needed a whole fucking sentence for it. You can forego moving, taking an action, or doing anything at all on your turn. If you can't decide what to do, consider taking the defensive dodge action or the ready action to delay acting. Sure, that's fine. Ending combat. Combat ends when one side or the other is defeated, which can mean the creatures are killed or knocked out or have surrendered or fled. Combat also ends when both sides agree to end it. Sure. Movement and position. Creatures occupy spaces of varying sizes. This displacer beast occupies a 10 by 10, while the adventurer occupy 5 by 5. Sure. Okay, yeah. Oh, they have these little cracks in the ground for the tiles. Interesting. Okay. Interesting way to show it. You can move a distance equal to your speed or less. You can decide not to move. Your movement can include climbing, crawling, jumping, swimming. Sure. These different modes of movement can be combined with your regular movement, or they can constitute your entire move. However, when you're moving with your speed, you deduct the distance of each part of your move from it until it is used up or until you are done moving, whichever comes first. Character speed is determined during character creation. A monster's speed is noted in their stat block. Sure. Difficult terrain. Every foot of movement in difficult terrain costs 1 extra foot. Sure. Playing on a grid, entering a square. Are they going to talk about diagonals? It costs 1 square of movement to enter an unoccupied space that's adjacent to your space orthogonally or diagonally. Okay. Understood. Diagonal movement can't cross the corner of a wall, a large tree, or the terrain feature that fills its space. Sure. Ranges. To determine the range on a grid between two things, whether creatures or objects, count squares from a square adjacent to one of them and stop counting on the space of the other one. Count by the shortest route. Okay. Got it. Breaking up your move. You can do that. Great. Dropping prone. On your turn, you can give yourself the prone condition without using an action or any of your speed. But you can't do so if your movement is 0. Okay, sure. Creature size, bet. Uh-huh. Oh, so they're fine with 2.5 feet. By 2.5 feet. So I'm just saying, for exhaustion, we could be dropping by half feet. I'm just saying. Let's see. Okay. Moving around other creatures. Another creature's space is difficult terrain for you unless that creature is tiny or your ally. Got it. A tiny creature or a creature that is 2 sizes larger or smaller than you. That's very funny. And probably the way it is in 514, and I like it. You can't willingly end a move on a space occupied by another creature. If you somehow end a turn in a space with another creature, you have the prone condition. Okay, sure. I missed a couple of minutes. Can a halfling wield a great axe yet? Not yet. We'll see. I don't know. Making an attack. Same. Pick a target. Great. Determine modifiers. Right. Resolve the attack. Sure. Putting cover in. Great. As detailed in the cover table, there are 3 degrees of cover. Sure. Target can benefit from cover only when an attack or another effect originates on the opposite side of the cover. Totally. +2 bonus, +5 bonus. Can't be targeted directly. Another creature or an object that covers at least half of the target. An object that covers at least 3/4 of the target. I think that's a fine way to describe it. I'd like a little bit more detail on what that looks like on a grid, which they do have in the 514 DMG. They probably have it in this DMG as well. But that's a good delineator. I like for rules to at least give the basics in the PHB. And if there's a little bit more detail or explanation, like, hey, here's how you determine this on a gridded map, I think that's fine. I think that's cool. And to put that second part in the DMG. Unseen attackers and targets. When you make an attack roll against a target you can't see, you have disadvantage on the roll. This is true whether you're guessing the target's location or targeting a creature you can hear but not see. If the target isn't in the location you targeted, you miss. This fucking Daggerheart needs to add this clarifier. We had this whole thing, and the last update of Daggerheart, the last beta that I looked at, they haven't really clarified this sort of thing, and it's actually very confusing for a couple of features. I think that's a great clarifier, that you can target creatures you can hear but not see, and if you're wrong, then you just miss. You can still try to target somewhere even if you're just straight up wrong. But if you do, you miss. I like that. That's cool. Rare DHL? I agree. Rare DHL. But I like this clarifier a lot. That's good. When a creature can't see you, you have advantage on attack rolls against it. Bet. If you are hidden when you make an attack roll, you give away your location when the attack hits or misses. This is also interesting. If you're hidden when you make an attack roll, you give away your location. It doesn't mean that they can immediately see you. It just means they now know where you are, so they could target you. But they would still have disadvantage if they still can't see you. So like if you pop out, make the attack, and then run back behind cover, they now know your general position, so they could target you. But they would still have disadvantage. Great clarifiers. Ranged attacks. Range. You can make ranged attacks only against targets within a specified range. Has a single range. If a ranged attack, such as the one made with a spell, has a single range, you can't attack a target beyond this range. They have 2 ranges, right? Classic. Aiming a ranged attack is more difficult when a foe is next to you. When you make a ranged attack roll with a weapon, a spell, or some other means, you have disadvantage on the roll if you are within 5 feet of an enemy who can see you and doesn't have the incapacitated condition. Sure. I think this is all pretty much the same. I am not surprised. I am not surprised at all. This is again, the most robust part of D&D. Mounted combat. Interesting. Willing creature that is at least 1 size larger than the rider. Ooh. And has the appropriate anatomy. Boo. Can serve as a mount. Mounting and dismounting. Sure. Controlling a mount. Sure. Falling off. Sure. Seahorse. Underwater combat. All pretty similar. HP. Let's see. The one big change I wanted was to have all measurements in both imperial and metric because I don't know what the fuck a foot is. Hey, you fucking... That's America, baby. That's America. Don't go play your metric TTRPGs if you want them in metric. Get out of here. We're gonna live with imperial units. Freedom units, as I call them. No, that would have been the right choice. Or even to just abstract them into not feet or meters. Just be like, just call them units, length units or something. Make up a fantasy term for them and then say at the beginning, 1 fantasy unit is equivalent to 5 feet and this many meters. I think that also would have worked perfectly. USA. What the fuck is a meter? Never heard of it. Couldn't be me. Couldn't catch me dead with a meter. Centaur. That's true. Centaurs have the appropriate anatomy. True. I shall make my TTRPG use strides, leagues, furlongs. The mountain combatant stuff was interesting. All new, I think. I think mounted combat. I think this is actually all. I skipped it because I think it's all standard. I'm pretty sure at least. Oh wait, let's see. Yeah. No. 2014 has all this stuff already. Yeah. I think they organized it a skosh better. But yeah, no. That is a 14 rule. I don't care too much about mounted combat or underwater combat. I don't care that much. But I like that they're, again, putting it all in front. Get us all the rules right out in front. Don't silo them off into all these different sections. I like that. I played that wrong for a long time. Hey, we all do that. We all miss a rule. Meter, but I never heard of her. All right. Hit points. Hit points represent durability and the will to live. Yeah, absolutely. Creatures with more hit points are more difficult to kill. Your hit point maximum is the number of hit points you have when uninjured. Your current hit points can be any number from that maximum down to 0, which is the lowest hit points can go. Whenever you take damage, subtract it from your hit points. Hit point loss has no effect on your capabilities until you reach 0. Kinda weird. Always been kinda weird, but that's fine. If you have half your hit points or fewer, you're bloodied. They brought back bloodied? Fuck yeah! I love bloodied! Bloodied is one of the 3.5 rules that I love, along with the minionize rule. Bloodied is awesome! It has no game effect on its own, but which might trigger other game effects. Yeah! Oh, that's perfect for like a barbarian trigger or something. Yeah! Fuck yeah! I love bloodied. That's great. It's because death spirals suck. It is because death spirals suck. That's true. I get it. Wasn't it 4E? Very much could have been 4E. Very much could have been 4E. Could have been both, honestly. I know minionizing is from 4E. But bloodied might have been from 4 and 3? Or maybe just 4? I don't remember. Either way, I love it. Bloodied is so cool. It allows you to have this an evolving combat that gets more interesting when they get halfway down, and it gives the players like a psychological trigger of like, oh, we're halfway through. It allows for them to like make a check to see if something's bloodied, which gives them a little bit of information. I love bloodied. So super excited that they brought that back. I guess since the only time I ever use feats and gallons and stuff is for D&D, they are basically a fantasy unit. I mean, they might as well be. That's fair. Resting. Adventurers can't spend every hour resting. Adventuring, they need rest. Any creature can take a hour-long short rests in the midst of a day and an 8-hour long rest to end it. Regaining hit points is one of the main benefits of the rest. The rules glossary provides the rules for short and long rests. I'm curious if they changed anything. I really doubt it, but we'll see. Long rest is a period of extended downtime, at least 8 hours, available to any creature. During a long rest, you sleep for at least 6 hours and perform no more than 2 hours of light activities, such as reading, talking, eating, or standing watch. During sleep, you have the unconscious condition. After you finish a long rest, you must wait at least 16 hours before starting another one. Benefits of the rest. To start a long rest, you must have at least 1 hit point. Interesting. I mean, I suppose that makes sense. It's interesting to clarify, but sure. Regain all HP. You regain all lost hit points and all spent hit dice. If your hit point maximum was reduced, it returns to normal. Ability scores restored? Sure. Exhaustion reduced? Sure. Some features are recharged by a long rest. If you have such a feature, it recharges in the way specified in its description. Interrupting the rest. A long rest is stopped by the following interruptions. Rolling initiative, casting a spell other than a cantrip. Sure. Taking damage. 1 hour of walking or other physical exertion. If you rested at least 1 hour before the interruption, you gain the benefits of a short rest. Great. You can resume a long rest immediately after an interruption. If you do so, the rest requires 1 additional hour per interruption to finish. Sure. I think these are both new. And I like both of them. I will mock freedom mutants for as long as I live, and you should. I think these are both new, and I like both of them. I could be wrong. They might not be both new. But I like them. Each weapon, spell, and damaging monster ability specifies the damage it deals. If there's a penalty to the damage, it's possible to deal 0 damage, but not negative damage. Sure. That's all the same. When you score a crit, you deal extra damage. Roll the attack's damage dice twice, add them together, and add any relevant modifiers as normal. I prefer brutal criticals, where you add the max damage that an attack can do and then roll on top of that. Because then I think it's lame for critical hits to do less damage ever than a normal hit. I think that's just like kind of on its face, kind of lame. So I prefer brutal criticals, but I think it's fine as a default rule. I'm not married to it. I'm not, you know, I'm not going to die on this hill. I will always prefer gritty resting. Well, I do like gritty resting. I will be really happy if when the DMG comes out, they have a glossary of optional rules. If they put all of the optional or variant rules all in a little category, just like this chapter 1, I will like that a lot. That'd be cool. I would like to Eldritch Blast in my sleep. Snake Eyes suck. Exactly. Snake Eyes suck. So, yeah. I prefer brutal criticals, but I get it not being the default. That's fine. Saving throws and damage. Damage against multiple targets. When you create a damaging effect that forces 2 or more targets to make a saving throw against it at the same time, roll the damage once for all the targets. Sure. Half damage. Rounded down. Yep. All right. Damage types. Each instance of damage has type, like fire or slashing. Damage types are listed in the rules glossary and have no rules of their own, but other rules such as resistance rely on damage types. I kind of wish they had rules of their own, but I get it. I will be interested to see if they go more into resistances and vulnerabilities. I think that they were a bit underbaked. Like, I think they could have been utilized to a wider degree and a wider variety in 514. But we'll see. We'll see if they do. I was about to say, yeah, like fire damage doing ignition would be cool, but also extra effort for the DM. Yeah, exactly. Like, I get why they're not a thing, but if you're going to have them at all, I think they should be, like, pretty distinctly utilized. Can I help you? Do you want to say something? You have the floor. Do you want to make a comment? Her comment is very soft licks. Oh, and a single paw. A single very big paw. I appreciate your weigh-in, Bird. These are important things that you have brought to the discussion and brought to the table. And I will promise to consider them. But you have no representation in this Congress. So, you are an advisory role only. Good doggy. My favorite damage type is grape. Yeah, it's like if they're not going to be heavily utilized, just make it fucking magic and not magic damage. Sister, you're okay. She's fine. Yeah, it's like if you're not going to heavily utilize it, just make it super basic, like Daggerheart. But if you're going to have all of these things all over the place, then utilize these a little bit more. That is all the same. Orders of application. Okay, yeah. This is good to clarify. I don't think that this is directly clarified in 514, even though I think this is how it still works in that. Girl. How close are we to a break? All right. You got to make it 10 more minutes. And then I will pander to you because you shouldn't need to go out right now because I took you out before stream, which was like 3 hours ago. And you pooped already this morning. But I think she's just mad because Paige is taking a shower, and so she can't get to her. You can leave now, Megan. The real star was here, yeah. That was Bird with the dog news. Back to you, Jack. The dog news. Okay. Anyways, immunity. Sure. Healing. Hit points can be restored. Yup. That's all right. When a creature drops 0 hit points, it either dies outright or falls unconscious. Sure. Instant death. Monster death. A monster dies the instant it drops to 0 HP. Although a dungeon master can ignore this rule for an individual monster and treat it like a character. Sure, that's how it already works. HP maximum of 0. A creature dies if its hit point maximum reaches 0. Hilarious thing to have to clarify. Sure, certain effects drain life energy, reducing a creature's hit point maximum. Is this going to be more common in 524? Like, I guess I'm glad they're clarifying it, but I'm wondering how common it is that they need a bespoke section for it. TBH, that was kind of my thinking with my TTRPG. The damage type is magic. The effect is held in the spell, e.g. invoke terrestrial fire would put some sort of burning malice on targets. Sure, yeah. I mean, it's like if you're going to break out all of the damage into all of these different types, you gotta utilize those. Otherwise, there's not much point, I think. This book just makes me want to see the other two even harder now. I know. There's so many things that are kind of slightly different that I'm like, are they just like covering their bases? Or are there going to be a lot of things that drain life energy? Because that's kind of interesting if there is. Massive damage. When damage reduces a character to 0 HP and damage remains, the character dies if the remainder equals or exceeds their HP maximum. Sure. Character demise. There are ways to bring them back. Falling unconscious. If you reach 0 HP and don't die instantly, you have unconscious condition until you regain any HP, and you now face making death saving throws. Dun dun dun. Sure. Death saving throws, 3 successes, failures. That's all the same. Rolling a 1 or 20 is the same. Damage at 0 hit points. Stabilizing a character. A stable creature doesn't make death saving throws, even though it has 0 HP. Temporary HP. Lose temporary HP first. Duration. Temporary hit points last until they're depleted, or you finish a long rest. Totally. Temp HP doesn't stack. Absolutely. You know what? I'll say it. I'll be brave. I kind of wish they did. Honestly, I think it'd be kind of fun if they did. It would be unbalanced as hell right now. You would really have to rebalance a lot of shit. But I kind of wish they stacked. I think it's kind of lame that they don't. This is not like a what would be good or bad for the game. This is purely a vibes-based thing. I think it's kind of lame that they don't stack. Lame mechanics are sometimes necessary, but I think it's lame. And I'll be brave. Twilight Cleric, stop. It wouldn't be that bad. I'd expand on this with my sorcerer thoughts, but maybe I should save that. We'll see. I am. Oh, man. It wouldn't be that bad. Maybe, like, temp HP from the same source doesn't stack. So, like, if you get, like, temp HP from, like, the same source every turn, like, a la Twilight Cleric, maybe that doesn't stack. But I kind of think it'd be fun if temp HP stacked. If that was, like, a whole thing of, like, trying to, like build up this fucking shield on someone. I think that'd be fun. She is ridiculous. She has such bad separation anxiety. And we're trying to work on it, which is why I'm ignoring her. If you hear her yelps and growls, just know that she is so loved. And we take care of her so well. But she cannot be without us for more than like 2 seconds. She is roaring. I know. Anyways, what about if you get inspiring leader from all party members? This is again. This is not a balancing discussion. If we were to implement what I'm talking about right now, it would be a catastrophe. I get that. But it's like, I think it'd be cool if they could stack and if we could rebalance things to figure that out. I think that'd be cooler. If you did it right now, can't. You just can't. We don't need armor of Agathis plus 500 temp HP. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, but I think that'd be cool if you did rebalance everything, which you would have to do. You would have to move like armor of Agathis like up a spell slot or something. Like you would definitely have to make it more expensive. But yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be cool. Anyways. Conditions. Big condition glossary. I don't think there's anything new in here. Yeah, I think these are all standard, but I like linking all of them. Duration. The condition lasts for a duration specified by the effect that imposed the condition or until the condition is countered. The prone condition is countered by standing up, for example. Sure. Conditions don't stack. Yeah, that one just makes sense. The exhaustion condition is an exception. Sure. Combat and damage example. All right. Probably the longest example yet. Okay, Chapter 1. Chapter 1 in the books. Dude, just at base, without having read, the rest of anything, great Chapter 1. I love laying out all of these rules in pretty quick succession and saving a lot of the nuance on them for the rules glossary. Like saving a lot of the for example, the conditions. Just listing them out in this list and then being like, if you want to see what they all do, go check out the rules glossary. Fantastic. Love it. So that way people have a general sense of the game when they're going into creating a character. Yeah. First things first, I guess this is like the preface and introduction. It's like the replacement for that. No, I guess there's still an introduction. Yeah, I just like this being the chapter 1. I think it was well laid out. I think it covered most of what it needed to, at least from my perspective so far. Yeah. So far, if I'm trying to teach someone D&D, I'm showing them the 2024 book. I think it has done a better job of explaining the game so far. I really, really like it. TBH, I was pessimistic, but so far so good. I know, I agree. If they, and we'll see how they do with classes, with species. We'll see how they do with all that. But that sort of stuff can always be mixed and matched. You can always grab rules from 514. Because everything, to their credit, everything seems very interlockable with 514. So I think you could, if you didn't like, say 524's Barbarian, with just the way that these are laid out, you could easily sub in 514's Barbarian. Just a heads up, Matt and Spencer are also live right now doing a Daggerheart update. Ooh, Daggerheart update. Well, I saw that they just announced that that Daggerheart 1.0 is shipping in spring of 2025, I think. Which that's cool. Set spoilers should say, but that's not super significant. Yeah, I'm
take
not.
a break.
Ooh, take a break. Look, I'm not a breaking news bucko. This is a bit of an exception. I will definitely do a stream when Daggerheart 1.0 drops. But I'm probably not going to really intensely follow the news up until then. But I'm going to take a break real quick, and then we will be back to start creating character. And you know what? I'll probably create a character just like following along. I'm just going to create my character as it tells me to. We'll do it. Break. Goodbye. 1 second. See you later. Farewell. what's up? Oh, I was too slow. Normally, I can hear when my mic pops in, so that's why I always do the hey, because if I hold it, it lets me know when I'm ready. All right, let's create a character. Create a character. And now I'm going to finally use the notes. Creating a character. Let's do it. Create a character. And I'm going to create the character not in D&D Beyond. I'm going to make my choices over here because not everyone will want to use or be able to use D&D Beyond. And I'm doing all of this on D&D Beyond because it's way easier to show on stream, and it was cheaper than buying a physical one. So let's see. You can make a character for Dungeons and Dragons using the building blocks in this book. Your character is a combination of game statistics, role-playing hooks, and your imagination. You choose a class, such as fighter or wizard, a background, such as sailor or acolyte, and a species, such as human or elf. You also invent the personality and appearance of your character. Once completed, your character serves as your avatar in the D&D multiverse. Get ready. Talk with your DM? Sure, bet. Session 0. Nice. I like those. Choose a character sheet. Okay. Sure. Choose a class. Determine origin. Determine ability scores. Choose an alignment. Gross. We're still using that, huh? We're still using that. Interesting. Fill in details. We're still using it, and it's 4 out of 5 things. I don't know about that. Step 1, choose a class. Choose a class and write on your character sheet. The class overview table summarizes the classes. See Chapter 3 for the class's details. Class overview. Barbarian likes battle. Okay. You know? Okay. I'm into it. I'm into the likes. I'm into the complexity. Sure. It's kind of funny. Likes gods. It's a little funny, a little silly, but you know what? From a new player perspective, I'm down with it. I'm down with it. That's fine. Hungry is the best alignment. You like the classifications? It also makes the mad more obvious. It does. Yeah, it makes the mad more obvious. It's, it's very like level 1. I don't know how much you can really classify them like this, but also speaking of like the book communicating its intentions, it's like, okay, the fighter likes weapons. I'm gonna be looking at fighter now and being like, hey, does the fighter revolve around weapons? Like, is that actually reflected in the class? So I like that. It'll be interesting. Especially these 3. Interesting. But yeah. Yeah, like I said, it's a little silly, it's a little cheesy, but I'm kind of into it. Yeah. How high is monk complexity? It says high. Like, are you, oh wait, how is monk high complexity? I would say that monk is high complexity, because if you don't know how to use it, you will not understand that how you're supposed to operate within a combat, because monk's style within a combat of like moving around a lot is not really represented in any other mechanics and not really supported by any other mechanics. and it is like very their own thing. I think it's just that they just behave in combat so much differently than most of the other classes. So I'd say that's why they're high complexity, even though they like remove armor and on top of that they have an incredibly flexible class resource. So I think it's fair. I would never tell a new player to play monk. I would tell them to play fighter 10 times out of 10 before I told them to play monk if it was a new player. So it's like, in terms of martials, I think paladin's simpler. I think rogue is simpler. Barbarian is simpler. I'd say they're probably the hardest martial, or the most complex martial. I would say. I think it's effective as a quick pitch for each character to give new players a direction to go in for which class to look into. I agree. Yeah. It's like I said, it's a little weird, but I'm into it. Yeah. Compared to Barb, Defo, though that depends on subclass, Battlemaster is not simple. True. Yeah, true. But each one, like, even if we compare, like, the simplest monk subclass, which I'd say is probably open hand, maybe drunken master, arguably. Is that what it's called, drunken master? I think. If we compare like those to the simplest fighter subclass, which is champion, I think that fighter still comes out pretty on top. There are definitely, and I like that about subclasses. I'm gonna actually kind of have my eyes out. I think that having some subclasses be very simple and straightforward and some be incredibly complex is cool. And I like that about fighter, that it has that. So I'm kind of going to be on the lookout for that. Let's see. Balanced party. A classic D&D party comprises a cleric, fighter, rogue, and wizard. Those four classes have the longest history in the game, but more importantly, they bring a balanced mix of capabilities to adventures. You're welcome to use that party setup or modify it using these guidelines. Cleric, replace with bard or druid. Fighter, replace barbarian, monk, paladin, or ranger. Rogue, replace with bard or ranger. Bard gets to be in 3 out of the 4, huh? I wonder what that says. Huh? Wizard, replace with bard, sorcerer, or warlock. I mean, again, great for new players. I love it. If I put myself back into 2014 Mega, trying to learn 5e for the first time, no TTRPG experience, this is great. Little funny, but good. Jack of all trades, insert Mega is a bard joking. Lol. Yeah. Write your level. Write your XP. Start at a higher level. Sure. If you start at 3rd level or higher, write your chosen subclass. Oh! So are they all at 3? Or just that you get them all by 3? We'll see. Note armor training. Your class might have given you training with certain categories of armor. Sure. Hold that thought. You'll fill in more details later. Determine origin. Okay, we're a warlock. And we're level 1. And experience is 0. All right. Determine origin. Choose a background. Wait, what? Wait. I need to read this from the beginning. You can choose any of the backgrounds detailed in Chapter 4. Your DM might offer additional backgrounds as options. The background you choose influences Step 3 when you determine your character's ability scores. If you're having trouble choosing, the ability scores and backgrounds table shows which backgrounds benefit which ability scores. Oh. Yeah, bet. Okay. Cool. Yeah. I'm into all these like little default charts. These are cool. Again, not something that I will be like heavily utilizing, but cool. All right, we'll do a classic warlock one. We'll do charlatan. I mean, maybe I'll change it, but we'll do charlatan for now. Record your feat. A background gives you a feat. Love it. Classic level 1 feat. Well liked, well loved. The plagiarist class strikes again. Bard is sleeping with the wizard, cleric, and druid. Exactly. Note proficiencies. Your background gives proficiency in 2 skills and with 1 tool. Just blanket like that. I like for them all to just give 2 skills, 1 tool. Pfft, done. I like that. 4 backgrounds. Classes, it can be different. I am not mad at the conceit of like skill monkey classes. But for backgrounds, 2 skills, 1 tool, bam. Which is basically how it is in 5e, except with some of them. Yeah. Let's see. Choose starting equipment. Your background and class both provide starting equipment. Okay, sure. Same. Record your chosen equipment. Choose a species. The following species options are detailed in Chapter 4. Default ASMR? Really? Okay. I guess tieflings are default, so ASMR might as well be. Sure, that's fine. Dragonborn, dwarf, elf, gnome, Goliath. Okay. Halfling, human, orc, tiefling. Straight up orc, not half orc. And no half elf. Interesting. No half elf and orc instead of half orc. Interesting. I don't hate it. I think that half species should either be a mix and match mechanic, or they should be like a sub race of an existing race. I don't like the distinction of elf and half elf in 5.14. So I'm down with this. ASMR still stands out to me as weird, but I guess I get it. That's fine. Size and speed are determined by the character species. Cool. Imagine your present and past. Choose languages. Your character knows at least 3 languages. Whew. Common plus 2 languages you roll or choose from. The standard languages table. All right, sure, okay. Oh, it's right here. Okay. Oh, and it has their like family tree. But they're all from Sigil. Oh, and Common Sign Language, CSL, is its own discrete language. Okay. I don't mind it. Languages were a little weird. I'm fine with this. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. If you had to make a standard human champion fighter using only PHB materials, like 2014 PHB, how good would your backstory characterization be, knowing you had to make the character memorable one way or another? How good would it be? I mean, I think that good is subjective. But I put the same amount. I mean, the way that I normally make characters is I normally start with a personality and an idea of who they are, and then I pick things to facilitate that fantasy in my brain. So, like, the second most recent character I made, Eudokia, I knew pretty much everything about Eudokia before I picked her class, before I picked her race, all that. And then I picked Aberrant Mind Sorcerer because it fit her the best. So it would be rare that I would start from the concept of like, I have to make a champion fighter. But I could. I obviously could do it. It would just be, I would start with like, what do I want to do as this person? So like, if I'm a champion fighter, how do I want that to express? I may go down like the gladiatorial route. Yeah, I don't know. I think I would try. I think the short answer is probably I would try just as hard as if I was, had full freedom in what I chose. I would, yeah. I usually go mechanics backwards into character stuff, but that's probably not standard. I honestly don't know. I don't know if it's standard or not, frankly. I don't really know how people do it. But yeah, if I had to make it, I think there's a lot of, I know that Grog is obviously not a fighter. He's a barbarian. But I think that looking at his like strongman arc and like the nuance that is presented within Grog of like who a strongman is, what type of flaws they have, what type of goals they have, and like the way that presents in a nuanced way, I think is a good place to start. Because champion fighter is going to have similar vibes to barbarian or not. You could also present them as much more technical and just like a master of their craft. I think there's a lot of directions you could go with it. D&D verse is polyglot. Americans feel 2 inches tall. Hey, that's what we got to make trades. We get to use imperial units, and we get to feel bad about our lack of language proficiencies. I'm a barbarian who knows CSL. Hell yeah. The rare language table lists languages that are either secret or derived from other planes of existence and thus less widespread in the worlds of the material plane. Some features let a character learn a rare language. Yeah, I'm into it. Abyssal, Celestial, yeah. Sure. Yeah, I'm totally into that. Primordial includes Aquan, Aran, Ignan, and Terran dialects. Sure. Determine ability scores. Classic, standard array, classic rolling, and classic point buy. Sure. Oh, ability point costs. Yeah, sure. And it's the same costs, I assume. Yeah, 27, 3 9s. Yeah, okay. Assign ability scores. Standard array by class. Whoa. Fuck yeah. I mean, there's no shot I'm ever following this because I don't use standard array. But great for new players. Awesome. Yeah, sick. Very, very sick. After assigning your ability scores, adjust them according to your background. Your background lists 3 abilities. Increase one of those scores by 2 and a different by 1, or increase all 3 by 1. Oh. I'm into it. The background has 3 options. Yeah. I like there being a few more options. I like it not being tied to species. I like it being tied to background. Yeah. That's cool. Sure. Okay. Yeah, totally. Makes sense. Determine ability modifiers. Standard. Describe appearance and personality. What is this? Wait, what? Oh. Oh. Okay. Sure. These are cool. I actually really like this. I like this. Yeah. For a high strength and low strength version. Or like a high and a low version for all of them. Yeah, it gives a very like easy way to like people often ask, like, how do you role play low charisma? That is a question, or low intelligence. That's a question I've gotten on stream several times. How to roleplay charisma, low charisma, how to roleplay low intelligence. like artless, illogical, uninformed, frivolous, pedantic, humorless, reserved, tactless. Yeah. I love these little tables. Honestly, I wish they were even bigger. I wish they were like a D6 or something. But these are great. A lot of really good new player stuff in here. And even some returning player stuff. I like this. Yeah. I don't know if you're doing exactly this, but it would be neat if someone tallied all the changes they liked versus disliked and see what the number was. Yeah, I'm not doing that. But so far, I will say it's a broad like. Right now, it's like 90% like. Now, obviously, we'll see when we get more into it. But right now, it's like a very broad thumbs up. Barbarian has higher int than charisma. Yeah. Yeah. Which I can sort of see, honestly. Because Barbarian's really like you're just away from civilized society. I know that we've kind of typecast them into like the Oonga Boonga type role. But I don't think it makes that little of sense. What does kind of not make a lot of sense to me is that Barbarian has a higher combined int and whiz than the fighter. I don't know about that one, Chief, but yeah, these are, I would say, certainly not perfect, but they're fine. Also kind of telling on which skills are most important. Con never has an 8. Dex only has an 8 for the Cleric, and that's it. A little bit telling on what the game considers to be the most important characteristics. Kind of interesting. Ranger's 8 when nature's int. Crazy. Honestly, silly. But yeah. I don't know. Like I said, some of these, I would never use them, but I think it's still good for new players. I still like it for new players. Let's see. I'm laughing at pedantry being low charisma. I hate pedantic speech so much. Yeah, it's great. I fucking love it. Yeah. Yeah, it's really cool. I like these. Delightful words to bring to the fore. Yeah, ARO. Can I just skip it? Sure, whatever. Yeah. I'm glad that they're giving little biddies for it, but I'm not going to use it, so I'm going to skip it. Thumbs down. Cool that they have personality traits. By them, but I'm still not gonna do it. I'll be straight up with you guys. I'll wear my heart on my sleeve. Okay. Note the numbers. Passive perception. Level 1 hit points by class. Sure. I think all these are the same. Initiative, AC, attacks, spellcasting. Name your character. Create final details. Level advancement. All right. These are all pretty much the same, I think. Fixed HP by class. Always take the average. We know this. We know this to be true. Wait. 7 plus con? Oh, yeah. D12. What am I talking about? Yeah. Tiers of play. Okay, they still got the tiers of play. Sure. Bonus feats at level 20. Yup. Starting at higher levels. Creating your character. Starting equipment. Oh, starting equipment at higher levels is nice. I like that. I've always been kind of uncertain about it, so I like it. Interesting. I can't believe they forgot about Hungry again. Can't believe they forgot about Dirge. Multi-classing allows you to gain levels in multiple classes. With this rule, you have the option of gaining a level in a new class when you advance in the level instead of gaining a level in your current class. Doing so lets you mix the abilities of those classes to realize a character concept that might not be reflected in a single class. To qualify for a new class, you must have a score of at least 13 in the primary ability. Oh, that's nice that they've determined primary abilities for all the classes and that makes it simpler for multiclassing. I like that. All right. Experience points. Hit points and hit dice. You gain hit points. Did hit points or did hit die change at all? If these dice are of the same type, you can pool them together. For example, both fighter and paladin have a d10. So if you're a 5 fighter, 5 paladin, you'll have 10 d10. Okay, yeah. So that's all the same. Prof bonus, proficiencies, class features, extra attack, spellcasting. Multiclassing spellcasters, sure. Spells prepared. You determine what spells you can prepare for each class individually. Sure. Okay. Cantrip. If a cantrip of yours increases in power at higher levels, the increase is based on your total character level, unless the spell says otherwise. Sure. Okay. Oh, wait, let's see. All your levels in Bard, Cleric, Druid, Sorcerer, Wizard. Half your levels in Paladin, Ranger. Third of your levels in Fighter, Rogue. If you have Eldritch Knight or Arcane Trickster. They don't mention Warlock, so Warlock's probably still packed. That's fine with me. I like them being unique. Packed magic. All right. You can use spell slots gained from packed magic to cast spells you have prepared from classes with the spellcasting feature. Oh! If you have the packed magic spellcasting, you can use the spell slots you gain from packed magic to cast spells you have prepared from classes with the spellcasting feature? Whoa! That's different. Interesting. This isn't new? It is new. It absolutely is new. What? What are you guys talking about? Packed magic, packed slots did not overlap with spellcasting. Am I smoking weed? Cast one of your spell slots, spells known. Am I insane in the membrane? Maybe I am. Maybe I am insane in the membrane. Let's see. It'll probably be in multiclassing. To be fair, I don't think I've ever multiclassed a Warlock, so it's never come up. And I've never DM'd for a multiclassed Warlock, which I know is kind of weird. That's a really common multiclass. Let's see. Spell slots. Oh! I am wrong. Okay. I think maybe I got it confused in my head. Well, maybe I'm wrong about this too, though. Am I wrong in saying that for Paladin Smites, you are not able to use Warlock Pact Magic? I thought that was a really common misconception, that Divine Smites had to use spellcasting slots. But it doesn't even say that. It just says one spell slot. So maybe I'm wrong about that as well. I don't know, actually. Insane in the membrane. Okay. There you go. You learn something new. Yeah, the only Warlock that I even thought about multiclassing was I was thinking about multiclassing them with a Marshal. So it never came up. It's the reason that Coffee Lock is a thing. But Coffee Lock is not spending other spells. It is using Warlock spells to generate sorcerer points. I thought that was the main conceit. So I thought that like spells gained from the two features couldn't mix, but the reason that Coffee Lock was a thing was because you used like the actual what the fuck is that? Is that a bug? Oh, it was a bug. Get out of here. Ah! Get off my monitor. Because the actual like convert spells or the convert spell points feature was the one that like didn't specify. Huh. Interesting. All right. You learn something new every day. Trinkets. Trinkets. Look, I get it. But this is one thing where I'm maybe like, maybe let's not take up space with it. Like, it's just like purely flavor stuff. That's, I don't know. Maybe it's a little harsh, but I'm kind of like, meh. We can, use the room for other things or just reduce page count. All right. Character class. Chapter offers 12 classes, each of which contain 4 subclasses, all summarized below. No artificer? Holy shit. I actually didn't think about that there was no artificer. That's interesting. I'm kind of surprised that there's no artificer. All right. Barbarian, Berserker, Wildheart, World Tree, Zealot. Okay. Reduce page count to letter. Hear that? Lol. Bard, perform spells. Dance? Okay. Glamour, lore, valor. Sure. Wow. Not offering a plethora of cleric subclasses. Interesting. Life, light, trickery, war. Land, moon, sea, stars. You know what? That is a much cleaner way to present Druid, sure. Fighter, Battlemaster, Champion, Eldritch Knight, Psy Warrior. Okay. Monk, Mercy, Shadow, Elements, Open Hand. Well, we'll see if the Elements is better. How else are they supposed to sell the Eberron book? Facts. Having 4 subclasses each in the PHB is great. I mean, it's giving me hope that they put them all on the same level. I really hope that they're all just on like level 3. We'll see though. So yeah, but I like, it's the same thing with the backgrounds. I like that the backgrounds all give 2 proficiencies, 2 skill proficiencies, 1 tool proficiency. They have 3 options and all of them, and you get to like, 2 in one, 1 in another, or 1 across all 3. I like the standardization. It makes it so much easier to release new content without totally unbalancing everything. To have them all have this like standard progression. Way, way better, I think. Paladin, Devotion, Glory, Ancient's Vengeance. Sure. Ranger, Beast Master, we'll see. Fey Wanderer, Gloomstalker, Hunter, sure. Rogue, Arcane Trickster, Assassin, Soul Knife, Thief. So funny that the Rogue and the Fighter both just got their PHB ones +1 from Tasha's because everyone liked the Tasha's ones so much. Sorcerer, Aberrant Sorcery, Clockwork, Draconic, Wild. Sure, that all makes sense to me. Archfey, Celestial Fiend, Great Old One. Also makes sense. Wizard. I didn't think about the fact that Wizard would get cut down. Okay. Abjurer, Diviner, Evoker, Illusionist. We'll see. All right. Should I look through each class? Or should I go... I'm going to look through each class. I was just about to say, or should I just like make mine? But I'm going to look through each class. Primary ability. Strength. Love it. Hit point die. 12. 12 per barbarian level is a little bit of a weird way to phrase it to me, but I get it. Saving throw proficiencies. Skill proficiencies. Choose 2 amongst these. Sure. Symbol and martials. Light and medium armor and shields. Starting equipment, A or B. Sure. Classic. Can you say what you hope each class got? What I hope Barbarian got is nothing. I hope they largely left Barbarian alone and the majority of what they did was like clean up its subclasses. I think the Barbarian had a little bit of a subclass problem, where their subclasses were probably on the order of all the classes. I think they had maybe the most unbalanced subclasses when compared to each other. So I hope that the subclasses are a little bit more in line with each other, and that largely Barbarian has not been touched. That is what I hope. Very fair, thank you. Yeah, because I think that Barbarian was just like a solid class. So, let's see. Oh. Okay. Gain all the traits in the core Barbarian traits table. So, okay, so these are all the core Barbarian traits. Cool, okay. Gain the following traits from the core Barbarian traits table. Hit point die, proficiency with martial weapons, and training with shields. Oh! Interesting. Opening up some multi-class optionality a little bit. Gain the Barbarian's level 1 features, which are listed. Okay. Or being a little bit more specific about it. I'm into it. Multiclassing is still a little bit clunky in D&D so far as they presented it to me, but I like that they're at least approaching a little bit more formal. Barbarian leveling progress was really uneven. Same issue with Rogues in 2014, especially with level 9 being mostly ribbon for a lot of subclasses was annoying. I mean, that is where just in general, I hope that they standardize progression. Like, I hope that like all classes have a ribbon ability at 7. All classes have an ASI or a feat choice at 6. What have you. And then if you like, for example, I know that fighters like identity was that they got more feats, but you could replace like, you know, when another class gets like a specific thing that is maybe equivalent to a feat, like a big power spike ability, that's when the fighter gets it. But I think having everyone be like, you know, this is like a ribbon ability, this is like an actual power-up ability, getting them all at like a standard progression, I would really, really like. Because again, I think it makes multiclassing easier and cleaner. I think it makes balancing so much cleaner. It makes homebrew creation so much easier. Yeah. So let's see. Rage, unarmored defense, weapon mastery. Ho, ho, ho. Santa Claus. Oh, and there's like a weapon mastery table or column. Okay, they still have rage damage. They still have rages. Perfect. Not mad at that. Danger sense, reckless attack. Great. Barbarian subclass, primal knowledge. Sure. Yeah. All this looks fine. We will see. A lot of it seems really similar. Okay. Rage. Enter as a bonus action if you aren't wearing heavy armor. Sure. You enter your rage a number of times as shown. You regain... Oh! That's kind of nice. You regain 1 expended use when you finish a short rest, and you regain all when you finish a long rest. That's kind of cool. I'm kind of into that. Because before, it was like a pretty hard line between like there are short rest classes and there are long rest classes. Boom, boom. And then like a couple had a few things like arcane recovery for wizards, but largely there was a pretty hard line. But I kind of like this of 1 expended use on a short rest and all of them on a long rest. I like that. That's cool. I'm into it. Warlock buff. We'll see. Oh, because the party will be more willing to take short rests? Yeah. True. Facts. Damage resistance. Right? Standard. Rage damage. Yup. Strength advantage. Absolutely. Concentration or spells. Sure. Duration. It lasts until the end of your next turn, and it ends early if you don heavy armor or have the incapacitated condition. If your rage is still active on your next turn, you can extend the rage for another round by doing one of the following. Make an attack roll against an enemy. Force an enemy to make a saving throw. Take a bonus action. I like it. I like it. I think one of my... Well, actually, it's a good... Like, one of my only real issues with Rage is that it did give you out-of-combat utility with strength advantage, but it was hard to utilize out-of-combat. You know what? I should pull up the comparison. But it was hard to utilize out-of-combat because the only ways to keep up the Rage is that you have to attack or take damage. You could end as a bonus action, sure, but so I like that. A bonus action to extend your rage makes it viable out of combat, and makes it a much more aggressive feature in general. Like, obviously, it still gives you the damage resistance, but to keep it up, you either have to do the bonus action or you have to make an attack roll. You have to be aggressive. So I think it's solidifying the out-of-combat utility as well as solidifying it as this, like, aggressive ability. I like it. I think those are good. It says attack a hostile creature. Yeah. So you have the options now. Before, you couldn't extend it if you didn't attack or take damage. Those were the only ways to extend it. So I like the bonus action to extend. That's great. Yeah, that's really, really cool. Each time the rage is extended, it lasts until the end of your next turn. You can maintain rage for up to 10 minutes. Absolutely. Totally. Yeah, that's really cool. I like that. Unarmored defense. While you aren't wearing any armor, your base armor class equals 10 plus dex and con. Little mad. I would prefer for unarmored defense to... if it were up to me, unarmored defense would have a higher baseline, but only scale with one of your two modifiers. That would be my preference for, like, all unarmored defenses. So monks as well. Just to make the classes a little bit less mad. Because right now, if you want to be the best dangdest barbarian you can be, you kind of have to dump all your abilities into dex, constitution, and strength. You kind of just have to. Because rage damage only procs when you make an attack using strength. And strength advantage uses strength. So you've basically got 3 required attributes. Which I don't love. But it is what it is. So getting injured doesn't count anymore? Yeah, it looks like. Which I'm fine with that. If I had to pick one or the other, I would much rather take this. Your training with weapons allows you to use the mastery properties of 2 kinds of simple or martial melee weapons of your choice, such as great axes or hand axes. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can practice weapon drills and change one of those weapon choices. Very flexible. When you reach certain barbarian levels, you gain the ability to use the mastery properties of more kinds of weapons, as shown in the weapon mastery column of the barbarian features table. Okay. You know what? Let's go look up mastery properties at this point. We've gotten to the point I think we need to know them. Each weapon has a mastery property, which is usable only by a character who has a feature, such as weapon mastery, that unlocks the property for that character. The properties are defined below. Each weapon. Good. I like that each weapon has one. Cleave. If you hit a creature with a melee attack roll using this weapon, you can make a melee attack roll with the weapon against the second creature within 5 feet of the first that is also within your reach. Sure. Okay, cool. Graze. If your attack roll with this weapon misses the creature, you can deal damage to that creature equal to the ability modifier. Cool. Basically tenacity from BG3. Love it. This damage is the same type dealt by the weapon, and the damage can be increased only by increasing the ability modifier. Sure. Nick. When you make the extra attack of the light property, you can make it as part of the attack action instead of as a bonus action. Interesting. Push. If you hit a creature with this weapon, you can push the creature up to 10 feet straight away from you, from yourself, if it is larger or smaller. Just straight up. I'm into it. Sap. If you hit a creature with this weapon, the creature has disadvantage on its next attack roll before the start of your next turn. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. Slow. If you hit a creature with this weapon and deal damage to it, you can reduce its speed by 10 until the start of your next turn. If the creature is hit more than once by weapons that have this property, the speed reduction doesn't exceed 10 feet. Lame! Cowards! Let it! Cowards! Nah, that's fine. That's fine. But they're still cowards. Topple. If you hit a creature with this weapon, you can force the creature to make a con saving throw, DC 8, plus the ability modifier used to make the attack roll, and your prof bonus. On a failed save, the creature has a prone condition. Wow, so they're taking... Interesting. They are taking a lot of the things about combat that I had kind of wished were like all of these like different like bonus actions, or you know, were more represented within 5e combat with like the shove action and all of these things. I wish they had been more represented, and they moved them into weapon masteries. And the weapon masteries all just kind of fucking do it. It's just like if you hit it, you just get it. Which is interesting. It's interesting, and it gives like a reason for marshals to like carry around more than one weapon and like think about the weapon they're going to utilize as part of the combat that they're in. There's maybe some strategic decisions in like which weapon you're going to use based on its mastery. You can switch masteries really easily, at least with the Barbarian. Vex. If you hit a creature with this weapon and deal damage to that creature, you have advantage on your next attack roll against that creature before the end of your next turn. Yeah, wow. Cool. These are way more powerful than I remember them being in the beta, which I think is good. I'm glad. I'm into it. They're almost they feel sort of invocation adjacent, where like marshals can like switch out weapons depending on what mastery properties they want to access. That gives marshals like an interesting build decision every day, kind of like spellcasters have. I like it. I like it. They made dual wielding actually pretty decent. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm into it. That would be broken on fighters. the slowing. I know. Let it be. No, that's fine. I get it. Vex, what's she doing here? Where'd you come from? Yeah. Cool. I'm into it. I honestly, I kind of just wish there were more, but I get why there aren't. Level 2, Danger Sense. You get an Uncanny Sense. Sure. Reckless Attack. Again, attack rolls using Strength. Yep, sure. Classic. Barbarian Subclass. Great. Primal Knowledge. You gain proficiency in another skill of your choice. Sure, whatever. In addition, while your rage is active, you can channel primal power when you attempt certain tasks. Whenever you make an ability check using one of the following skills, you can make it as a strength check. Huh. While your rage is active. Wow, giving rage some, like, really distinct out-of-combat utility. I'm fucking into it. Yeah. I'm absolutely into that. I love it. Yeah, give the classes featured ability, their main unique thing, both in combat and out of combat utility. Even if the out of combat utility is fucking simple, this absolutely gives it distinct utility. And you still have to like use your rage. It's not just like you get these passively. So it's not like, I think the most interesting thing about this to me is it's reminiscent sort of like reliable talent, but it requires using your rage resource, which gives you something to do during like, you know, more pacifist segments of the campaign. Like reasons to use your rage. That's super cool. I'm into it. I wish there were more, but this is one of my favorite additions in the PHB. The Weapon Master, I agree. What's the verdict so far? How does the book stack up? I'm giving it a thumbs up so far, Mike. I'm giving it a thumbs up. So far, the worst opinion I've had is like, oh, maybe that's wasting a little bit of space. But so far, it's been broad improvement, I would say. I haven't seen anything that I'm like, I hate that. Or I think that that's like going backward. Everything has either been neutral or positive, I think. I'm just getting into the classes, though, which I think is where most of my I hate it opinions might come in. But so far, the Barbarian's doing great. Strength stealth? Yeah! Strength stealth. It's kind of hilarious, but I like it. I'm into it. Like it's a little ridiculous, but like in a fun way that I like. I've had my copy for a week, but I haven't had time to dig into it yet. I'm excited. I'm very excited to keep going. This is going to be a long stream. Everybody better strap in. ASI at level 4. Sure. And you gain the feature again at Barbarian levels 8, 12, 16. Oh, okay. I would love it. I'm going to say it right now. If every class gets ASIs at every 4 levels, at levels 4, 8, 12, and 16, every single class gets them at those levels, I'm very into that. I really hope that that's the case. It might not be, but I would be very into it. I also think it's weird that it's like ability score improvement. You gain the ability score improvement feat or another feat of your choice for which you qualify. It's just like, dude, just call it a feat. They can gain the ability score improvement feat if they want. I don't know. That seems like a little bit of like an editing, not like a faux pas, but like I don't know. I would say that I would just say like gain a feat, and then the ability score improvement feat is one of those feat. Feats. Yeah. Stealth strength. You step on a dead branch, but so hard it doesn't make a sound. You grind it to dust under your foot. It's cool. I'll just have you in the background while I play Dragon Age Guardians, Buff Fighter. What about Buff Fighter? Look, Fighter being the ability score improvement class, I think is a fine class identity, but it's only fine. And especially with this new weapon mastery stuff, I would way prefer Fighter to be more into weapon masteries than ASIs. I would rather see ASIs go to every 4 levels for everyone. We'll see if they do that. I kind of doubt it, but we'll see. They should just call it Gate of Feet. Yeah. Was there anybody who wasn't getting it at level 4 in 2014? No, everyone got it at level 4, but then it was asynchronous after that. So a lot of classes would gain it at different levels after level 4. Minimum salaried book writers, editors, yeah, probably. Extra attack, whee! Fast movement, sure. Feral instincts, sure. Instinctive pounce. Okay, yeah, sure. Brutal strike. You can forego any advantage on one strength-based attack roll of your choice on your turn. Chosen attack roll mustn't using mustn't there is crazy, but it's applicable. I've never seen mustn't written out, I don't think. If the chosen attack roll hits, the target takes an extra 1d10 damage. Oh, it's basically like Great Weapon Master. It's like GWM. It's kind of interesting. It's an improved reckless attack. That's very interesting. And you can cause one brutal strike effect of your choice. Oh, love it. Ooh. I love these sorts of options. This sort of I'm fine with how it's set up right now. Barbarian is Barbarian, so that's fine. But I like these sorts of little choices of like, hey, there's this like kind of specific situation where you can apply an effect of some kind. I think that's a little bit more dynamic for marshals. So I'm liking Barbarian so far. Have you checked out the Barbarian subclass yet? I haven't. We're just going through in order as it's presented. Relentless Rage. Your rage can keep you fighting despite grievous wounds. Sure. Oh, I love a scaling DC. A scaling DC is super fun. Yeah. When you finish a short or long rest, the DC resets to 10. Love that. That's very cool. I don't remember if that's how it was in 14. It might have been that way in 514. Let's see.
Take a break.
Yeah, it was. Okay. Look, I told you I didn't want him to mess with Barbarian too much. I like that. We'll take a break right after. Oh, we're so close. I'm gonna push through this one. You've honed new ways to attack furiously. The following effects are now among your brutal strike options. Great. Love it. Yeah, awesome. Awesome. The only thing that I don't love about this, and I mean, it's hard. It's hard, but I think I would rather these tables be slightly bigger, but you have to commit to them. Like, you have to prep them in the same way that you, like, prep spells. Or in this case, prep, like, weapon masteries, right? I think I would rather there be, like, 5 options and you get to prep 2. Or maybe there's 3 options, you prep 1. I know that that's kind of like a distinct nerf, but I think I'm leaning that direction because generally having a lot of options in the moment is more powerful, a la 514 Druid, being able to pick from, like, any beast stat block that they have access to in the moment for whatever the moment fits. Like, that amount of flexibility is good, but it can also be overwhelming. Like, the more options that you give in the moment, the more overwhelming it can get. But also the more powerful it gets. So I think that prep, like preparing spells, is a good option where you can essentially decide on those options ahead of actually having to use them in the moment, which reduces the flexibility and thereby the power, but makes it easier to interact with as both a new player and a returning player. It makes it like it takes the mental and cognitive load and like offsets it from the actual like stressful decision-making point. But all that said, at level 13, you only have 4 options. You're only working with 4 options. So that's not too many. But I still, that's the way that I lean when I'm looking at a lot of this stuff. That's the way that I lean. I like them having the options, though. And I like it being tied to reckless attack. It's kind of hilarious to have it tied to reckless attack. But I'm into it. Especially Staggering Blow has some great synergy with like monks and like people that might like want to dip in and out of melee. I think this presents a lot of interesting options for a martial. That's awesome. And it's not too overwhelming. I know I just gave that whole speech about not wanting to overwhelm people in the moment, but it's only 4 options. And I also like that they separate them. If you're going to have it be all in the moment decision making, deliver some of them at level 9 and then wait 4 levels and deliver the rest of them. Because then, number 1, you can make them better. And you allow them to get used to these and to experiment with these a little bit before introducing new ones, which is like a really good advantage of like going through the leveling process is you get used to your features and gain like an instinct about when to use them. So I like all that. Yeah. Let's see. Persistent Rage. When you roll initiative, you can regain all expended uses of Rage. Sure. In addition, your rage is so fierce it now lasts for 10 minutes without you needing to do anything to extend it. Cool. Yeah, fuck yeah. Cool. Improved Brutal Strike. Sure. In addition, you can use 2 different Brutal Strike effects. Woo. That's fun. Indomitable Might. Sorry, I just like spaced. If your total for strength check or strength saving throw is less than your strength score, you can use that score in place of the total. You know what? At least it's the total. I think one of the whack-ass things about like reliable talent or eloquence bard is that it's the die roll value. But making it the total makes a lot more sense. And it's like a level 18 feature. So it's like at that point we can start getting a little ridiculous. That's funny. 4, 8, 12, 19 for ASI is the ASI for every class but fighter and rogue in 514, and rogue only gets 1 more at 10th. Well, that's sort of my point. Is it's like how do I say it? That I you know what? I don't even I think I'll withdraw. Cuz I don't have that hard of opinions about the ASI thing. And you're right. It is, with very few exceptions, it is consistent. I think my big thing is that if there is an exception, I want there to be one exception, and it's so weird to me that rogue is just like the exception to everything. So it's like right now the whole ASI thing is kind of the fighter identity, which is fine. And so if everything else was standard and that's just the fighter identity, I'm into it. And it's really, really close to that. So this is not a hill I'm gonna die on. I will retract my participation. Then Primal Champion. Cool. All right. Review of the actual class. I think they made Indomitable Might is unchanged. Yeah, that makes sense. I've never looked at or I've never retained features that high. Like, I can think of some features that are that high, but I couldn't tell you the exact text that they use. Like, I don't actually remember what Stroke of Luck even does for Rogue. I kind of remember what Eldritch Master does. But, like, when we get, like, 16 plus, the features, I stop committing them to memory. Because it's so rare that we get up that high. I remember Primal Champion, and I know it might used to have been a 24 if I remember correctly. But I could be wrong. Oh yeah, it's now 24. Yeah. Kind of random, but there's probably a reason for it. All right. Barbarian subclasses. Before we do Barbarian subclasses, I was supposed to take a break like 3 minutes ago. So I'm going to go and do that. Overall, for Barbarian, I think broad improvement. I didn't want them to mess with it too much, and they didn't. But I think that they solidified it as an aggressive class by not only changing rage to where it doesn't re-up when enemies hit you, and adding all of these additional features or all these additional things to reckless attack. I think they really solidified it as an aggressive class. And I also think that they gave it some solid and consistently solid out of combat options. So even though it's still kind of mad and you're not going to have the option to like go into some other abilities really heavily, they gave you that primal awareness to where you can just sub in your strength, regardless of if the GM wants you to. That, along with the modification where you can re-up rage as a bonus action, I think gives Barbarians a much more refined class identity and allows that identity to be useful outside of combat. So, and in combat, they got more interesting options. Not only do they have weapon masteries, but they now have all of the brutal strike options, which is going to make their combat a lot more dynamic. They're not just going to be casting axe every turn. They're actually going to have some interesting options on what they do. So overall, thumbs up for the Barbarian class. I liked it. I liked it a lot. I'm gonna give it a big old thumbs up. I'm gonna take a break, and I'll be right back. Boop. What up? Hello. All right. So yeah, big ups to the Barbarian. I liked it. And I would say, I know that we had that discussion about like, what are they going for? So if anyone has insight as to what good old Crawford said about what they were going for with the Barbarian, I'd love to know. Or if there's like a link somewhere where I can find it, I'd be super into that. If not, we can go further into the subclasses. I will say, if I was describing it to someone in a little bit more detail than that chart, they seem very aggressive. They seem like they want to be hitting. They want to be putting themselves in the action. They're getting up there. They're hitting people. And I think that is good. So they are, if I had to describe them, I would say they are the aggressive class, which is good. They released YouTube videos talking about each class. Oh, I see. Maybe a bit much to watch them all on stream, though. Let's see how long they are. YouTube, let's just go to YouTube first. And then we'll say D&D 2024 Barbarian. That's Dungeon Dudes. That's Dungeons and Dragons. New Barbarian. Wait, is this the actual? Wait. Is this like the... Oh, okay, it is. Okay. Oh, God, yeah. They're like 25 minutes each. Yeah. If anyone has anything specific that they want me to talk about or that they want me to see, I would take some short time codes or some short clips. But yeah, we'll probably not watch those. Unfortunately. That would take too long. Path of the Berserker. Channel rage into violent fury. Hell yeah. Okay. Frenzy. If you use reckless attack. Oh yeah, I watched a few episodes of Doctor Who and you're still here playing in my basement. What's up, Daniel? If you use reckless attack while your rage is active, you deal extra damage to the first target you hit on your turn with a strength-based attack. Oh wait, something I wanted to check. I forgot that I was going back to check this. Rage. You enter your rage when you make an attack using strength. Wait, pause. Okay. Wait, I gotta confirm that this is indeed different. Because if it's not, I don't want to go on about it. But I think it is different. Yeah, reckless attack is the same. So rage is slightly modified. Rage used to be when you make a melee weapon attack using strength, you gain a bonus to the damage roll. Now, it is when you make an attack using strength with either a weapon, not a melee weapon, or an unarmed attack. No mention of melee here. The only thing that mentions melee is the weapon mastery. Two kinds of simple or martial melee weapons. But I hear dart barbarian. I hear me a dart barbarian is what I hear. If darts are still a thing. So yeah, it is not locking you into melee, just into strength. Has some possibilities. All right, but because Frenzy was like, ooh, it's just a strength-based attack. You missed the obvious opportunity, a Dart-Barian. Oh, you're so right. A Dart-Barian. Bird, what are you doing? Don't eat your own hair. To determine the extra damage, roll a number of d6s equal to your rage damage bonus and add them together. Okay. Clean way to scale it. I like that. Yeah, I like that a lot. It's like you already have this scaling number. Just tie a d6 pool to it and Bob's your uncle. Yeah, that's really slick. And it's a little bit, it's nice for multi-classing constraints because that was a piece of, Sorry, I gotta make sure she's not eating her own hair. Are you eating your own hair down there? She loves to eat her own hair and then vomit it up later. But she's not a cat that can actually like form real hairballs. She's a dog. And so her hairballs come with a shitload of like bile and gross shit. Which I know that like cat hairballs aren't like the cleanest thing in the world, but her hairballs are like worrying. They also affect her appetite. So I got to make sure that she doesn't have any hair to eat. Unfortunately, no bones for gnome throwing. Oh, does throwing not use strength? That sucks. But yeah, I like this because the issue that a lot of people brought up in Tasha's when they had features scale on proficiency is that you could basically do a dip into the class and then still get like the full range of effect as that ability scaled, you know, from your proficiency, which didn't make a lot of sense. But this is a great way to do it. As your rage damage bonus increases, which only increases with your barbarian level, you get some extra d6s. That's cool. That's really, really good. The damage has the same type as the weapon or unarmed strike to use for the attack. They're really hitting home that you can use an unarmed strike. They're really hitting that home, which is kind of interesting. Gnomes don't have the throne property. What? Mindless rage. Same. Retaliation. When you take damage from a creature that is within 5 feet of you, you can take a reaction to make one melee attack against that creature using a weapon or an unarmed strike. So something I'm kind of noticing is like retaliation is very reminiscent of like it's not Pam, is it? It might be Pam, Polearm Master. I can't remember if it's that one or Sentinel. But it's like it reminds me of one of those feats. I said earlier that Brutal Strike reminded me of Great Weapon Master. It seems like they're seeing a lot of the feats that people liked and taking inspiration for character or for class abilities from those feats that people really liked, which I think is a good mindset and a good strategy to be in. That's fair. I mean, an unarmored barbarian is certainly a not uncommon fantasy. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Gnomes aren't weapons or unarmed strikes. Oh, they are. Well, they're improvised weapons, you could say. I would say they're improvised weapons. The question is an improvised weapon a weapon? I would say. I'll say that's the question we have to answer. Which that's probably within the DMG. Intimidating presence. So you can strike terror into others when do so. Each creature of your choice in a 30-foot emanation. You do so. Each creature of your choice in a 30-foot emanation. What is an emanation? An area of effect that extends in straight lines from a creature or object in all directions. The effect that creates an emanation specifies the distance it extends. An emanation moves with the creature or object that is its origin unless it is an instantaneous or stationary effect. An emanation's origin, creature or object, isn't included in the area of effect unless its creator decides otherwise. Fascinating. So this is essentially, instead of it extends in a sphere, I'm into it. Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. Creature, when you do so, each creature of your choice in a 30-foot emanation originating from you must make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, it has frightened. Sure. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, Path of the Berserker, usable. Improvement. Hugely usable. Yeah, super usable. It is just going to make you feel like a more barbarian-y barbarian, which is great. Yeah. especially now that Rage is better. Mindless Rage is also better. Yeah, this is like the champion of Barbarian now, and I love that. It's straightforward. It just makes everything else better. Level 14, it has kind of a unique thing. Yeah, great. No more exhaustion from raging. Yeah, even though they made exhaustion more, not pleasable, more, what do you call it? Interactable. Yeah, still no exhaustion, which is, I think, good. I think that's fine. Path of the Wild Heart. Okay. Animal Speaker. You can cast Beast Sense and speak with animal spells, but only as rituals. Sure. Okay. Rage of the Wilds. Your rage taps into the primal power of animals. Whenever you activate your rage, you gain one of the following options. Yeah, sure. So this is Totem Barbarian. Sure. While your rage is active, you have resistance to every damage except force. Whoa. Okay. A much larger, little bit of a nerf to bear aspect, but that's fine. Bear was kind of the obvious choice before, so I don't mind that. Eagle, when you activate your rage, you can take disengage and dash as part of that bonus action. While rage is active, you can take a bonus action to take both of these actions. Both is a little wacky. Does it mean like you can take either? Or does it mean that both activate? I see that as it means like when you use the bonus action, you get disengage and dash. That's pretty good. That's pretty interesting. Turn you into a little bit of a monk type vibe. Interesting. While your rage is active, all your allies have advantage on attack rolls against any enemy of yours within 5 feet of you. Sure. Straight up. Aspect of the Wilds. Gain one of the following options as of your choice. When you finish a long rest, you can change. Oh, is that the same up here? Oh, this is whenever you activate your rage, you gain one of the following options. So you can customize it. Sure, I'm into it. Whenever you finish the long rest, you can change. Owl, you have dark vision. If you already have dark vision, its range increases. I love this caveat. I like that caveat a lot. It always annoyed me when things were like, take this thing that you might just already have. And if you already have it, sucks to suck, idiot. So I like that. I like it, if you already have it, it increases it. That's cool. You have a climb speed, you have a swim speed. Bet. Especially if it's changeable on a long rest. That's great. Nature Speaker, you can cast Commune with Nature spell, but only as a ritual. Wisdom is your spell casting ability. For it, sure. Okay. So Wild Heart is almost like a it's kind of a warlocky type subclass. It kind of has these like little mini invocations and like a couple of ritual spells. Sure, I'm kind of into it. Power of the Wilds. I mean, it was already kind of that. I'll have to compare it directly, but whenever you activate your rage, you gain one of the following options of your choice. While rage is active, you have a fly speed. Sure. While your rage is active, any of your enemies within 5 feet of you have disadvantage on attack rolls against targets other than you or another barbarian who has this option active. Very funny caveat, and I'm into it. Also, great answer to the tank fallacy if you want to be more of a tank as a barbarian. While your rage is active, you can cause a large or smaller creature to have the prone condition when you hit it with a melee attack. Just straight up, okay, sure. Huh. Do I like it more than Totem Warrior? I mean, Frenzy, better. Much more usable. Love it. It's like a combination of Totem and Beast. I can kind of see that. Let's see, Totem. So already kind of had Spirit Seeker, Totem Spirit. Yeah. These are all really similar, but they've got some tweaks here and there. Aspect of the beast. At 6th level, you can choose the same. Yeah, I mean, this is like, I think the new one, the 524, the aspect of the wilds, is better because you can change it on long rest. I personally am a fan of the whole changing on long rest stuff. I think it's good. Especially for some of these, that I think it allows them to make more niche stuff. Like having a climb speed or a swim speed is not something I really want to commit to, but it's incredibly useful when it's useful. It's kind of the whole problem with Ranger, is that Ranger, base 514 Ranger, requires you to commit to these sorts of decisions and never fucking change them. But you can have these kind of niche decision-making things if you allow them to be changed on long rest. So I'm into it. I think I like it more because it allows them to be a little bit more powerful and a little bit more specific, rather than just like broad and incredibly strong, like the bear in this one. Yeah, I like it. Interesting flavor thing here, since Barbs used to be the anti-magic class as one of its main identities, now a lot of its abilities are literally casting spells. Yeah. Like, it used to be in the 14 PHB, but I think Xanathar's added the first magic barbarian. It might not have. I'm trying to think of what... I mean, I guess Zealot was in Xanathar's, but Zealot isn't really well, it's kind of magical. I don't know, debatable. But then it was like very obviously magical in Tasha's. 10th is Spirit Walker, which I think is it's the same. And then Power of the Wilds. Yeah. Which these are all very similar. Very similar. So yeah, Totem Barbarian just didn't get changed all that much. It, just got some slight tweaks here and there, which is fair. It was the most popular one. Don't fuck with it too much. I'm good with it. The main way they fucked with it was level 6, and I think it was a good fuck around. So I thumbs up to that one. I think it would also be valid to run the old one, but if I were running, I would probably run this one. Path of the World tree, which I don't think is going to have a direct parallel. Right? Does 5e Barbarian even have 3? No, it only has Berserker or Totem Warrior. Yeah. Okay. Path of the World tree. And is this going to be related to something I'm aware of or not? Connect with the Cosmic Tree Yggdrasil through their rage. This tree grows among the outer planes. Okay, interesting. Totem had spellcasting? It did. Yeah, Totem just kind of did have spellcasting. Whatever. Vitality of the Tree. Vitality Surge. When you activate your rage, you gain a number of temp HP equal to your barbarian level. Okay. At the start of each of your turns, while your rage is active, you can choose another creature within 10 feet of yourself to gain temp HP. Oh, okay. To determine the number of temp HP, roll a number of d6s equal to your rage damage bonus and add them together. If any of these temp HP remain when your rage ends, they vanish. Okay. I'm into it. It's kind of a little bit of a workaround of the tank fallacy of it's not even really a tank. It's a support. It's a support. The life-giving force. It's support. Interesting. I'm into it. Yeah, cool. And also, again, basing it off of the rage damage bonus, I like. Branches of the Tree. Whenever a creature you can see starts its turn within 30 feet of you while your rage is active, you can take a reaction to summon spectral branches of the world tree around it. The target must succeed on a strength saving throw or be teleported to an unoccupied space you can see within 5 feet of yourself or in the nearest unoccupied space you can see. Whenever it starts its turn, after the target teleports, you can reduce its speed to 0? Okay. Number 1. I like having more things use reactions. I think reaction, bit underused. So I like them playing around with certain abilities using reactions. I'm into it. And the fucking get over here, I'm also into it. Yeah, that's fun. I'm very into that. Angry stealth and teleportation, yeah. IRC barbs used to be wildly anti-magic, like literally can never learn to cast, even with multi-classing. I'm trying to confirm that. I mean, I think you can still kind of see it with the fact that they still can't cast spells in Rage. Like, that is still a relatively anti-magic trait. But it seems less important now. Battering Roots. During your turn, your reach is 10 feet greater with any melee weapon that has the heavy or versatile property. Okay. When you hit with such a weapon on your turn, you can activate the push or topple mastery property in addition to a different mastery. Woohoo! This is fun. It's a control barbarian. It's very support. It is boons to your allies, banes to your enemies. It's get over here, you're reducing its speed, you're pushing it, you're toppling it, and it can't escape from you. You can pull it over to you, and if it tries to escape, somehow, you have these battering roots to catch it. I'm fucking into it. A battlefield control marshal, I don't really think we had in 5.14, especially in the PHB, other than Battlemaster. And people love Battlemaster. People are always like, I wish Battlemaster was base fighter. And this is getting at a lot of those sorts of things. Whereas this is kind of a, give yourself invocation-like passives. This is kind of like, the passives subclass. This is the do more damage, get better at things you're already good at. This then gives you some control abilities. It's very much a support class. You're not doing extra damage, but you're controlling the state of the enemies on the battlefield. I really like it. Travel along the tree. When you activate your rage as a bonus action, when your rage is active, you can teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. Yeah. In addition, once per rage, you can increase the range of that teleport to 100 to 150 feet. When you do so, you can also bring up to 6 willing creatures. Holy fuck. Once per rage, dimension door, basically. I mean, it's level 14, so why the fuck not? I'm super into it. Yeah, I'm into it. It's cool. It's cool. I don't even know if it's like how it... again, we just haven't really... The closest thing to this is Open Hand Monk, which is so hard to compare because Monk... Everything about Monk is so overshadowed by Stunning Strike that it's hard to even compare how this stacks up to Open Hand or to any other subclass. But on a cool versus not cool basis, I'm going to rate it cool. I'm into it. My only worry is that it's maybe a little too strong. But I'm down. I'm down. It also doesn't have any out of combat utility, but with the main class getting a little bit more out of combat utility. Well, sorry. It doesn't have any out of combat utility until 14. But like I said, with the main class getting out of combat utility, and I guess you could argue temp HP is useful out of combat. I'm down with it. It gets a thumbs up for cool. It's unique, it's stylized, everything very clearly works together, like it's all going towards a cohesive vision for the subclass. I rate that a cool out of 10. Maybe a little too strong, but that could be toned down. You could mess with the numbers. You could reduce the footage. You could reduce that to 5 feet. You could make the saving throw a little bit harder. Yeah. Make this D4s. You know, if you thought it was too strong, there are ways to nerf it. But I wouldn't know until I'd played with it, but I give it a cool out of 10. Marshall is missing some obvious archetypes, at least viable versions of them. Yeah, and this is a cool control archetype. I like it a lot. Teleport a creature 5 feet up. If a Goliath barb enlarged, that's 20 feet for fall damage, plus it falls prone with no speed. Are you talking about the branches of the tree? You can see with an unoccupied space. The question would be if unoccupied space you can see within 5 feet of you would count. Like, what does space mean? Because I can see that you could theoretically argue it's 5 feet up diagonally from me. I would interpret space as closest to you horizontally, you don't get to control the y-axis part of that. But I would be interested if there's a rules clarification on, you know what, actually, hey, let's check out our new rules glossary and see if it has an answer. I wonder if, let's see, space. That's difficult terrain. Obscured, illusions, lightly obscured, occupied space, size, teleportation. If you teleport, you disappear and reappear elsewhere without moving through the intervening space. If the destination space of your teleportation is occupied by another creature or blocked by a solid object, you instead appear in the nearest unoccupied space of your choice. Unoccupied space. A space is unoccupied if no creatures are in it, and it isn't completely filled by objects. So it doesn't specify that it's on the ground. I would say that it needs clarification, but I think at most it has to be within 5 feet, so it would at most be able to be your height plus 5 feet off. No, actually just your height off the ground, because their feet would be at your head if you did diagonally up. So it would at max be your height, I would say. If I had to rule this right now. That's 20 feet for fall damage. Yeah. What is fall damage now? I don't know that either. Let's see. Fall. Falling. A creature that falls takes 1d6 bludgeoning at the end of the fall for every 10 feet it fell. So that'd be 2d6. That'd be 2d6. Yeah. Yeah, and I'd say if that's one of the things where it could potentially be too strong, but we would have to see. Teleporting Barb is terrifying. Imagine being so mad at your entire party teleports. Yeah, I like it. The teleportation doesn't say off the ground. Off a cliff is also a valid location for the TP. I would definitely say that off the cliff is a valid location, but I would give the... I would absolutely say that that's valid, but I would give the enemy a dex save to like grab on to the cliff. I see it as similar flavor to wild magic, but when you get angry, the magic starts reading your desires. Yeah, I can see that. You're a vertical axis Y person, Z all the way. I'm not married to it. I'll say Z. I'll say Z if we want. An enlarged Goliath can be quite tall. True. Minecraft has ruined everything regarding axis labels. Honestly. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I guess all in all to say, maybe a little bit of tweaking. You'd have to see how it ran, but it gets a 3 thumbs up for cool. Path of the Zealot, my favorite 514 Barbarian subclass. Let's see what they did to it. Hopefully, nothing. On each of your turns, while your rage is active, the first creature you hit with a weapon or unarmed strike takes extra damage equal to 1d6 plus half your Barbarian level. The extra damage is necrotic or radiant. Same. Great. Actually, that might be even better than the 514 version. Might be better. It's not too far off if it is different. Warrior of the Gods. You have a pool of 4d12s that you can spend to heal yourself. As a bonus action, you can expend dice from the pool, roll them, and regain a number of hit points equal to the roll's total. Whatever. That's probably better. Like, that's probably better for most tables and most runnings, but it's not as cool. And so I give it a... I'm not even going to read the rest of it. Warrior of the Gods is less cool, and therefore I don't even want to see unless it has other stuff. Sure, whatever. Sure, whatever. What? It doesn't even have Rage Beyond Death anymore? Nah. Path of the Zealot is the opposite of Path of the World Tree for me. It's probably fine mechanically. It's probably good even. Maybe even better than 514's version, but it's so much less cool. They watered it down so much. And they did a bunch of stuff that's fair and again is probably better for it in terms of balance and usability. But they made it way less cool. So I give it 2 thumbs down for not cool. I will be using the 514 version, and you can quote me. Bard. Let's see. Choose any 3 skills. Makes sense. This is not Zealot. What is not Zealot? What's not Zealot? This wasn't Zealot? This is Zealot. I don't know what you mean. Bard. Any 3 skills, any 3 instruments, and light armor and simple weapons. I don't think that's too different from before. Becoming a bard. Let's see. Okay, I want to compare between the 2. Table of contents. I want to compare between Barbarian and Bard. I want to see when they get their shit. Like, does it seem like there's a consistent, like, at these levels you get these things? Let's see. Bardic Inspiration and Spellcasting. Hopes for Bard. Oh, that's true. I hope that Bardic Inspiration is better. And not even, like, better in terms of, like, mechanical impact. I hope that it is easier to use. I hope that it, much like Guidance, I hope that it is not something that the Bard will have to, like, poke other players to remind them that they have it. Yeah. I hope that Bardic Inspiration's a little bit better from a usability perspective, we'll say. And I also hope that they don't have expertise, which I can already see that they do. Oh, wait. Yeah, they already do. Which is fine. And what else? Kind of like Barbarian, I don't have that much of a problem with base Bard, other than that their class identity is a bit diluted. I'd like to see a more refined and more obvious class identity that they're going for. And I'd like for their subclasses to also have a little bit more distinct identities. Like the distinction between the College of Valor and the College of Swords was so small as to basically not exist, in my opinion. So I'd be looking... Basically, I want all of Bard to be, honestly, less jack of all trades. Or if you're going to make that, make it more obvious. Like make all of their stuff. Like get rid of like counter charm, get rid of all of these other things that are not like super generic and super customizable. So I think that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for it to be a much more distilled class identity. This is not Zealot. It's a poor mockery. Oh, it's a poor mockery. I agree. Because Zealot was the most stylish subclass, I think, in the entire fucking game. Zealot was so stylish. Rage Beyond Death is the coolest fucking feature. Warrior of the Gods. Let you suplex people off of cliffs. So stylish. Like, everything about Zealot Barbarian was stylished out the anus. And they just diluted it. Patooey. I will reject it. But let's see. Let's see. All right. Prepared. Was 514 Bard a known or prepared caster? Bard. Were they known or prepared? They're probably prepared, if I had to guess. I kind of don't remember, TBH. Spellcasting. Oh no, they were known casters. So they were changed to prepared casters. Okay. You know what? I'm into it. I'm gonna say it right here, right now, really early. I like prepared casting or known casting. Pick one. And then if there's an exception to the rule, have that be like part of the class's identity. So like every spellcaster should be one. All of the third casters should have that as well. And then if there's a class that is like a known caster, that should be like their thing. Or vice versa, if all of them are known, one of them should be prepared, and that's their thing. I don't like it to where like some of them were one way, some of them were the other way. So if they're making Bard prepared, make them all prepared. I'm down with it. New PHB changed the definition of prepared to confuse everyone. Oh, great. Its whole thing was the gods don't want me, and now it's your problem. The zealot, you mean? I feel that. Okay, but we're gonna let's check it. Okay. So Bardic Inspiration, Bard subclass is at 3. ASI is at 4. Then there. Cool. Okay. The Bardic die is scaling. Okay, they seem to scale relatively similarly. When do they get their subclass features? Subclass feature, I'm assumingly at 3, then at 6, then at 10, not at 10, unless they didn't highlight that. Then this one gets it at 14, this one also gets it at 14. Okay. So it seems like Bard subclasses might just have less features. I don't love that. I'd rather all subclasses have the same amount of features. But if you're going to change it, I am more down with them just popping features out. I don't want them to add more or change like the levels at which you get it. So it seems like even though Bard subclasses are going to have less, the ones that they do get, they get at the same levels as at least Barbarian. So, not exactly how I'd do it, but if I had to do it this way, that, that's how I would. Spells prepared. 20. Wait. This looks like spells known. Wait. Did they mix and match prepared and known spells? What the fuck's going on here? 22 spells prepared? All right, let's see. Bardic Inspiration. You can supernaturally, this inspiration, using it as a bonus action. You can inspire another creature within 60 feet of yourself who can see or hear you. That creature gains one of your Bardic Inspiration dice. The creature can only have one Bardic Inspiration dice at a time. Once within the next hour, when the creature fails a d20 test, the creature can roll Bardic Inspiration die and add the number rolled to the d20, potentially turning the failure into a success. Okay. That's an improvement, I think. The fact that it procs when you fail means that you don't have to bug them and have it potentially be wasted, or like not used on the right check or what have you. It's only when they fail it. And then you can see them fail it. And you're like, remember, you have the Bardic Inspiration die. It basically, it doesn't fully solve the you have to annoy people, you have to poke them to remind them. But it makes it way better because now you only have to poke them when they fail. So, better. I think an improvement. Oh, also, I didn't rate it. Barbarian overall, thumbs up. They murdered my boy with Zealot, but other than that, World Tree is super cool. What do you call it? Wildheart is basically the same. Seems fine. And then Berserker is way more usable, way better. And base class, I think, is better. So Barbarian overall, even though they murdered my boy, gets big high up marks for me. Doesn't 2014 Bardic Inspo only last 10 minutes as well? Oh, that's a good point, probably. Yeah, within the next 10 minutes. Insane. Yeah, I like this. Yeah. Improvement, I think. Improvement. I don't think it's wholly fixed, I wouldn't say, but I think big improvement. Going in the right direction. And I don't honestly know how I would fix it other than this, so I'm tempted to just give it thumbs up and move on. Also, you can confer a Bardic Inspiration die a number of times equal to your Charisma modifier. Which is... honestly... oh... it's interesting because this is very multi-class friendly. But then the actual size of the die changes at Bard levels. Interesting. That's interesting. I don't know how I feel about it. I mean, that's already how it was. I was kind of expecting it to be different. That's why I'm kind of surprised. It's the same, so I'm not going to give it up or down marks, but especially after we saw all of the rage feature stuff, I was kind of expecting this to be not linked to Charisma mod. Yeah, interesting. I don't know. 1,000% think I'd rather thing be able to be used after the result, even if it has to be nerfed as a result. Just feels less bad all around. Yeah, I agree. Eloquence buffs? I haven't seen Eloquence yet. We'll see. You have learned to cast spells through your bardic arts. The information below details how you use those rules with the bard spells, which appear in the bard spell list later in this class's description. Oh. They got rid of the 3, like, primal, divine, and arcane spell lists. Man, I liked those. Well, that's fine. You can hear how fine it is in my voice. I mean, it's obviously not worse than it is in 5.14. But I thought that the 3 like arcane, primal, divine spell lists were they were a big swing. I thought they were cool. But whatever. Okay. When you gain a bard level, you can replace one of your cantrips with another one of your choice from the bard spell list. Great. That's I think that's an optional rule in Tasha's. Awesome. I think it's good. Okay. 4 and 10, you learn another cantrip. Great. Spell slots. The bard features table shows how many spell slots you have to cast your level 1+ spells. Okay, yeah. Regain all spell slots when you finish a long rest. Sure. Prepared spells of level 1+. You prepare the list of level 1+ spells that are available to you cast with this feature. To start, choose 4 level 1 spells from the bard spell list. These are what we recommend. Great. The number of spells on your list increases as you gain bard levels, as shown in the prepared spells column of the bard features table. Whenever that number increases, choose additional spells from the bard spell list until the number of spells on your list matches the number on the table. So it's known
Take
spells.
a break.
Take a break. So it's known spells. It's not prepared. What? The chosen spells must be of a level for which you have spell slots. Wait, so it's not prepared spells, it's known. So they... Oh, God, so that's what you meant by they changed the definition. It's just known spells. And and does it scale at the same rate? Probably. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So now all of the other classes are also going to be prepared, right? And they're all going to use the same definition of prepared, right? We're not going to get any changes to that. We'll we're going to see. All right. There are a few times in the playtest where I think the pushback was mostly just people who hate change. The spell list was a big one of those. I still haven't heard a reason to be against the spell lists except big change. Yeah, I haven't. I mean, to be fair, I haven't followed the discourse super heavily, but I loved the 3 spell lists. But yeah, change. You gain expertise in 2 skill proficiencies. Sure. At level 9, you gain more expertise. Sure. That's all the same. Yeah. Okay. Look, I don't love them, but I'm not going to, downvote this bard for not improving on its predecessor. Font of Inspiration. You now regain all your expended uses of bardic inspiration when you finish a short or long rest. Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's the same, I think, except for this. I think that's a little new. But that's all fine. Okay. Is Counter Charm better? Let's regale ourselves with the original Counter Charm. Which is bad. At 6th level, you gain the ability to use musical notes or words of power to disrupt mind-influencing effects. As an action, you can start a performance that lasts until the end of your turn. During that time, you and any friendly creatures within 30 feet of you have advantage on saving throws against being frightened or charmed. A creature must be able to hear you to gain this benefit. The performance ends early if you are incapacitated or silenced. You can use musical notes or word of power to disrupt mind-influencing effects. If you or a creature within 30 feet of you fails a saving throw against an effect that applies the Charmed or Frightened condition, you can take a reaction to cause the save to be re-rolled, and the new roll has advantage. Perfect. Perfect. Crazy that it wasn't this before. I mean, look, I'm still not into, like, counterspell and these sorts of things, but the original counter charm was ridiculously stupid. So if we're going to have it, let's at least not have it be stupid. And it's no longer stupid. So, thumbs up from me, fellas. Yeah. Counter charm will actually be used. So improvement. I agree. Yeah. It's Silvery Barb's Light. Yeah, which is fine. It is fine. And it's a class feature. It's not just like a spell that you could get. Because I think one of the reasons that people really didn't like Silvery Barbs was that because it was a spell, it could be gained through like Magic Initiate. I think people are generally much more forgiving of effects that come from class features than they are from spells. And it's still worse than Silvery Barbs. So, I'm good with it. Magical Secrets. Magical Secrets is fun. When you reach a barb level, including this level in the prepared... Wait. What? Dude. This is uncapped. It was... Magical Secrets was just at 10th, 14th, and 18th level. It was only at those levels. Does that coincide still? Okay, so 10... No. Sorry. 10, 11, 13, 15, 17, 18, 19. Oh my God. Magical Secrets is way better. And whenever you replace a spell, you can also... Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Did bards need a buff? Did I misunderstand how good bards were? Because they seem to have just gotten buffed. That's crazy. In a place with a lot of trickery magic like a Feywild that can matter, all levels but spells were removed from the lists available? I guess no more Warlock spell list. Yeah, so no Warlock, no Sorcerer. Okay. So it got restricted on the options that it has. But it can do it way more often. I'd still consider that a buff, especially given that it can dip into the wizard spell list, which, unless they have massively modified wizards, is going to be most of the dipping. And Mega didn't look at Valor Bards yet. Oh my God, dude. Okay. We're gonna finish out 18, 19, 20, and see. Superior Inspiration. When you roll initiative, you regain expended uses of Bardic Inspiration until you have 2. If you have fewer than that, what? Why until you have 2? Like that implies that you're regaining them one at a time, but like, why? Like the feature makes sense, but it's weirdly worded. Is that how it's worded originally? I guess it's kind of it's worse before, so they had to like kind of reword it. Weird. Okay. Words of creation. You have mastered 2 of the words of creation, the words of life and death. Therefore, you always have. What? I mean, it's a capstone ability, so I'm not expecting it to be like to be bad, but holy shit. Okay. So initial reaction, holy fuck. Why did Bard get buffed so much? Like, I'm happy about it in certain cases. Like, I'm happy that they made Counter Charm more usable and Bardic Inspiration more usable. But, like, they just buffed it. I don't see a nerf. I don't see a nerf. And it's making me think, like, was I misunderstanding something about Bard? I considered Bard to be on the high end of power in terms of D&D classes. Shit, man. Okay. Well, I'm going to take a break and then we'll get into the subclasses. Maybe the subclasses got nerfed to shit. Maybe. I'll see you in a second. Back. Hello. It was a quick one. It was a tiny one. Wait, you think it's bad? No. Well, wait, what do you mean? Do I think it's I think they were all buffs. Like, I think unless the Bard's spell list got a massive reduction, I think I think everything is like an unequivocal buff. At least to what I can remember. I don't even remember. Yeah, they don't even have anything else in this. Yeah. No, unequivocal buff. I think Counter Charm and Bardic Inspiration are things I would have really supported. I just don't really understand the rest of it. I didn't think that Bard was bad to begin with. So I'm mostly confused on like why they made all these buffs. But unless the Bard list got really reduced, which it might have. Let's see. Valor Bards won't need to dip into Warlock, I think, now, because they'll get the extra cantrip attack that Blade Singers get. We'll see. I haven't checked out the subclasses yet. The spell list got a medium reduction Countercharm is crazy strong now. Yeah, Countercharm is amazing now. It's like a paladin aura. The fact that there's absolutely no there's no cap on how often you can do it is wacky. I mean, you get it a level higher, so that maybe accounts for that. But I mean, I'm glad. I think Countercharm should be stronger if they're gonna include it at all. I'm more just like, damn, I thought Bard was already great. And now it's so much better. But we'll see. If the spell... But they also didn't get a reduction in spells known, and Magical Secrets gives them so many more options. So I can't even really feel like... I don't know. We'll see. Because bards are casters and Wizards of the Coast hates marshals. We'll see. I mean, I loved the Barbarian changes. I thought the Barbarian changes were awesome. But I don't know what the fuck is going on with these. DBH, I'm playing a Swords Bard, and I do think that the limits of total spells feels too minimal. Question, do 2024 Bards prepare spells? Okay, it says that they have prepared spells, but they're actually still known. They just switched the words for some reason. I don't know why. The limits of total spells feels too minimal. Do you mean like they have too few spells overall? Because that is supposed to be kind of the point of known casters, is that they don't get a ton of spells. No, or they have access to a bunch of spells at a time. They have more than prepared casters, but they have less in their repertoire, like, you know, between long rests overall. You asked for a jack of all trades? I did. But when I said that, I was like, I would have gotten rid of expertise because I think that's counter to that vibe. I would have changed Bardic well, maybe I wouldn't have changed Bardic Inspiration, but I wouldn't have printed Countercharm, and I would have given them Magical Secrets earlier, honestly. If you want my idea of like what a jack of all trades would have looked like, it would have been like Bardic Inspiration and Jack of all trades early, which they are, and then no Countercharm, maybe no Font of Inspiration, and Magical Secrets. And that's it. Maybe something to replace the things that we removed, but with expertise and with expertise and what do you call it? Expertise and Countercharm. Like maybe something to replace that a little bit earlier. That leans even more into that generalist vibe. I still don't think they have a super strong identity, but I will say that Magical Secrets went towards giving them a stronger identity. Yeah, I almost kind of wish that they had Magical Secrets from like 5, and that Countercharm and Font of Inspiration, like maybe like Countercharm is removed and Font of Inspiration is moved up. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. 2014 Swords Bard, I feel the limits more than I do with Sork, I guess. Interesting. I mean, how... I mean, a Swords Bard... A Swords Bard is knowing as many spells, I think, as Sork, right? I could be wrong about that, actually. I don't know. Get that out of here. Let me actually check. I don't know. Source book, 2014. I actually don't know how many spells Sork ends up knowing. Let's see. Sork knows way fewer. 2014 Bard knows way more spells than Sork. So, I don't know about that one, Chief. Yeah, I don't know. But also, like, the subjective experience is still important. I wish I could use that counter charm in my current campaign because we're level 15 and we get wiped by wisdom saving throws. It's all the GM has left to hurt us. Yeah. I could swap magical secrets for counter charm levels. Yeah. Like, I think if we wanted to really instill them as the generalist, I think magical secrets is cool. I think magical secrets is the most interesting part about them. So I feel like throw magical secrets a little bit earlier, delete counter charm, and move font of inspiration up. But move magical secrets earlier so that it's benefiting them for even longer of their life. Swords Bard do know the same spells, yes, except maybe lore. I know the sorcerer knows fewer, but I feel it with a bard. Interesting. That's a really interesting experience. I've never played a bard. I've only played sorcerer. So I don't really know the subjective experience of playing a bard. And I went from playing Warlock to then, for a very brief amount of time, an Eldritch Knight, to then playing a sorcerer. So I feel like I've got all the spells in the world with sorcerer. So it's hard for me to be like subjective about, or it's hard for me to embody the player experience there. Don't forget you can now burn spell slots for inspiration. Also true. The fact that you can burn spell slots also means that the amount of spells available doesn't matter as much. Which I do like. I think that's interesting. I like that. Oh, man. Honestly, okay. I'll maybe refine my review a little bit. I like the direction, but it feels too powerful. It feels too powerful. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm smoking weed in my evaluation, but it feels too strong. We'll see. I technically play a Swords Bard 12, Hexblade 3. Classic. Classic Hexblade 3. This section represents the Bard spell list. These spells are organized by spell level and then alphabetized, and each spell's school of magic is listed. In the special column, C means the spell requires concentration, R means the ritual, and M means it requires a specific material component. Oh. What about somatic and verbal components? What? Also, small thing, I like that they included it in the actual class. You don't have to go to the back into spellcasting to find the list of spells for your class. I think it's a better choice to put it in the actual class itself. Okay, I'm just scrolling. I'm just getting a vibe of how many spells they have. This is going to be an explicit vibe check. Can I vibe the difference? Let's see. Is it an actual reduction? That feels about the same to me. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Okay, let's be a little bit more precise. Let's actually check. Because that felt similar. I wish that there was a way that I could, like, easily count them. Wait, there is! Huh, wait. There totally is. I can put them into Obsidian and then count lines. Paste as plain text. Okay. Yeah, they are, and they don't have any breaks. Yeah, they don't have any breaks. So 2024 has 13 18 to 170. So new Bard total has 157. Check my math. It's line 170. Oh, wait. But it... Oh, wait. No. -2 times 9. Because it's putting in a line... It's putting in 2 lines per level. So 157 minus 18. So 139 spells? As opposed... Oh, no. These aren't going to copy nearly as well. No. Let's see. Well, but we'll try. Maybe they will. Maybe I'm... Oh, no. They copied so much worse. That's still a lot of spells. I'm just going to say it. That's still a fuckload of spells. I don't think they're hurting for choices. I mean, I thought Bard was top 3 classes in 2014, so getting this many buffs is interesting. That's kind of where I'm at, Mr. Dad. It's kind of where I'm at. I wouldn't delete the counter charm like you say, because I think that's more in line philosophically than magical secrets. MS is just giving you free spells. It's not even giving you free spells, it's giving you alternative spells. My thing is, I want it to have a more distinct identity. And I think that leaning into a generalist identity, magical secrets is more evocative of that than counter charm. I don't think that counter charm is actually very evocative of like a really specific class identity. It honestly, more than anything, it feels very paladin to me. It feels like a paladin aura. So I think that's kind of my thing with counter charm, is that it doesn't feel as in line with everything. You need to read the actual spell for that. Counter charm is thematically using performance to help the fight. Well, if we're going to theme it, like that is the flavor theming. I mean like a mechanical theming. Like, for example, Barbarian, I think, really leaned into its mechanical theming even more. It got rid of a lot of things that were less aggressive and leaned more into its aggressive mechanics. And like added in mechanical depth on the aggressive side of things. So I think that they are now mechanically the like aggressive martial theme. Whereas I don't think that Bard has a super distinct theme like that. Like mechanical theme. Yeah. I don't think the number was reduced, or it was maybe increased, but the list available for MS was reduced. I think you might be doing this the hard way. Nah. Put it into Bing Chat GPT and ask it to parse it for you. That almost seems like more work. And I wouldn't be confident that it was right. But yeah, it seems at least generally similar. New PHB added some of the ZGE, TCE, etc. to the old PHB list as well. Oh, that's also fair. The class is using performance and magical effects. The class isn't so do everything. Well, that's kind of my point. Is like, what is it? What is the mechanical theme of Bard? I don't think it has one. That's my problem with it. Is that it doesn't have enough of a mechanical theme. I'm looking for it to have a mechanical theme. Yeah. I can see that I can see you about mechanical themes. There's this inspiration, and I would say that new reactive inspiration and reactive counter charm are in line. I agree with that. If we want to dive more into that, I would get rid of magical secrets. So that's kind of my thing, is I do agree that reactive counter charm, reactive inspiration definitely seem a little bit more in line. They're this reactive kind of buffer. But then if that was their theme, I would want to get rid of magical secrets and dive more into that in more effects later. I think they're trying to split the line a little bit too much. I would kind of rather them have one or the other. And both are giving rerolls or buffs to check saves. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that Inspiration kind of does both. It's both a generalist feature and this reactionary buff feature, like this reactionary support feature. I think it can fit into either mechanical theming. And then the other two major abilities that they get are in separate boxes. So I think Inspiration could fit into either, but the other two kind of fit into one. Make Bard a support class, essentially, handing out rerolls, advantage, disadvantage riders. Yeah, absolutely. I think that'd be sick. I would love that as a Bard identity. Yeah, make them hand out rerolls. Yeah, advantage, saves, riders. Yes. I think that'd be sick. I'm not attached to Magical Secrets as an idea. I think it's just a patch for not having prepared spells. I already see Bard as a support or control class. Yeah. So at that point, like, rather than what they did here, which is like buff Magical Secrets, it seems. I would rather them just nix Magical Secrets and give us even more Inspiration or Counter Charm type stuff. I think that would much more solidify their identity in my eyes. But I mean, overall, they didn't really get less of an identity. They're just fucking better. They're just way, way better. Okay. So yeah, I mean, I guess the Magical Secrets pool got diluted a little bit, but I think that everything else about them got buffed. So I feel confident saying that they got buffed on the whole. Let's see. So, okay, so they still have VSM. So VSM is still a thing. It's just that they're only noting it in the special column if it has a very specific M. Okay, I can get down with that. That's fine. I'm down with them noting it right there. Yeah, I'm playing a dirty Gish. Bard subclasses! Let me read about dance. Bards of the College of Dance know that the words of creation can't be contained with speech or song. Dazzling footwork. While you aren't wearing armor or wielding a shield, you gain the following benefits. Dance virtuoso. You have advantage on any charisma performance check that you make that involves dancing. Sure. Unarmored defense. Your base armor class equals 10 plus dexterity and charisma modifiers. Sure. Okay. Hey, bug. Look, I don't love unarmored defense as like a core concept. I'll be real with y'all. So, but it's not a concept that's gonna go away anytime soon. So I'm not against classes utilizing it in ways that make sense. So yeah. Agile strikes. When you expend a use of your bardic inspiration as part of an action, a bonus action, or a reaction, sure, you can make one unarmed strike. Oh, they're monk. Okay. Which, right. Okay. Right. Huh. Okay. Bardic damage. You can use dex instead of strength for the attack rolls of your unarmed strikes. Sure. When you deal damage with unarmed strikes, you can deal bludgeoning damage equal to the roll of your bardic inspiration die. Plus dex. Okay. Huh. Weird. I'm into it. Talk about theming. It's very themed. Huh. Inspiring movement. When an enemy you can see ends its turn within 5 feet of you, you can take a reaction and expend 1 use of your Bardic Inspiration to move up to half your speed. Then one ally of your choice within 30 feet of you can also move up to half their speed using the reaction. Okay, broadly, I'm loving all of the additional reaction stuff that they're giving. I think it's going to make combat feel more dynamic. It's going to keep players more engaged during not their turn. It's going to make the entire combat feel much more fluid as well as dynamic. Like, it'll make it, kind of feel like things are all happening. It's not, so like static and turn-based. I'm really, really liking them adding more things to reactions. I'm liking it. I think anytime things look like they're a bit out of sync, it's usually because one of the elements is really close to 2014, i.e. bonus action, inspiration, new counter charm. Yeah, I can see that. I can sort of see that. Interesting. Who wants to be a monk and also full spellcaster? Yeah, a bit. We'll have to see how monks are, but like with this, I'm like, if you want to play a monk, just go this. Barbs and monks are the only classes that make any sense for a form of unarmored defense, and even then I question if it can be powerful enough to matter without being too powerful. Yeah. Reactions are great. You and me both? Yeah. I like them parsing things out to other resources. I think that'll make everything feel better. Tandem footwork. When you roll initiative, you can expend one of your Bardic Inspiration die if you don't have the incapacitated condition. When you do so, roll your Bardic Inspiration die. You and each ally within 30 feet of you who can see or hear you gains a bonus to initiative equal to the number rolled. Whew. I mean, you want to talk about like a support ability that they could have instead of magical secrets? Do shit like this. This is great as a support ability. Like, in a similar way of them adding all of those options for Brutal Strike on Barbarian, I would have loved to, instead of bards getting magical secrets, give them other things that base bard can do with their Bardic Inspiration. Just base bard. That's all like themed support stuff. Very, very similar to the Barbarian critical strike or Brutal Strike. I think that's the direction I would have gone in. Because this is cool. I'm liking this subclass. Leading Evasion. When you're subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dexterity saving throw to take only half damage, you instead take no damage. Okay, so it's evasion. If any creatures within 5 feet. Oh! That's fucking sick. You can share evasion? Holy, dude. Holy. That's cool. Dude, this College of Dance just does a lot of the things I wish the base class did. This is going to be my new Battle Master argument. Interesting. Reactions no longer relegated to counterspell chains. Yeah, honestly. This is fully tongue-in-cheek, but this is starting to feel like the rich kid paying people to stand near them. I can see that. You pirouette a friend out of a fireball. It's funny. Oh, shit. The dog's food is coming out. Let me go check to see if they ate their breakfast, because their appetites have been a little bit weird lately. So I'll be right back, but it'll be a short one. I just gotta go check to see. They're good. Glamour also seems a lot cooler than 2014. Let's see. Beguiling Magic. You always have the Charm Person and Mirror Image spells prepared. In addition, immediately after you cast an enchantment or illusion spell using a spell slot, you can cause creatures you can see within 60 feet of yourself to make a wisdom save against your spell save DC. Oh. Okay. Oh, you can also restore use of it by expending one of your bardic inspirations. Inspos? I love that. I like this. It reminds me of using like your wild shape charge to summon the wildfire spirit. Like, I'm down for these sorts of abilities to have like a free use, and then you can restore it by spending your class resource. Yeah, that's cool. Giving the class resource a lot of options. You can weave Fey magic into a song or dance to fill others with vigor. As a bonus action, you can expend a use of Bardic Inspiration, rolling the Bardic Inspiration. When you do so, choose a number of other creatures within 60 feet of you up to a number equal to your Charisma modifier. Each of those creatures gains a number of temporary HP equal to 2 times the number rolled on the Bardic Inspiration die. And then each can use its reaction to move up to its speed without provoking opportunity attacks. This is a little clever with what they're doing. Where whenever they invoke a feature that is, dependent on this non-class thing, like your charisma modifier, you could obviously level in a different class. But this feature's results is also dependent on what you roll on the Bardic Inspiration die, which increases as you level up the bard, as you actually go up in bard levels. So, in some ways, it can work with like a multi-class dip, but you're not going to get the full weight of it, which was I think a lot of the critique for Tasha's classes that had features scale with your proficiency. Because proficiency was like, okay, I can take the dip, and then it doesn't matter how much I go into the class beyond that. I think that this is way, way better. Why is my focus not on? Where you can kind of get that since it scales with Charisma mod, but you're not going to get the full thing, which I think is good. I think that's a good middle ground if you can't do it like Barbarian. So I'm into it. So with Glamour Bard or Twilight Cleric, you don't need Inspiring Leader or Chef? Yeah. Seems like. Very much seems like. Mantle of Majesty. As a bonus action, a lot of bonus action stuff as well. Reactions and bonus actions. And like this is like immediately after you cast a spell. It doesn't even require an action. You always have Command. As a bonus action, cast Command without expending a spell slot, and you take on an unearthly appearance for 1 minute or until concentration breaks. What? During this time, you can cast Command as a bonus action. Holy shit. Any creature charmed by you automatically fails its saving throw? Self-comboing with the Beguiling Magic? And the fact that you always have Charm Person on hand? Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest. You also restore your use of it by expending a level 3 plus spell slot. No action required. Wow. That's crazy, and it's so cool. Holy shit. Unbreakable Majesty. As a bonus action, you can assume a magically majestic appearance for 1 minute or until you have the incapacitated condition for the duration whenever you're any creature. Okay. A lot of classes do this. All of the Warlock subclasses do it. I don't love it. I don't love the enter super form for a little while. I don't love them. but they're fine. Like, they're not my first choice for what I would want, but they're not bad. Yeah. So it's fine. But the rest of the class, the rest of the subclass, I will say before this, when it was like, what do I want out of Bard? I wanted the main class and the subclasses to have more explicit identities. I did not get that out of the main class, but holy hell am I getting it out of the subclasses. The subclasses have incredibly strong identities, and they are really working within themselves. Like, these do not feel like randomly assigned features that like only vaguely, fit within the same theme. They fit within each other. Unbreakable Majesty is fine. I don't know. This is a little bit of a randomly thrown in feature. But the other three, Mamma Mia, that's a spicy meatball. I mean, I guess this is sort of the thing. Mantle of Inspiration and Unbreakable Majesty kind of go together, and Mantle of Majesty and Beguiling Magic kind of go together. But I like Mantle of Majesty and Beguiling Magic a lot. Those are cool. That gets 2 thumbs up for cool. I would not have played a Glamour Bard before, but I'm considering it. Yeah. Mantle of Majesty is very cool. That's a very, very cool feature. I like it a lot. My current Hexbard, she's all about mind controlling and teleporting, so I could re-roll her for Glamour 2024. Yeah, that'd be sick. All right, College of Lore. Let's see. The baseline, the Berserker, the Champion, the Tome Lock. What does the College of Lore have for us? It is the Bard of Bards. What are they going to do? Proficiency in 3 skills. Going a little bit towards that generalist thing. You can learn to use your wit to supernaturally distract, confuse, and otherwise sap the confidence. Okay, so it's the same. Right, sure. Magical discoveries. Okay, so it's it's more bard for your bard. Got it. Which is the same as it was before, yeah. But they did not really change it. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's fine. Like I said, it's the champion. It's the berserker. You want more bard with your bard, here's more bard. And that's fine. College of Valor. Combat Inspiration. You can use your wit to turn the tide of a battle. A creature that has Bardic Inspiration die from you can use it for one of the following effects. And fucking Bardic Inspiration lasts an hour now, so it's easier to use. When the creature is hit by an attack roll, it can use the reaction roll, the Bardic Inspiration die. This is pretty similar to Valor, right? Or this is pretty similar to how Valor already was. Let me go and confirm. I'm not exactly certain. I think what is Valor from? Xanathar's? Defense is like Swords Bard. Oh, that's true. So they maybe collated Swords and Valor into like one, which would be great. Which would be exactly what they're supposed to do. Exactly what they should do. Defense, offense. Add it to the AC, add it to the attack's damage, and then martial training to get medium armor and shields. You can use a simple or martial weapon as a spellcasting focus. Did they go over spellcasting focuses yet? I don't think they have. Did they go over it during like the spellcasting segment? When I wasn't looking, I might have skipped over it. I don't think we actually quote unquote know what a focus is yet. Oh no, we do. Okay, well, okay, we kind of do. Spellcasting. No, okay. So I guess we have to go to the spellcasting section to learn. That's fine. Swords Bard lets you do damage in AC or damage in movement. Got it. Oh, you know what? I'm glad that they combined it. They should be combined. So I'm down. Then they get extra attack. Although they get extra attack at 6, which is, I guess, when you get subclass stuff. So okay, you can attack twice instead of once. In addition, ooh, I better see this shit on Eldritch Knight. In addition, you can cast one of your cantrips that has a casting time of an action in place of one of those attacks. But how is that going to work with cantrip scaling? How is that going to work with cantrip scaling? Because cantrips typically scale their damage with their level, whereas attacks scale with extra attack and multi-attack. So how's that going to work? We're going to have to see. Remember, bards don't need to use music unless you want to cast with a focus. Yeah. I only ever use the AC buff, almost never the other two options. Extra cantrip. Battle magic. After you cast a spell that has a casting power of an action, you can make one attack with a weapon as a bonus action. Okay. I cast once melee and once with booming blade plus my flourish. I mean, I think that's like a classic. I definitely. That's like kind of the dream, right? But I'm curious. Oh, interesting. Okay. What is Starry Wisp? Vicious Mockery. Ooh. So this is kind of my thing, right? Making it to where you can do a cantrip, which is meant to scale with level as well as an attack? That's better than just strict extra attack. That's better than multi-attack. Interesting. It's more like you are getting to do the cantrip and you are also able to like add an attack on the side. But I mean, you know, that's not too out of line with like that's not out of line with like the like frenzy, you know. Like the frenzy extra damage. Interesting though. That's way better. That's way better. What is Starry Wisp? I don't recognize it. A Mote of Light. Make a ranged spell attack against that target. Huh. This reminds me of another cantrip, but I can't think of what. Yeah, the two new cantrips are good. Blade Singers do it in 2014, and now Bards and Warlocks can too. True. Fair enough. I don't disagree. Look at True Strike, new, old, and new for possibilities. Let me see. Old and new. One action. Cantrip upgrade. Cantrip upgrade? True Strike? So, what does that mean? Guided by a flash of magical insight, you make one attack with the weapon used in the spell's casting. The attack uses your spell casting ability for the attack and damage rolls. If the attack deals damage, it can be radiant. Whoa. So this is it's just not even close to what it used to be. They just said fuck it from the ground up. Whoa, crazy. I mean, fair enough. True Strike was terrible. I don't blame him. Interesting. I pitched this to my current GM, so he lets me do the extra attack now, but he told me only melee attack cantrips, not everything. I pitched it last year, so I'm ahead of the curve. Nice. Yeah, interesting. Okay, Cleric, tell me what you got. What am I expecting from Cleric? I am expecting, okay. Especially with them only having 4 classes or subclasses, like part of Cleric's identity used to be that they were just spoiled for choice in terms of subclass. So I'm going to be looking for flexibility and baking that into the core Cleric class itself. Because I think that was the thing, is that Clerics had to commit to a path, but that path was pretty flexible, you know? Like on similar par with Warlock. But they got, they picked it and they had to stick to it and commit to it. So they had a lot of options for that path. But once they picked it, they had to stick to it. That was kind of the Cleric thing. So I'll be looking for something similar to that, but especially with them paring down the subclass choice, I want to see that baked into the core Cleric class. So we'll see. Wait, go back and see Starry Wisp cantrip for bards. I saw it. It seemed fine. It seemed like similar to like Sacred Flame. I didn't see anything crazy about it. Maybe I misread. Let's see. Clerics drop power from the Fist of Gods. It gives visibility. Yeah, I guess that's fair. No invisible. No invisible. Like, it makes them shed a bright light, but oh. Wait, let me check. So it's like Fairy Fire, the cantrip? It emits a dim light. Oh, yeah, and it can't benefit from the invisible condition. Okay. Yeah, cool. I mean, invisible is relatively uncommon. It's why I'm not, like, huge on Fairy Fire. But cool is an option. I like more optionality in the cantrips. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, neat. Let's see. Like Fairy Fire, it's uncommon until they hit you. Well, yeah. And I mean, if I knew that my bard had that, I'd probably hit them with more invisible stuff. But yeah, interesting. Or a freaking vampire. Yeah. Yeah, neat. Let's see. Spellcasting. Divine Order. Oh, but Cleric subclass down here. Interesting. People are gonna hate that. Oh, shit. People are going to absolutely hate that. People probably already do hate that. I fucking like it. Because that, to me, this solidifies. Oh, and I bet that people hate that Warlock. Here, I'm gonna peek ahead a little bit. I'm gonna spoil it for myself. But I would almost guarantee that Warlock is at level 3, and I bet people hate that. And I'm gonna tell you what I think here in a second. Warlock. Character class continued. Wait, what? No, take me to Warlock. What are you doing? Take me to Warlock. What? Oh, okay, there we go. Let me see. Yeah. Oh, people are going to be unhappy. My opinion, they can suck eggs. They can cry about it. Get over it. Who cares? I don't think it matters. I am a big proponent of every subclass should be on the same level, and if that's level 3, that's fine, and it doesn't matter. I do not think it matters at all. and this isn't necessarily a hill I'll die on, but it is a hill I'll have an argument about. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool with me. Let's see. Let's see. Cleric. Let's compare. Prediction. Will see invisibility still impose disadvantage when you attack the invisible creature you see? Yeah, probably not, only because it's become memed. I'm sure that they will fix it now. Nah, warlocks are good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's see. Okay. So clerics used to be prepared casters. And it still says that they have prepared spells, but we now know that prepared spells means known spells. So they have switched them to being a known caster instead of prepared. Interesting. 3 cantrips of your choice. Whenever you gain a cleric level, cool. Totally. You regain all expended slots. You prepare. To start, choose 4. The number of spells on your list increases as you gain cleric. Yep. Okay, so they have renamed known spells to prepared spells just to fuck with us. Great. Changing your... Wait, what? Okay. So now everyone is prepared, but some people can change their prepared, the ones that are in their prepared.
Take a break.
Fucking why? This is gonna get my first unequivocal downvote. This is gonna get my first unequivocal thumbs down. Take a break. Yeah. I'm getting too close. Yeah, no, that sucks. I ain't gonna hold back my feelings on that. That's trash. Like, why? I am the one that pitched, like, hey, let's all use the same system. But there's a difference between everyone using the same system and you just pretending like they're all using the same system by using clever wordplay. I don't. It's just more complicated. I mean, I guess, okay, actually, you know what? I take that back. It is less complicated because the old prepared casters, like, they could prepare like a certain number based on this calculation. Having a raw number, okay, maybe it's not an unequivocal downvote. Having a raw number rather than a calculation, I do think is better for the number that you can prepare. However, and maybe, man, am I being a change bad boy? Like, am I being someone that's just resistant to change? Is this better? Man. I'm going to have to marinate on this because it feels worse. It feels like they're just hiding it and it's like more confusing, but is it actually more confusing than the old way? Maybe it's not. It feels dumb and it feels bad. But if I try to excise 2014 knowledge from my brain and just like if I try to take this as the default and then I look at 2014, do I think that 2014's is better or worse? I would be like, oh, they took the equivalent of like ritual casting and like made it into its own little separate thing, like this like chain. I think this may be a change is bad moment. Maybe this is better. I don't know. I'm going to take a break and keep marinating. I'll see you guys in a sec. Goodbye. Okay. I thought about it more, and I think I still have to think about it more, but I need to parse it out a little bit more. But I think that it's extra weird, and I think that Sarah is kind of on my same thought train, that it's called prepared spells. If they were both called known spells or spells known, and then clerics had the ability to swap the spells that they know, I think I would have a different reaction. And I do think, like I said, I think it's better that they're both just basing it off of like a column with a static number in it. I think that's better than the old prepared calculation. I would still much prefer for all of the casters to be one type or the other. But if I can't get that, maybe this is better purely mechanically, but I would have really rather them not called it prepared spells. Same, maybe call it available or something. Too late now. Yeah. I think prepared is one of the worst things they could have chosen because it is specifically evocative of being able to change them, which is now an exception case within the broader mechanic. Like now it is just prepared spells as a whole, and then there is a sub-feature that is being able to change the prep. But the word prep definitely evokes a feeling of all of it being flexible. Whereas if you have known casting and then there's a separate sub-feature that allows you to change those, I think that makes more sense. Yeah, interesting. So in theory, everyone knows some permanent spells because of subclass origin, and then there's prepared spells, and some people can change their prepared spells. I don't dislike the arrangement, but I dislike the labels. Yeah. Also, preparation is something I think of as for wizards thematically, even more than for clerics or druids. Yeah, I agree. Like, I would be totally fine if everyone was a known caster except for wizard. I think that would be a cool class identity. If wizard was the only prepared caster and they had to like prepare out of their book, I think that'd be sick. So this isn't as extreme as I wanted them to go, but maybe it's okay. Maybe I had an overreaction at first. I think it's probably fine. I don't like the name, but it's probably fine. Yeah. Maybe even a prepared warlock because it just sounds occultist. I mean, I would love it if like Pact of the Tome turned your warlock. Instead of just giving you a few extra spells, have Pact of the Tome turn your warlock into a prepared caster. That'd be so sick, right? I think I would actually potentially consider Pact of the Tome at that point. Yeah, let's let Pact of the Tome do that. Yeah. Anyways, we're getting off track. Let's look at cleric. Okay, level 1, Divine Order. You have dedicated yourself. Prepare to be disappointed. Oh boy. You have dedicated yourself to one of the following sacred roles of your choice. Protector. Trained for battle. You will gain proficiency with martial weapons and training with heavy armor. You know what? Good. I'm glad that they separated this out of the subclasses. It was weird. So I'm good with that. Thaumaturge, you know, 1 extra cantrip. In addition, your mystical connection gives you a bonus to your intelligence, arcana, or religion checks. Oh. Okay. Not as much of the commitment as I wanted, but the flexibility is there, so that's cool. Interesting. Channel Divinity. Each time you use this class's Channel Divinity, choose which Channel Divinity effect from this class to create. You gain additional effect options at higher cleric levels. Oh. If a Channel Divinity effect requires a saving throw, the DC, okay. Divine Spark. As a magic action, point your holy symbol at another creature you can see within 30 feet of yourself and focus divine energy at it. Roll 1d8 and add your Wizmod. You can either restore hit points to the creature equal to that total or force the creature to make a con saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes necrotic or radiant equal to the total. On a successful, they take half. You roll an additional d8. Okay, they are flexible. We are seeing major flexibility already. Although okay. It's almost Lay On of Hands-esque, but it does either, and it uses Channel Divinity. I mean, thank God Channel Divinity can do something besides turn undead now. Okay, I'm liking it so far. For what it's worth, Warlocks in 2024 look much improved. Whew. That's high praise. We'll see when we get there. I tried making Thaumaturge level 1 cleric in D&D Beyond, and it caused some conflict with cantrips in my background and spell list. I think it's buggy. What? D&D Beyond? Not being prepared to implement a new release in their fucking character builder? It couldn't be D&D Beyond still not having clockwork and aberrant mind sorcerers properly programmed in their class builder as of today. Couldn't be them. I don't believe it. Ugh, don't even get me started. Oh, yeah, D&D Beyond's character builder is smooth, it's nice, and you know what? For a while, it was all we had. And then I used Demiplane, while doing all the Daggerheart reviews, and it opened my eyes to how quickly dev teams actually can work. And the fact that they must be paid per turn of the hourglass at D&D Beyond. They must be getting paid for the deepness of their ass indentions on their chairs. And the actual computer where they do their work is across the room, and only one of them can use it at a time. That has to be what's going on. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. Can you tell that I have some feelings about D&D Beyond? Anyways. ASI, Seer Undead. Whenever you use Turn Undead, you can roll a number of d8s equal to your ways and add the rolls together. Each undead that fails its saving throw against that use of Turn Undead takes radiant damage equal to the roll's total. Sure. Blessed Strikes, you gain one of the following options of your choice. If you get either option from a cleric subclass in an older book, use only the option you chose for this feature. Oh gosh, that's confusing. But okay, sure. Divine Strike, once on each of your turns when you hit a creature, you can cause target to take 1d8. Add your Wiz modifier. Okay. I mean, they basically excised all of this sort of stuff from the subclasses and just put them as customization options as you level up. That's fine. That's fine. I don't have strong feelings about that. Why a desktop? Surely the D&D Beyond team are using a single laptop from 2009. You're so right. And it's constantly overheating. And it's too hot for their little legs. For their thighs. They just reassigned the whole dev team to implement the 2014 Magic Initiative feature. Cleric Smite now? Yeah. Oh, wait, do they? Where? Whoa, with the Divine Spark. It is kind of a little mini smite. Or do they actually smite? It would make sense for them to smite. Divine Intervention. You can call on your deity or pantheon to intervene on your behalf. As a magic action, choose any cleric spell of level 5 or lower that doesn't require a reaction to cast. As part of the same action, you cast that spell without expending a spell slot or needing material components. You can't use this feature again until you finish a long rest. Let me remind myself what this did before. Yeah. You know what? Less evocative, but I'll say it better. Divine Intervention was weird, and I'm not against weird features. Don't get me wrong. But I kind of think weird features should go in the subclass area rather than the full class. And I think that this goes into their kind of flexible nature of, okay, you know, it's they can choose any spell and just fucking cast it without needing material components. Very flexible. Once per long rest. I think I like this. I think it's an improvement. Even though it's less cool and less flashy, I think it's better. Should we tell them smites are spells now? They've always been spells. Some of them, at least. Overeating laptop is fantastic for when you're sick. True. I like old Divine Intervention better, but less cool. Yeah. And you know what? Hey. I had my one about Zealot. Zealot is probably better in this, but it's way less cool, so I give it a downvote. I very much understand if people have the same opinion about Divine Intervention. I don't have huge feelings about the original Divine Intervention, so I recognize that it's less cool, but I'm more likely to engage with it. But if you were really into Divine Intervention in the same way I was into Old Zealot, I could see this not, you not liking this. I think that would be a fair opinion. We've used divine intervention for saving our asses once and delivering a prank letter once. I like weird. Yeah, I get it. It's the same to me. It's the same sort of weird as wild magic surge. Like I would never want wild magic surge to be a base part of sorcerer, but I think it's really cool as a the defining feature of a subclass. That's kind of where divine intervention sits for me. But again, I think it's fair to have a differing opinion on this. I just don't care about divine intervention that much. Grins ominously over smites. Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Oh, boy. Hey, you know what? If they got rid of smite as a paladin feature, I will like that. Fucking, I know, maybe unpopular opinion, I think that smite is a lame defining feature. I think that paladins should be the aura class, and we will get there, I am sure. Improved blessed strikes, greater divine intervention. Sure. Epic boon, absolutely. Preparing the popcorn. Oh boy. I like intervention because it lets the action be dictated by the story, GM implementation, thus allowing the creativity of Wish with less danger to world breaking. Yeah. And again, it's not even like an agree to disagree sort of thing because I don't really disagree with you. I think that is a fair reason to like the old version more. Just straight up. And honestly, because it's at the same level, this is something that you can easily swap in and out at your tables. I think it's easy. Just you can go 1-for-1 at your tables if you like one version more or less. I think that's a fair reason to like it. I'm not as into those sort of hyper ambiguous features as, like, again, core class features. But that is, like, I think purely a personal preference thing. So I wouldn't even say that it's like, I wouldn't even give it like a good or a bad rating. It's just for me personally. I think I like the new one more, but I really understand what you're saying. I think it's a very decent argument as to why to like the old one more. I'll be bothered for you. Yeah, very much so. That's fine. There are 3 specific classes I'm really eager to see a reaction to. Paladin is one of them. Let's see. Monk, Pally, and Warlock. Oh, God. All right. Cleric. Not going to look through too much of those. Life Domain. Disciple of Life. When you cast when a spell you cast with a spell slot restores hit points to a creature. That creature regains additional hit points on the turn you cast the spell. The additional hit points equal 2 plus the spell slot's level. Sure. Okay. Life Domain spells. You get extra spells. Sure. Am I right? Oh my God, a lot. Okay. Preserve life. As a magic action, you present your holy symbol and expend the use of your channel divinity to evoke healing energy that can restore a number of hit points equal to 5 times your cleric level. Wow. Okay. So just lay on of hands. Kinda. I mean, not actually, but way closer. Wow. So okay. Choose blue. Ooh, creatures within 30 feet of yourself. Okay. Weird. This is a weird one. It's weird, but I'm kinda into it. Blessed Healer. The healing spells you cast on others heal you as well. Immediately after you cast a spell with a spell slot that restores hit points to one or more creatures other than yourself, you regain HP equal to 2 plus the spell slot's level. Supreme Healing. Yeah, damn. Okay. I mean, yeah, this is similar to Life Domain before, but maybe better. It's weirder, and I'm into that. I'm into it. Did I see Bloodied as a state again? You did, Sarah, and I'm psyched about it. I love Bloodied. Yeah. So weird. How is that defined? Half your HP. Half your HP, same as before. And a creature, so enemies or allies. A creature is bloodied while it has half its hit points or fewer remaining. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. And it's interesting that we have features like player features or character class features referencing it. I kind of expected that all of the references to it would be within monster stat blocks. But I'm not upset to see it. I like to see it. Cool, that was useful. Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited. Light. More spells. Radiance of Dawn. As a magic action. Emanation. Any magical darkness. That area is dispelled. Additionally, each creature of your choice can make a con saving throw, taking radiant. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Warding Flare. When a creature you can see within 30 feet of yourself makes an attack roll, you can use a reaction. Okay, so they're kind of the control domain a little bit more, which is similar to what they were before. I think this is really similar. Oh, maybe not control. Well, they're somewhere in between control and support with this improved warding flare. Interesting. Corona of Light. Okay, another mega form. That's fine. But also, don't love it. This is level 17. So they didn't make it to where everyone gained features all at the same level, which I don't like, but it seems like they made it to where all classes at least get their subclass at level 3, which I'm into. So, progress. Make mischief and challenge authority. Let's see. Blessing of the Trickster. Yeah, sure. Why fix what ain't broke? I think another why fix what ain't broke. Okay, this actually might be a little bit better. Invoke Duplicity. I could be misremembering, and I don't really want to search it out all that much, but that might be a slightly buffed version of Invoke, or it's the same. But they can buff it, so they did. Okay, so they did buff it. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Trickster's Transposition. When you take the bonus action to create or move the illusion of your invoked duplicity, you can teleport, swapping. Was that always a thing? That wasn't. Was it? No. They replaced Cloak of Shadows with it. This is way better than Cloak of Shadows. Oh. And way cooler. I like it. I like it so much more. I think I may be... I don't know if I'm in the minority, but I can see people not liking this. But I love it. I really, really love it. It's sort of like the College of Glamour Bard, where this level 6 is utilizing and improving the level 3. I like it, again, when they have mechanical themes, when they build on themselves. And I think that Trickster's Transposition absolutely does that, whereas Cloak of Shadows was just thematically resonant, but it didn't have any sort of mechanical meshing. It's like a pseudo mirror image. Well, it's also like a pseudo Misty Step, because you can move the illusion up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see that is within 120 feet of yourself. There's nothing to say that Like, I don't think it has the same movement restrictions as you. The illusion is intangible and doesn't even occupy its space. So I would generally claim that the movement does not have to obey your personal movement restrictions. To me, it seems like this could fly if you wanted it to. And then you could Trickster's Transposition. So you could like move it up to a ledge, you know, or something like that, and then swap places with it. Sort of it's like Samuro in Heroes of the Storm. It's kind of like that. Oh, which I'm so into. The illusion of your invoked duplicity has grown more powerful. When you and your allies make attack rolls against a creature within 5 feet of the illusion, the attack rolls have advantage. Wait, what did they have before? Oh, it's just you have advantage before. So that's actually a nerf. Right? Oh, no. Oh, no. My bad. Oh, no. Oh, my God. It invoked duplicity was bad. Okay. Sure. Okay. But they made it way better. But I guess the whole point was cast spells. I'm thinking about it. I've been using Shadowheart so much that I'm thinking about it like the BG3 Invoke Duplicity, which is not the same. And neither of these are that. So I'm having to really reorient myself. When the illusion ends, you or a creature of your choice within 5 feet of it regain a number of hit points equal to your cleric level. Oh. Whatever. I like Trickster's Transposition a lot. And that is all I'll say about the rest of that. War Domain. Guided Strike. Okay. Same. I think. Yeah, okay. More spells. War Priest. As a bonus action, you can make one attack. You can use a bonus action equal to a number of times. Oh. I'll have to think about how I feel about this. But I have a feeling that War Priest might become a common dip. I have a feeling. I mean, let me see. Because, yeah, War God's Blessing and Guided Strike. Basically the same. Yeah. Wait. Oh, no. Okay, it's actually a harder dip than it used to be. You have to dip further, but it's a better feature. It's a better feature because it comes back on short or long rest. But it requires more level investment. Interesting. It might be taking a similar amount to what it already is, which I honestly don't know how often it's taken. It might not be worth it. I don't know. Interesting. It's an interesting single class though. War God's Blessing. You can expend your channel divinity rather than expending a spell slot. Sure. When you cast either spell this way, the spell doesn't require concentration. All right, sure. Avatar of Battle. Okay. Sure. Sure. Is that what already happens? Oh, it is. That's I've never really read through War Cleric, I'm learning. That's a little wacky. All right, Druid. I have a feeling I won't like it. Oh man, I'm losing viewers by the minute. Interesting. It's going too slow, maybe. I don't know. Let's see. Druids belong to an ancient order. Yep. Druid subclass at 3. All right. Yeah. Okay. So they also have the prepared spells list. Sure. And then they still have wild shape. What did they do? How did they handle it? Prepared spells, changing your prepared spells. Sure, okay. Druidic. Primal Order. Oh. Okay. You have dedicated yourself to one of the following sacred roles of your choice. You know an extra cantrip from your druid spell list. Lame. Either Cleric or Druid should have had it. I would say Cleric. I don't think like what is this doing? What is this doing here? Martial weapons and medium armor? I don't know, man. What up, G Hercub? How you doing? So you noticed? Yeah, that's... Oh my god, my concurrent viewers is down to 0? Damn, people really hated my Cleric review. Alright, well, I guess this is just for the 2 people that are left and the VOD frogs. Yeah, why? Is medium armor... Wait, so they don't naturally have medium armor anymore. How's the PHB holding up so far? Base PHB, Chapter 1, massive improvement, I would say. Barbarian, mostly improved. I don't love Zealot, but that's mostly a personal thing. Otherwise, I like Barbarian. Bard, definitely more powerful, and the subclasses are cooler. Cleric, I'm pretty neutral on. And Druid, so far. I'm iffy. Okay, so Zealot had more flavor. Exactly. 2014 Zealot had way more flavor, but I also get it. The new one is probably like demonstrably better. But what are you gonna do? Cleric was the best class in the game anyways. It didn't need many buffs. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what I think of Cleric. I'm pretty neutral on it. Because, like, I don't really see it that... I don't really consider it much improved, but I also don't really consider it much diminished in terms of, like, cool factor or anything, you know? I don't really consider Cleric changed much in my opinion. But College of Dance is cool. That's what I'm saying. Bard, I think, broadly got buffed, and the subclasses are cool. I think Glamour's really cool. I think Dance is cool. Lore is still lore, and Swords is Valor's a combination of Swords and Valor, which it should have been already. So I think the subclasses I give big thumbs up on for Bard, and the base class, I feel like if you liked Bard already, you're just gonna love Bard now. Yeah. Anyways. Druids, though. Hey. I mean, I guess this isn't, like, bad, but okay, actually, we should have talked about what I want out of Druid. It's real fucking simple. What I want out of Druid is Wild Shape. That's it. I do not care about the entire rest of the class. I want Wild Shape, and for the subclasses to have identities of some kind. But Wild Shape is the Druid thing. Everything, in my opinion, should go back to Wild Shape or should be related to animals, like Druidic. I'll give Druidic a pass because it's about animals. Druid was a cleric to begin with. I know, and we diverged for a reason. I don't want to go back to that. So, I don't know about that. But, hey, Wild Shape. I would have put this on level 1, but that's fine. As a bonus action, you can shapeshift into a beast form that you have learned for this feature. Okay. We're not out. Okay, that's fine. You can stay in that form for a number of hours equal to half your Druid level. Fine, okay. Or until you use Wild Shape again, have the incapacitated condition, or die. You can also leave the form early as a bonus action. You can die in the form? Okay. Number of uses. You can use your Wild Shape twice. You regain 1 expended use when you finish a short rest, and you regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Totally down with it. Same way they did Rage. I'm into this new, like, half and half thing. Known forms. Let's see. You know 4 beast forms for this feature, chosen from among beast stat blocks that have a maximum challenge range of 1/4 and that lack of fly speed. The rat, riding horse, spider, and wolf are recommended. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can replace one of your known forms with another eligible form. When you reach certain Druid levels, your number of known forms and the maximum challenge rating for those forms increases, as shown in the beast shapes table. In addition, starting at level 8, you can adopt a form that has a fly speed. When choosing forms, you may look in the monster manual or elsewhere for eligible beasts if the dungeon master permits you to do so. How does that compare? Same? Same. That's fine. That's fine. I think it reduces the flexibility, which reduces the power. Which I'm sure some people won't be super happy about. But I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I'm glad that they did not go forward with the one D&D version that I saw, which like genericized it down to just like Beast of the Land, Beast of the Sea, whatever. I think this is fine. You can choose a couple of known forms, and it sort of does the whole thing where it's like, okay, you're going to learn a set of forms so that you're more used to them, and then we'll give you more access to more stuff as you level up. And then if you want to switch them at long rest, you can. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah. I think it makes it a little bit more new player friendly. Reduces the power, honestly, which like I would argue that Druid was arguably the best spell in 5.14. Debatable against Cleric for like the best mono class. So I'm fine with seeing it nerfed a little bit by having the flexibility toned down a tad. I think the less flexible makes it a little bit easier for new players, but it still leaves open a ton of choices for older players. And I mean, like 8 forms, that's enough. Yeah, okay. I'm going to give that a very tentative thumbs up. Yeah. The Fire Druid is cool. Honestly, it could be a Fire Sorcerer instead. Yeah. I'm okay with it saying, yeah. They let Druid have a swim form by default? Yeah, which I think is fine. I think that's fair. Yeah. Would be cool if, like, level 14 was any beast. Yeah, maybe. That would maybe go a little bit too wild and wacky, but maybe. The temp HP. Oh, yeah. Let's don't get me started on Moondred. Let's see. Rules while shifted. Temp HP. When you assume a wild shape form, you gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your druid level. Oh. So instead of, you know what? I'm gonna say it. I think I like that more. It actually, yeah, I like that more. It allows more autonomy on, like, it makes wild shape demonstrably less powerful, but it allows you to not get knocked out of wild shape against your will. Like, if you were a rat and fell 10 feet, you guaranteed got knocked out of rat form. And that could be, like, a huge risk and detriment. So it allows you to actually have more autonomy over, like, retaining those features for longer periods of time. If you want to. So it's not as powerful, for sure. But, like, base druid wild shape wasn't supposed to be super powerful anyways. That's why Moon Druid has combat wild shape. Is because, like, the Moon Druid was supposed to be the one, like, really using it in battle for, like, a combat upgrade. Turning into a bear with 2 hit points extra? You couldn't turn into a bear with 2 HP extra. A bear is at least half CR. Guaranteed. So you're turning into it with at least 4. But you get to actually keep your bear stuff for longer. Which I think is cooler. That's garbage. Might as well be an illusion. No, not at all. Because you still get all of the other features of the thing. That's why you do wild shape as a druid. It's not just to get a stack of hit points. Maybe that's why Moon Druid does it. But, like, that is not, like, I don't think that that's the core of wild shape, is just get a whole shitload of extra hit points. I think that was I would call it maybe an unintended side effect of why people wild shaped. Can't turn into a bear for a ton of HP, but fair. Yeah, I think that's fine. Tank Druid is well and truly dead now. Hey, I'll put something out there. I think that's fine. Druid being one of the best explorers, the best tank, a full caster. Like, Druid had it all. The only reason that I don't think they were universally regarded as the best class is because they were harder to play than Cleric. But, like, I think in terms of the maximum amount that a mono class could wield, Druid was the best class. I would argue. So, yeah. I don't know. Where does it say you keep your bear form if you drop to 0? Well, it says you, right here. Number of uses. You stay in that form for a number of hours equal to half your druid level, or until you use wild shape again, have the incapacitated condition, or die. So there's no reference to the temp HP. So even if you lose your temp HP, you can start eating into your own health while staying in the form. So it allows you to actually better utilize the form statistics or the form features rather than just taking them for their HP, I would say. Have you not read Animorphs? I don't know Animorphs. If I was a real person in a real fight, I would pick bear or tiger to live. Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not saying that they wouldn't, but that's not like the only reason that wild shape exists. You turn into them to get their statistics. Yeah. Rat with 100 HP, not 1 HP, and back to medium size. Wait, what? Back to medium size? Why would it be back to medium size? I'm confused about that. Well, we're saying Tank Druid is dead. We're talking about base Druid, but we haven't even gotten to what they did to Moon Druid. Yeah. What I'm saying is, I'm fine with Tank Druid being dead. Druid has enough going on that I think it's fine for Tank Druid to be dead. I think that's very, very fine. And I actually think that this is a more interesting version of Wild Shape, where instead of just picking something for its HP, you're picking it for its features. Now, I could see an argument to go in the middle and say, like, you get temp HP equal to the creature's health or equal to, like, half the creature's health or something, but you still don't get knocked out so that, HP is part of the consideration when choosing a form. I could see that being a valid argument. But I think that getting knocked out of Wild Shape was one of the most frustrating parts about it. Like, that was one of my big downsides of Wild Shape, was the fact that you could get knocked out of it against your will. So I consider this a trade-up, personally. I think you're wrong about this. I don't think I am. If you lose your temp HP, you do not get knocked out of Wild Shape. If your entire Druid health goes to 0, then you get knocked out because you're downed. But that's if your entire Druid health goes. When you assume a Wild Shape, you get temp HP on top of it. And it says you retain your creature type, hit points, and hit die. So you maintain your personal hit points. And then you just get temp HP on top of that. Like old Spores Druid. It's basically Spores Druid. Except Spores Druid got knocked out if they lost their temp HP, which sucked. That really, really sucked. Wait, do you lose the temp HP when you end the Wild Shape? I don't see why you would. No, I don't think so. Like, the temp HP and, like, whether or not the form is up are totally disconnected. You just gain the temp HP when you go into Wild Shape. Yeah. Daniel is saying big HP forms like Bear, but buffed small, tiny HP forms like Rat. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I think you're right. And I think that's more interesting, personally. Because also, like, big HP did not scale into the later levels. So, like, at base Druid, max CR Beast did not continue being useful into, like, 14th and 15th level. They would take one hit and you would get knocked out. So if you were already base Druid, you weren't staying as a tank Druid into the higher levels already, I would argue. So I think that this is more interesting for a longer length of time for base Druid. Yeah. The ability to run through stuff and swipe heads and not be insta-killed. You still won't be insta-killed because you have your health. Nope, I'm sure it's a typo, but you don't lose the temp HP when WS ends. I don't think it is a typo. Honestly, I think that's probably how they intended it. I'm a bit behind, but it's funny because I've heard so many people say Druid shouldn't be all wild shape and wild shape should be subclass specific. What are they smoking? What would it be about? Like, plants? I guess? Like, what are we doing if they're not about wild shape? I guess, yeah, if they're not about wild shape, we'll make them about plants, I suppose. But wild shape is easily the most interesting thing about Druid. Yeah. We might be talking about different things. I don't know what we are. I don't know that you're understanding what I'm saying. Druid was too powerful and needed a nerf. Even as a big Druid enjoyer, I must admit it. I'm saying I honestly think that this is making wild shape more useful. Like, I think it's making it more useful in more categories. You just have to put your own HP up a little bit. Well, it's not going to be useful at later levels now either. Yes, it is. What are we talking about? This is a net nerf, not gain. I truly don't understand what you're saying, Sarah. I'm saying that it's going to be more useful because at later levels, it will be harder to knock you out of wild shape because it is determined by your overall Druid HP rather than just wild shape HP. Because like the HP of these forms was not scaling before. So like as a bear, how much HP did a bear even have? I'm curious now. Because I actually don't understand where we're having a miscommunication here. Let's see. God, the search function on D&D Beyond. Ay. I'm cool with dropping the HP from insane levels, but I think giving you only the amount your Druid level is not enough. I mean, I just don't understand. Like, a cave bear has 42 HP? Oh, it's also a CR2. You couldn't even use a bear before. What's a beast you could use? Is brown bear worse? What's a CR? Okay, a CR1. So a brown bear had 34 HP. So that's what you were getting at level 1. But at level, 18, 19, you were still getting that 34 HP. So it lost viability as it went. And before, if you lost this 34 HP, you got knocked out of bear form. Whereas now, if you lose your temp HP, you get to stay in bear form. So like if you're taking it for like keen smell or any of the other things on here, the strength even, if you're taking it for the strength, the climbing speed, you get to use those for longer because you can now rely on your Druid HP rather than just this 34 HP. Plus, you get some temp on the side. At level 18, 19, you could get 100 plus and be a huge creature. You can't. That's what I'm saying. Which is where I think we might be having the miscommunication. I agree that the thing isn't helping. But before, at levels 18 to 19, you were still a max CR of 1, unless you went into Moon Druid, which we haven't gotten to Moon Druid yet, obviously. Not in 2024. In 2014, you couldn't do it either. That's what I'm saying. No, you couldn't have. You could not become a mammoth at level 18 to 19 with 2014 base Druid if you don't go into Moon Druid. If there's no Moon Druid, this beast shape table is exactly the same in 2014. That's what I'm saying. I think you're mixing Moon Druid with base Druid because Moon Druid scaled the CR of the beast with your level. Base Druid, even in 2014, did not. So that's what I'm saying. I think for the base Druid, now we'll see what they did to Moon Druid, but for the base Druid, I think this is an overall, like, kind of a net neutral because it allows you to maintain utility forms much, much longer. We'll see when we get to subclass. WS for utility was buffed, for combat base druid nerfed. But WS combat was always bad. Yeah. I think that's my thing, is like WS, wild shape for combat when you're not a moon druid was always unreliable. So I would much prefer a utility buff, because it was never a reliable use, like in combat use case for that. But I'll still fight for a creature with 30 HP instead of 2, 3, 5, or 10. I disagree. What up?
What'd they do?
What do?
What'd they do to my druid?
I personally think it's fine. Maybe a slight nerf, but I could also argue a slight buff, especially for how you used to use it.
In combat, they don't have wild shape, or they do?
Well, it's worse for combat. Well, we'll see. I haven't gotten to Moon Druid yet. Let's see. Wild Companion. Wild Companion. I don't want to hold you up forever. Nah, that's fine. That's fine. I really wanted to get down to that. You can summon a nature spirit that assumes an animal form to aid you. You can expend a slot or use of wild shape to cast the Find Familiar without material components. Okay, sure. It's about animals, so I'll give it a pass. I think Druid should be about wild shape and or animals. Base Druid, at least. So I'll give Wild Companion a pass. Wild Resurgence. Once on each of your turns, if you have no uses of wild shape left, you can give yourself one by expending a spell slot. That's
Nice.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. What does it take to drop what does it take to drop form? It's a bonus action? Yeah, you can leave the form early as a bonus action. And, but you also enter the form as a bonus action, so you can't do it on the same turn. But this allows you to turn spell slots into wild shapes. And in addition, you can spend one use of wild shape to give yourself a level 1 spell slot, but you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Huh. I mean, this is fine. I like that the pipeline is more into wild shape. I'm into it.
Take a break.
If your hot take is Druid should be wild shape only, my hot take is we can just get rid of Rangers and make them a fighter subclass. I mean,
I agree, Rangers are dumb.
I'm not gonna argue with you there. I think that Rangers as a class fantasy are fundamentally predicated on a style of play that D&D does not support. Like, there are not a lot of exploration mechanics. So I kind of think that Rangers should kind of get left at the door, personally. The companion thing was in Tasha's. Yeah, I recognize it from there. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I like this. I like this. Yeah. And how is Monk not a fighter subclass? Because Monk actually has a class fantasy that is achievable within D&D. And like it has a class fantasy that that actually works within the combat mechanics rather than mechanics that don't exist. Just wait till you get to Ranger. Oh, I can't wait. Elemental Fury. You gain potent spellcasting. Sure. 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 Also sure. I don't know. These are reading far too cleric to me. But I think that especially with Wild Resurgence, I'd be playing a lot more around wild shape, so I don't think I'd care that much. Honestly. But they fight unarmed, So they're fighters? Well, everyone fights. So, I mean, fighter just has a very generic name. You can't base it on that. I mean, they have their entire thing is no weapons, no armor, and a lot of movement, which is not similar to fighter at all. But if you can distill rangers into things that are that mechanically related, I'd be interested. Wait, did druids have the changing prepared spells thing? Yeah, druids were prepared casters, yeah. Since we're sharing hot takes, monk's flavor is too specific. Oh, I think that's fair. This isn't to defend monk. This is just to blast ranger. So barbarians? No, barbarians use weapons. Barbarians use weapons or the other thing, but they're also, I would say that a barbarian's defining feature is their rage, not the fact that they don't use weapons or that they don't use armor. Barbarians can use armor. Barbarians use medium armor all the time. They use shields. They use plenty of weapons. That's not like a defining mechanical feature of barbarian. Rage is the defining feature of barbarian. Yeah. Let's see. And then Archdruid. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Fuck it. Yeah, give him a bunch of shit. Who cares? I don't even know how to evaluate capstone features. They're so just out of the park powerful on everything that it's hard to even compare them. Circle of the Land. Is it gonna be cool? Probably not. We'll see. Circle of the Land spells. Whenever you finish a long rest, choose one type of land. Sure. Okay. At least you can swap it out on a long rest and you're not committed. That's fine. As a magic action, you can expend a use of your wild shape and choose a point within 60 feet of yourself. Vitality giving flowers and life draining thorns appear for a moment in a 10-foot radius sphere. Each creature of your choice. Dude, is this going to be another healing thing? Natural recovery. In addition, okay, it's not quite, but this just feels, I don't know. Druid and Cleric are giving me big sorcerer wizard vibes. Of like, I actually thought they were much more distinct before, and in this, they feel way more samey. Even like this Land's Aid feels reminiscent of a lot of just like the Cleric abilities. But I guess the natural recovery is just like do a bunch more spell casting. This is interesting. This like flexible resistance. That's interesting. What's up?
I've fallen into consumerism.
Did you buy it? What?
$9.
Oh, that's not bad.
$15.
Okay. I didn't. Okay.
$14.
Lol.
Made me put socks back though.
I think that's fair. But also, I don't know. You have reason to celebrate. I don't think you need to be hard on yourself.
I also got a bunch of shin ramen and some tilapia crusted, or tortilla crusted tilapia.
Oh, okay.
I told you I tried it at Gina's. It was really good.
Oh, cool. Fuck yeah. No infinite wild shapes and thus infinite HP at level 20 now. Fair. Yeah. Ranger's sweating. Yeah. Okay, you have that type prepared, so that means the subclass is basically like choose your spell build out every morning on top of the regular spell build out. Yeah, basically. In addition to having your wild shape prepped, this the defining mechanical feature so far of this class is have a wide berth of options all the time, which I guess was always Druid's thing. So, yeah, whatever. I don't know. Seems like a lot of prep still. Oh, it definitely is. It absolutely is still a lot of prep. But I guess you could argue that they're moving some of that in the moment stuff into prep, which is a better place for it to be, but it's still a lot of prep. Let's get to Circle of the Moon. I'll say I don't love it, but I mean, if you want wild shape, especially for the utility forms, and you don't want to do any combat in them, and you just want to be like a spellcaster with utility forms, Circle of the Land is probably gonna be appealing because it has this natural recovery. You know, you're really flexible with this Nature's Ward. I could see that being appealing. Circle forms. The maximum challenge rating for the form equals your druid level divided by 3. Is that the same? That doesn't sound the same, but it might be. I actually don't know. Druid. Where's Moon Druid? Wait, is this 2024? Circle of the Moon. Circle forms. Okay, starting at 2nd level, you can use your wild shape to turn into a beast with a challenge rating as high as 1. Okay. Which will be the same, okay. Starting at 6th level, you can transform into a beast with a challenge rating as high as your druid level divided by 3, rounded down. Okay, so same thing. Oh, you mean 2014. Yeah. What up, Mr. Multi? How you doing? Yeah. So it's okay. So same compared to old Moon Druid. Oh, wait, what? Until you leave the form, your AC equals 13 plus your Wiz modifier if that total is higher than the beast's AC. Okay. Okay. That's going to be beefy compared to a lot of beasts. I mean, well, is it? I actually can't really think of. I don't. What am I doing? I need to search through like the actual monster compendium. Game rules, feats, monsters. We need some background. My heart will go on. Level 6, now level 3. Level 6 would be level 2 because divided by 3. Beast. CR. So, oh god. All right, let's start this at CR1. Challenge rating 1. Up to, what would the max level with this be? 7? No, because it's rounded down. So max level at 20 is 6. So these are as big of beasties as you're turning into. Let's see. And then we'll sort that. Okay. So at level 1, or at level 3, you could turn into a brown bear, and you will have almost guaranteed a better AC than the normal brown bear, but I think substantially worse HP. 9. So you're rocking about a third of the HP, but you're going to be having substantially better AC, which helps if you want to stay in the form longer, but okay. Bigger beasts usually have low AC. Yeah. Leather armor gives you 12 plus dex. Druid's whiz would be higher than dex. Yeah. So this means that if you're Moon Druid, you kind of don't need to invest in your dex nearly as much. You can really commit to your whiz, and that will determine your beast AC, which is interesting. I mean, the divided by thing was a level 6 feature in 2014, now level 3. Oh, yeah, true. Which I think is just because you're getting it at a different level, because in 2014, you were getting the subclass at level 2, so it was weird. But I think the math works out basically the same, because you're going to be rocking level 1 up until level 6, like a CR1 up until level 6, where you transition to CR2 in both 2014 and 2024. The big difference is that you don't get it. You don't get your combat shape until level 3 in 2024. So you just get it like a level later. But then after that, the scaling is the same. Since it's rounded down. If it was rounded up, it would be different. Yeah. So it's better than +1 leather armor. Basically mage armor, but with wisdom. Yeah, basically. I'm currently trying to create characters from Valorant into D&D characters. Nice. Druids already got their subclass at 2. That's what I'm saying. Now they get it at 3. So the really key difference in this is that you're getting it 1 level later in 2024. But the CRs are relatively the same. Okay. And Primal Strike. Oh wait, that's count as magical. That's different. Okay. And then temp HP. So yeah, 3 times your druid level. So let's check out like a CR2 beast. What are we looking at for like a CR2 beast? Allosaurus. A 13. So this would be at level 6. So it has 51 HP, 6 times 3. We're talking 18 temp HP, which is a little bit less than a third. So you're still getting way less HP, but also at level 6, you should definitely be having better. Like if your whiz at level 6 is not like at least +4, so your AC should probably be a 17 by the time you have access to this creature. So it seems like the combat shape is, and I mean, if you took Giant Elk, you're actually getting nearly the same. Wait, no. It would be at 6th level times 3, it would be 18. Oh God, wait, the Allosaurus has way more. I did my math wrong. It'd be 18. Oh no, I did it right. So it'd be about a third. But then like the Giant Elk is still less than a third. Have you seen a dinosaur? Have you seen a dinosaur? Wait, like plesiosaurs? 68 at CR2. So it seems like with combat wild shape now, you're getting less HP from the transformation, but you are getting consistently better AC. Like really consistently better. Way better. So your trade and the AC can apply the entire time you're in the form. So you get this improved AC even if your temp HP run out. I don't know, man. Maybe not all, but only Moon Druids? I don't know what we're talking about. T-Rex is what they mean? Let me see T-Rex. Where's T-Rex? What level is it? What level is a T-Rex? Is it a 3? Is it a 4? What level is a T-Rex? An elephant is CR4? That's ridiculous. Where's a T-Rex? Let's go to the top. I didn't see T-Rex, but I see Mammoth. Wild shape, it required you to have seen the beast. 8 probably. Okay, so you can't yeah. Can't and never have been able to transform into a T-Rex with wild shape. But okay, Mammoth. So, still have trash AC. And then they're having 126 hit points. You're going to be 18th level when you're transforming into this. So 18 times 3, what is that? 36, 54. So it looks like you're looking at having way better AC with anywhere between a third to 2/5 of the health added by this. And you're not forced out of shape. I don't know. I mean, it depends on the level as to how worth it that AC increases. But how'd you get from 36 to 54? But because it's 18. So your hit points, so you would get this mammoth. You would unlock this mammoth at 18th level. The new temp HP calc for Circle of the Moon is temp HP equal to 3 times your druid level. So 18 times 3, 54. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. It would take 18 times 3 equals 36 plus your own, right? What? No, 18 times 2 is 36. Plus, okay. I was like, what? What are we talking about here? Okay. So, I mean, I would need like a mathematician to analyze if this is how much better or worse this is. The difference between AC and health is kind of always a question. And it is, I think probably why this is being probably perceived as like an exclusive nerf is because HP is generally considered more valuable than HP because they're like saving throw type effects where your AC no longer matters. Actually, this is an interesting question. So with circle forms, with old wild shape, you would still make saves according to your mental stats, right? That was still the case. I can't imagine it wasn't. I can't remember off the top of my head. Your game statistics are replaced by the statistics of the beast, but you retain... Okay, yeah, you retain intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. Okay. You also retain all your skill and saving throw, prof. Cool. So I think that's probably... I think it is probably a nerf. I just can't really tell how much of one, because HP is more valuable than AC. But there is still an amount of trade-off there. It's understandable these 18 and 12 are similar numbers. Fair enough. Polymorph, you lost them? Polymorph, you lost them. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, I mean... If we ignore the fact that saves exist, I would have no, like, saving throw type things exist. I would have no idea if this was a nerf or a buff. I would absolutely need a mathy person to analyze it. But since saving throw stuff does exist, HP is more valuable than AC. It is probably a nerf. But I do think that there is an interesting factor here that you are also basically buffing your own AC, because even once you've chewed through the HP given by the form, your HP will remain buffed while you stay in the form, even if all your temp HP is gone. So there's even a little bit to be said for that as well. Hey, for druids talking in wild shape now, is that audible or telepathy? What? I mean, I don't think there's anything that says they can do telepathy. And I don't think there was anything that said they could do it before. How would druids talk in wild shape? I don't even know. You can cast spells from inside wild shape? You mean the 18th level feature? I mean, I guess only these ones? But, whoa. Remember when Circle of the Moon was all about Moonbeam? The big man desired himself. All druids can talk in wild shape now? What? What? Where? Why? What? Is that a thing that was said? Did I just miss it in the thing? I mean, I consider Unearthed Arcana to be, or not Unearthed Arcana, fucking Sage Advice. If it's not in the book, I don't consider it raw. Do they say that? Your game statistics, but you retain your creature type. I guess it says you retain languages. Worn equipment. Oh, wait, no, it's right here, right here. While in form, you retain your ability, your personality, memories, and ability to speak. So, I mean, I think it would just be literally you just talk with their mouth holes. Yeah. Weird. Weird. I mean, the guy who makes D&D Wizards of the Coast YouTube videos. No, I know who you meant. Yeah, Jeremy Crawford. He has a Sage Advice. I consider Sage Advice to be as homebrew as anything else. If it's not in the book, if he didn't put it in the book, it's like, I consider Sage Advice in the same realm as J.K. Rowling saying that wizards fucking Wingardium Leviosa their shit before toilets and presto digitoed them out. It's like, okay, I don't know that that's part of the canon, but sure, I guess you're the one who originally made it. I thought you were saying I quoted someone named Sage Advice. Oh, gotcha. Sage Advice is like, it used to be like a Twitter thing. I don't know if he still does it, that Jeremy Crawford would do, where he would ask, where people would tweet him questions and then he would respond with definitive answers. And like many people took his answers as raw. But I don't consider them raw. But weird. Yeah, this is odd. I don't know how I feel about it. I need to remind myself, what did old Moon do? Combat wild shape. I mean, all of them are bonus actions now. You could expend a spell slot to regain hit points, which is kind of the same with those spells now. I mean, It's kind of the same. It's just instead of expending a spell slot to heal, you're doing Cure Wounds instead. So it's like kind of just a buff. It's a weird buff, but I think it's just a buff. Yeah. Hopefully they'll put some default beast stats into the app so we can auto-calculate AC for us and HP. Yeah, that'd be cool. How do you feel about Sage advice from Sage Ryan? I don't know who that is. But I would put it in the same category as advice from me, as advice from the Dungeon Dudes. Like, anything that's not in the book, I don't consider to be raw. It is all just advice. Or a revealing of intentions, maybe. So yeah. Druid. Primal Strike. Your attacks in beast form count as magical for the purposes of overcoming resistance and immunity to non-magical attacks and damage. Dude, talk about something that I wish wasn't necessary. I super, super wish that this sort of feature was not a necessary thing in D&D. But it is because of monster design. Lunar Radiance. Each of your attacks in wild shape form can deal its normal damage type or radiant damage. Okay, well that overcomes Primal Strike, or that overcomes the purposes of resistance. I mean, the only way that this wouldn't qualify is if they are resistant to non-magical damage and radiant damage. So it's basically the same thing. But you get to choose, I guess. Increased toughness. You can add your wisdom mod to your con saving throws. All right, sure. Whatever. And that's only while in wild shape, encouraging you to stay in it even longer. Which is kind of interesting. Yeah. So that's better. Huh. Okay. I just felt funny, ATM. I don't trust any influencer that calls himself Sage, Doctor, Expert, Savant unless they have a formal PhD. I think that's fair. You can magically transport yourself, reappearing amid a burst of moonlight. As a bonus action, you teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see. You have advantage on the next attack roll you make before the end of the turn. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your Wiz mod and regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. You can also regain uses by expending a level 2 spell slot for each use you want to restore. Compared to elemental wild shape. Okay. That... I don't know how I feel about that. What are the actual stats on an air elemental? What CR are they? They're CR 5. Which is way better than you normally have access to, but it'll eventually get outclassed. They have good... This one has good AC, good... I mean... If I really felt in the mood, I could argue that this is a buff. Swapping elemental wild shape for this... I think I can easily argue that it's more long-term applicable, but it's probably not as powerful at level 10. But maybe, I don't know, it's still pretty good. I don't know. I'm feeling neutral about that at the least. Rip elemental wild shape? I don't have a good... I don't have a hard tie to elemental wild shape. What up, chat? What up, Noir, I should say. 1,000 forms. By 14th level, you've learned to use magic to alter your physical form in more subtle ways. You can cast the Alter Self spell at will. What does Alter Self actually do? I actually don't know it off the top of my head. 2nd level. Right. Okay. Compared to lunar form. Once per turn, you can do an extra 2d10 radiant to a target you hit with wild shape forms attack. Whenever you use Moonlight Step, you can also teleport one willing creature. A creature must be within 10 feet of you. I mean, with this extra damage? I don't know, man. Like, I wouldn't be saying rip Moon Druid. I really don't think they got hit that hard. I would argue maybe like maybe a slight nerf. But there's a lot of stuff in here that goes towards just passively buffing the form and giving you more stuff to do in the form. As opposed to this, which gave you stuff to do outside of the form and just gave you some static other forms that you would also get at like, that you would get like things of a similar CR at level 15 anyway. Yeah, it gave you them substantially earlier. I won't debate that. But I don't know. But what if I want to be a rock monster or on fire? I mean, if we're talking about like wild shape, I think that this feels a bit more to me like wild shape. It's promoting you staying in your animal form, not giving you non-animal forms to turn into. Like, I get what you're saying, but I don't know. This feels more internally supportive to me. That feels a little bit more like a random throw-in, and 1,000 forms really feels like a random throw-in. Like, again, it feels thematically appropriate, but not really mechanically, like, the same. Now you could kill a level 20 Moon Druid without needing the Wish spell. The internet must revolt. Yeah. Oh, no. Level 20 Druid isn't crazy? I don't know. If you don't miss it, it's still a nerf, just not one you care about. Well, what I'm saying is I don't know if it is a nerf. That's what I'm saying. Is it's like this is giving you access to more powerful shapes before you should have them. Right? Like you should get shapes that are as powerful as these 5 levels from now. So it's giving you them 5 levels early. That's big. But it also requires you to spend 2 uses of wild shape. So you're having to expend double. And at this point, at 10th level, you can get 2 CR3s for the price of a CR5. At 12th level, you can get 2 CR4s for the price of a CR5. So I just don't know that this is that good. It's fine. That's more what I'm saying. Is like it's not that great. It takes up 2 uses of the wild shape. If it took up 1 use, we're having a different conversation. But compared to Moonlight Step, like Moonlight Step is solid utility. It is on-demand advantage. I don't know. And then Lunar Form, I think, is a strict buff over Alter Self. Especially when you're in wild shape. So this, like, improved Lunar Radiance means that, like, bar for bar, a level 18 Moon Druid in 2024 is going to be doing more damage than the 2014 equivalent. And they are going to be able to stay in that form for way longer than their 2014 equivalent. And then it also gives them additional utility. I don't know. It kind of feels like a buff. Like, I kind of actually feel like Moon Druid might be better now. Like, it undeniably gives you less HP. And HP is more valuable than AC. But with everything taken together, like, it's just like everything in this buffs out your wild shape form. Whereas the 2014 version, this doesn't buff your wild shape. It just gives you more expensive ones that are debatably better. This doesn't affect your wild shape at all. And combat wild shape gives you something that all druids get now. You get more spell casting. So, like, you're able to do Moonbeam. You're able to conjure animals. I don't even know what Fount of Moonlight is. Dude. I ain't gonna lie. I think it's just better. I'm gonna be straight up. I kind of think it's, like, more powerful. I don't know. Maybe I want to be Super Saiyan Avatar at level 10. Is that so wrong? No, like that's fine. If y'all like the flavor of this, you can be mad about it in the exact same way that I was mad about Zealot. But I think that the new features are both mechanically better and more on theme. Mechanically. And tonally. Like, they're all actually buffing what you can do in wild shape. I don't know. A nerf, one thing being judged, nerfed overall judgment. I think what I'm kind of saying is I don't think there were any nerfs. I don't think any of this was a nerf. I don't think it was nerfed overall. I think it's kind of buffed. I don't know. I will not levy any critique towards Lunar Form replacing the free altar self. That's straight goodness. I just really miss the elementals. I get it. Again, in the same way that I look at Zealot and I miss Rage Beyond Death, I understand if you miss this. I'm more just going to... I saw a lot of people... I was expecting with the way that chat was talking, for Moon Druid to be, like, way worse. And I kind of just think it's better. In fact, overall, I think I'm leaving with a positive impression of Druid. I think that they removed the cheesiest stuff and they invested in the core stuff. It's like the things that... like, are part of the, like, real identity got small buffs here and there, and then the crazy shit, like infinite wild shapes, got removed because it's ridiculous. They removed the ridiculous shit. So, yes, I will not argue that Druid didn't get nerfed overall. Druid absolutely got nerfed because it was a ridiculous class. It needed it. But, like, Moon Druid, I think, just straight up got buffed. And certain aspects of Druid got buffed, I think. If they nerf the subclass, but also most of the monster manual, is it really a nerf? That's what I'm saying. I don't think they nerfed the subclass. That's what I'm saying. Obviously, removing Infinite Wild Shape is a nerf, because Infinite Wild Shape is insane. But beyond that, I think that this subclass did not get nerfed. Losing Infinite Wild Shape plus Elemental is an undeniable nerf. I mean, Infinite Wild Shape, it's infinite. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they lost Elemental. Infinite Wild, like, the Elementals are worse than the Mammoth. It's not, the Elementals kind of has nothing to do with this, but the Infinite Wild Shape, yes, is obviously a nerf. But that was also not part of Moon Druid. So I think that Moon Druid got buffed. Druid as a whole, yeah, losing infinite wild shape is always going to be a nerf. Yeah, it's okay if you really like it now. Yeah, I mean, I'll put it this way. I don't like broken classes. And the part of Druid that they nerfed was the part that was stupid and broken about it. And they buffed the things that were not stupid and broken about it. So I consider that an overall win. And I also don't like, tank Druid was dead. I don't think that baseline non-moon Druid, tank Druid, was ever viable. And I think that moon tank Druid is very viable. Probably more viable now, I would argue. Since you have more access to more individual wild shapes. Like, even though they removed the infinite wild shape because of wild recovery, isn't that what it's called? Wild resurgence. Because of wild resurgence, you have strictly more access to more wild shapes, along with the buff to everything that you can do in wild shape. I don't know, man. I think that Druid was largely changed for the better. I will say that. Just broadly. I think it's better. I don't like some of the base things that seemed way too much like Cleric. But I think this is a better and more balanced class. The Moonlight Step thing sounds great, but I don't really see how it fits into the subclass theme. The subclass theme is buffing wild shape, is what I would say. Like, the Moonlight Step, yeah, like the aesthetics of it, they're leaning into the moon theming. But really, the way that it thematically, or that it fits into the theme of the subclass is buffing wild shape and making wild shape better. Like, maybe the flavor's a little bit weird, but the mechanical benefit of being able to teleport and gain advantage while in wild shape is good. Oh wait, actually. Oh wait. Oh, okay, so it's okay. I misunderstood this. That's my bad. So you can use this in or out of wild shape. I actually thought, okay, well, it's even better than I thought, but I do think it's less on theme. I thought this was restricted to your wild shape. But no, it looks like you can do it whenever. Which is definitely more powerful, but I do think less on theme. Because that was how I thought it fit into the theme, was like, oh, you can do this thing, this extra teleporty bonus action thing while you're in wild shape. But this is just whenever. So I will agree that it's not quite on mechanical theme. I agree with that. Sort of, honestly, similar to Thousand Forms. They have a similar feel to me where it's like, hey, here's this fucking kind of random thing. I thought this was only in wild shape. That makes more sense. Yeah. You're right. I love Misty Step. Don't get me wrong. Channel your inner Blink Dog. No. You're right. It's not on theme. But yeah. Interesting. But I'll keep you honest with your commitment to design themes. Oh yeah, absolutely. Please do. Yeah, that one definitely does stand out. But Circle of the Sea. Druids of the Circle of the Sea spells. Okay, they get some extra shit. Wrath of the Sea. Spend a use of your wild shape to manifest a 5-foot emanation that takes the form of ocean spray that surrounds you for 10 minutes. Okay. When you manifest the emanation and use a bonus action on a subsequent turn, you can choose another creature you can see In the emanation, the target must succeed on a con saving throw against your spell's save DC or take cold damage. If the creature is large or smaller, be pushed 15 feet away from you. Okay, so it's Circle of Spores. It's a weird Circle of Spores, though. Huh. Okay. So if you're this, you're wanting to be up close. You're wanting to be up close. Probably. Huh. The size of your emanation increases? Sure. Sure. Flight. You gain... Okay. Oh. Okay. So I know Moon Druid and Fey Warlock all get a free 22 or 4 be like, and you can teleport, and you can fly, and you can teleport, and you can fly. Yeah. 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 Interesting. Yeah, Rogue and Monk also have dashes. There's a lot of bonus. I mean, I like that there's a lot of bonus actions jumping around. I like that. That makes it, again, a little bit more dynamic. But, like, all of these teleports and fly speeds are, again, kind of predicated on DMs making interesting combats. They kind of extend the Monk problem of who cares if you have a fly speed if there's nothing interesting to fly to. So it's an interesting direction to take things. And this whole thing is kind of interesting. So it's basically like you have a little bit of a transform. It's not a wild shape. It's this like aura that you manifest that gives you like it's like the old Storm Barbarian. What was that called? Was it Storm Barbarian? It's very reminiscent of that. Of like your rage manifesting these things around you. You can manifest around one willing creature. Huh. Okay. Sure. I'm into it. Every single ability went towards, like, progressing the emanation? Sure, I'm into it. It's kind of weird, but I'm cool with that. It's like a weird control druid. Because it, like, pushes people away, and it gives people fly speeds and resistance. It's like a control type of thing. Huh. AI, all DMs and their property VTTs, what they're going for. Oh, AI DMs. Yeah, sure. Nothing interesting to fly to is so real. I got a flying broom in one game, but it didn't really matter, honestly, because I was ranged spellcaster anyway. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the... That's the weird thing about teleportation and flying stuff. Is it's like if you don't have anything interesting to fly to or fly away from, then it super doesn't matter. But maybe this will encourage DMs to like invest in like more I don't know. I'll have to think about that more. Circle of the Stars. Star map. You've created a star chart as part of your heavenly studies. It's a tiny object you can use as spellcasting focus for your druid spells. You determine its form. While holding the map, you have guidance and guiding bolt prepared. Okay, this is all the same. If you lose the map, you can get it back. Also, nice, because unlike Wizard, 2014 at least, Wizard spellbook, which sucks to have to get back. Like, you can't just, like, summon it back to you. If you're going to have something that, like, determines other things you can do, like a physical thing, part of your class design should be that the DM could take that away from you by like having someone try to steal it or knock it out of your hand or disarm you. And in that case, you should be able to summon it back. That should be only a temporary setback. Because otherwise, no DM is ever going to do it. It's why no DMs fucking get rid of a wizard spellbook. You know, they're not going to have someone try to steal it out of their pack. Because it would suck to lose your spellbook. Let's see. Story form. You retain your game statistics, but your body becomes luminous. I don't think this subclass had any changes, but I might be misremembering. It doesn't seem to. Yeah. Archer, Chalice, Dragon. Yeah, Wheel and Woe. I've been really interested in playing a star druid. Yeah, there might be some things like this might be slightly different, but it might not be. Yeah, cool. I already liked this. It's like it's basically the Wild Heart. It's like, hey, like choose from several options. And also gives you like a little mini portent. Which is kind of interesting. It's just like the really like kind of weird, flexible druid. Which I'm down with. Spellbooks would be very good thing to be stolen, though. Bad for the magician, but good for the thief. Oh, absolutely. I think there just needs to be a way to easily recreate it. Like, I think that would be a cool part of a like of a wizard's issue. Is like if their spellbook gets stolen, then they have to spend a bunch of time recreating it. But in 2014 edition, they just lose all the fucking spells. They retain the spells that they have currently prepared, but they just lose the other ones, which I think is no DM's ever gonna fucking do that. But if you didn't lose the other spells and the wizard just had to like recreate it, I think that would actually kind of be interesting. Every time I looked at the 2014 Star Druid, I felt like I got a headache and put it away. I mean, that's fair. I get that. All right. Fighter. But Stolen Wizard Spellbook is plot driving. It is. But are you actually going to do it to your player? Like, that's kind of the thing at the end of the day. Is, are you going to massively nerf one of your players? Even temporarily. And, like, if the plot is regaining their spellbook, like a quest to regain their spellbook, the stakes have to be, are you going to regain it or not? And so, if you're automatically going to regain it, then there's no stakes. But if they actually have the feeling like they might not regain it, then that kind of sucks. And that's like really harsh. That's like a big nerf to the wizard. Yes, I'll do it. Chad, yes. Yeah. I mean, like, it's a cool thing and it's part of their base design, but it's such a tough decision as a DM. Choose A, B, or C? That's kind of fun. All right. Fighter. Fighting style. Let's see. Fighting style. Oh, what am I looking for out of fighter? Before, they were kind of the let's play dress up of the marshals because of all their ASIs. I think that it would be cooler for them to lean into the new weapon masteries. And I think they will do that. So I'm interested in that. I would also be very interested in seeing some out-of-combat options. Very similar to the Barbarian getting some out-of-combat options with their rage, with like the buffs to rage. I would be very interested to see something similar for Fighter. Sort of like the Know Your Enemy feature for Battlemaster. I want to see something like that worked into the base class. So that's what I'm looking for here. Let's see. Second Wind. Classic Second Wind. But none of us were upset because he left in a Mind Flare hide after trying to willingly get assimilated. Okay, well, that's fair. Yeah. Just do it when they're not near their backup spell book. Are your wizards making a backup spell book? That's so expensive. Your wizards have a backup spell book. Are you being for real, for real? They must have so much gold on their heads. Because you have to transcribe it twice. You have to pay all that gold every time. Right? Because when you learn it for free, it only goes into one of the spell books. So then you have to retranscribe it. Just reduce the cost? Well, okay, sure. I mean, yeah, okay, yeah. But, okay, sure. It's a weird, you got me, because, like, yeah, I guess that is a solution to the problem, but you're also just saying, hey, just change the feature. If you want it to be more interactable, just change it. And it's like, okay, well, yeah, I could do that, I guess. But, you know, this rich kid stuff is a backup spell book. Yeah. Or just get rid of spellbooks entirely. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, Second Wind. Love Second Wind. Sure. Weapon Mastery. So how many? They start with 3 and go up a lot. What did Barbarian have? How many did Barbarian have? Barbarian started at 2 and went to 4. But Fighter starts at 3 and goes to 6. So they're getting way more styles. Cool. Or masteries, I should say. I actually dislike wizards as a class in my world. I make them more like artificers. That's fair. I think wizard is a weird class. Let's see. You've honed your martial prowess and gain a fighting style. Oh, a fighting style feat. So fighting styles are just feats now. I'm into that. Yeah, absolutely. I'm super down with that. Cool. Then Second Wind, then Weapon Mastery. Whew. So they're getting to customize a lot. But with like common resources, which was very much Fighters, kind of bread and butter already.
Take a break.
Gotta take a break. Also, interesting, on your turn, you can take 1 additional action except the magic action. Kind of weird that there's that exception, but I guess that's fine. Oh, that's great. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, absolutely. If the check still fails, this use of Second Wind isn't expended. Great. And this is a great out-of-combat option. This is exactly what I was saying I want. This sort of thing. Very much. And I like that it uses a common resource, just like the Rage. I love that. That's really, really great. Yeah, because right now, Action Surge and Second Wind are their only resources that they can expend. And it's weird to spend an Action Surge. So I think that tying it to Second Wind makes total sense. Sick. Okay. All right, I'm going to take a break real quick, and then we'll be right back, and we'll keep pushing. I need to go a little bit faster, I think. I might start going through it a little bit quicker. We'll see. Hello, 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 hello. We gotta buckle down. I got an out at 11. Let's see. New rules disallow action surge enabling second spells on a turn for fighter dips. Yeah. Yeah, they do. Which I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah. I love Tactical Mind. Great. Awesome. Oh. All right. Fighters are still the ASI class, I see. Attack twice instead of once. Sure. Tactical Shift. Whenever you activate your second wind with a bonus action, you can move up to half your speed without provoking opportunity attacks. So they're making like second wind the like class resource for fighter. I'm into that. I'm totally into that. Indomitable. You can re-roll it with a bonus. With a bonus? Is that new? I feel like it didn't used to be with a bonus. Interesting. Tactical Master. When you attack with a weapon whose mastery property you can use, you can replace that property with the Push, Sap, or Slow. Ooh, love it. 3 attacks, great. You study your opponents and learn from each attack you make. If you make an attack roll against a creature and miss, you have advantage on your next attack roll against that creature before the end of your next turn. Just straight up. Dude, that's just fucking power right there. That's just fucking good. Is that... Did they... So I'm trying to consider each class as a mono class. So while I am occasionally noting like, ooh, that might be good for dips, that might be good for what have you, I am generally trying to consider them as solo classes. And I mean, that's just a straight up buff. Indomitable, I think, got buffed. Yeah, Indomitable got buffed. They have just as many attacks, just as many ASIs, and they have out-of-combat stuff. And dare I spy, second wind, they get up to 4? How many second winds did fighters get before? Ah! Oh, I opened up another tab. How many second winds? Wait. Where was second wind? Oh, they got 1. Whew. Damn. So they just like broadly buffed fighter. The only nerf is the requirement that action surge cannot be the extra action cannot be used to do a magic action, which is a nerf. Do not get me wrong. Wait, they can also do it twice? Yeah, okay, that was the same. But I think that this is a minor nerf, and it is not even to like the core play style of the fighter. Like, fighter's not rocking a ton of spells at base. So, wow. To me, it just seems like fighter got broadly buffed in a lot of... I like that they made second wind a class resource. I like that they gave you other things to do with it. Yeah. I'm good with it. Yeah. Now, Battle Masters... Woof. This is going to be tough. I'm just going to look through it. Yeah, okay. Now, they might have buffed or nerfed some maneuver options, but it looks like Battle Masters generally set up the same. So I'm not going to take the time to go through each maneuver. Some of them might have gotten buffed or debuffed, or nerfed, I should say. And if they did, it's probably fine. Just because that would take so long to parse through. And I don't have like an off-the-cuff familiarity with it. Improved critical. I mean, I guess technically a buff with unarmed strikes, technically. I have an upcoming campaign using this PHB where I'm playing an Eldritch Knight. It looks like you are going to be much more in the money. But we'll see. Thanks to your athleticism, you have advantage on initiative rolls and athletics check. In addition, immediately after you score a critical hit, you can move up to half your speed without provoking opportunity attacks. Okay. Sure. An additional fighting style, which used to come at 10. Heroic Warrior. During combat, you can give yourself heroic inspiration whenever you start your turn without it. Sure. Wait, isn't that around the same time that you're getting the other thing? Dude, that's 3 levels before you get studied attacks. Champion fighters are always having advantage, and they're re-rolling their damage dice, just to tell you to go fuck yourself. That's crazy. And that's going to make it so much easier to get fucking crits. They're going to be crit machines, dude. Fucking sure. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah, they're just... Oh, also that, by the way. Damn. Champions got just straight buffed. And fighters got buffed. Whew. Oh my god. I inspire myself. Advantage on attacks is hard not to get in 2024. I mean, it was already relatively common. But, yeah, everyone just has kind of their own little way to do it now. Comparing this to the Ranger class changes is devastating. We'll see. Eldritch Knights. Tell me about my Eldritch Knights. Spell casting. Sure. Okay. Sure. They can change prepared spells, of course. Sure. War Bond. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Okay. Once you've bonded to the weapon, if it's on the same plane of existence, you can summon that weapon as a bonus action. Fuck yeah. Love it. Love it. Weapon bond or war bond, whatever, is cool. No need to change it. No need to fuck with it. War magic. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of the attacks with casting one of your wizard cantrips that has the casting time of an action. Great. Just a more flexible version of current war magic. I love that. Eldritch Strike. You learn how to make your weapon strikes undercut a creature's ability to withstand your spells. I believe that's unchanged. Cool. When you use your action surge, you can teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space. Whoa, it's more teleports. That is a lot of teleports. It does seem like the teleports are all linked to subclasses. I don't think there are any teleports that are in the base classes. So maybe that was like kind of part of what they wanted to do, is like give like one subclass of the bunch like a really distinct movement option. It could be. I'm telling you, everyone is teleporting. Everyone has the option to if they want to, yeah. And then improved war magic, yeah, just great. Yeah, Eldritch Knight got buffed. Wow. Psy Warrior. And I'm sure that Psy Warrior is probably pretty similar. I'm not going to go look it up. But, okay, so they have a little die pool where the size and the number scale with fighter level. So very not multi-classing friendly. Which is fine. I don't level that as a critique, just as an observation. I don't think everything should be built to, like, benefit dips. When you protective field is this, yeah, most of these are the same. They might have gotten moved around or tweaked a little bit. Psy Warrior in 2014 has a teleport too. To be fair, Psy Warrior came out in Tasha's, so I don't even know when Tasha's came out. I don't know, what would that have been? 2020 probably, 2022. But yeah, it does. Psi powered leap. Yeah, I think all of these are really similar, which I liked. I liked Psi Warrior. I think it has good flavor. I think it does kind of everything it does. You know? I'm not like super into psionics as a flavor choice, but I think that this accomplishes a lot of what you would want, I think, if you were into that sort of thing. So yeah. Soulblade Road definitely had it. Yeah. Let's see. Monk. What did they do? Simple weapons and martial weapons that have the light property. You know what? Better than in Tasha's. And better than in BG3. Where it's just like any weapon the monk is proficient in is a monk weapon. That's fine with me. I feel like psionics are just magic, not magic. Yeah. See, it seems silly to me. They're a different way of representing magic. Same thing as rage or ki. I mean, everything is magic if you actually zoom out too far. They're just different ways of managing magic. It's all just spend resource, get benefit. And it's just varying levels of similar to the spellcasting. Yeah. I guess Wizards of the Coast noticed a lot of people were taking Fey Touch for that Misty Step and decided to make everyone teleport. Maybe. I mean, I like that most of the teleports, at least all the ones that I've seen so far, aren't on the main class. They're all in subclasses. And they seem to be in about one subclass per class. And if that's like a thing that they wanted to do, I don't begrudge it. Give one class a teleport. That's fine. You know? Rage feels unique to me. I mean, flavor-wise, psionics really feels like magic more than ki, rage, or sorcery points or inspiration. Oh. I mean, I would say that sorcery is delineated from magic by having a resource pool that is all ubiquitous. So, like, the magic is split up by levels. And it's delineated by having dice. I think that psionics is more like bardic inspiration. So, I mean, I guess it depends on how much bardic inspiration feels like magic to you. I don't particularly feel that it does, but I can see that. Is that 1, simple weapons, 2, martial light weapons, or all light weapons? Oh. Yeah, that is ambiguous wording. I was reading this as simple weapons and martial weapons that have the light property, because otherwise I don't think they would have repeated weapons. So if they meant only weapons that have the light property, they would have said simple and martial weapons that have the light property. But because they repeated weapons, I believe that the and is meant to separate these entire clauses. I'm not entirely sure about that, though. I mean, magic from brain equals magic from goddess. It's too similar. I mean, wizards don't get their magic from goddess. I don't know. I don't feel that it's that similar in the mechanical representation. I mean, it is magic. Like, psionics is just a form of magic. But it's just magic that can only be used to do specific things. You know? In the monk video, they say it's all simple weapons. Okay. I'm not talking about the shiny resource existing. I'm saying I don't understand what psionics is in a game with magic telepathy and magic psychic damage. I would say that so you mean like the in-fiction like flavoring of it? I think it is restricted, or how do I say it? Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the source of the magic, really, and how the magic is able to affect the weave. Well, I mean, assuming that the setting you're in even has weave. So it's basically like it's like talking about like the source of like a wizard's magic or sorcerer's magic or warlock magic. Like I think it is magic. I think it is magic. I guess to come across the aisle, I think it is magic. It's magic in a similar way that like pact magic is magic. You know? And a spear don't have the light property, but they are people who came up with the net martial thrown weapon. True. You might offend all the mind flayers. That's true. Monk. Focus points. Huh, no key points. So, okay. So key is focus. Sure. Whatever. That might be a cultural thing. I don't want to make fun of it too much. There might be a reason that they did that. Let's see. Martial arts. Oh, they also seem to clarify right here. It gives you a mastery of combat styles that use your unarmed strikes and monk weapons, which are the following: simple melee weapons, martial melee weapons that have the light property. So they kind of delineated there, but it is kind of ambiguous, I agree, before that. You gain the following benefits when you are unarmed or wielding only monk weapons and you aren't wearing armor or shield. Bonus unarmed strike, classic. Martial arts time, classic. Dexterous attacks, classic. Oh, what's this? In addition, when you use the grapple or shove option of your unarmed strike, you can use your dexterity modifier instead of your strength modifier? Oh, I love it. That's very cool. I like that a lot. Nice little ad. Unarmored defense. Same. Not going to comment on it too much. The similarity between magic and psionics just feels like too obvious and an excuse to have another magic subclass but not call it magic. I mean, I would just say that it's like a different representation of magic. And it's like mechanically very different. And I don't really think that they need like too much of an excuse. Like they could just make like a second magic one. Like, I don't know. I don't feel like it's, I guess this is more on saying, like, I don't think that's a bad thing if that is the case. It's like, you know, an excuse to have a second magic subclass. It's like, meh, okay. I think the other thing is also that psionics, as opposed to spells, just the implementation of them mechanically is very different. And so you can just say that because of the source that they are drawn from, they manifest it differently. But the similarity exposes the hand of the riders and breaks my immersion of the game. I guess I am just more focused on like I honestly don't much care what they call it. Cuz I can rename things, I can reflavor things all day long. As long as the mechanics are very distinct, I don't have a problem. Like to me, I have more of a problem with Cleric and Druid both having like that divine and druidic order that basically do the same thing at level 1 than I do with Fighter having an Eldritch Knight and a Psionic Warrior. Like, Eldritch Knight and Psionic Warrior are going to play incredibly differently, and I can flavor it absolutely however I want. And so it's like, I don't know. I don't particularly care. I think they all get more focus, formerly key points. No. They've always gotten one key or one focus per level. But they are starting at a higher die value, which is cool. Okay. Monk's focus. Okay. Key. Sure. You start knowing 3 such features: flurry of blows, patient defense, step of the wind. Classic. Did it always come back on short rest? Probably. Flurry of blows, same. You can take the disengage as a bonus action. Oh. You can just take the disengage action as a bonus action. Alternatively, you can spend a focus to take both the disengage and dodge actions as a bonus action. You can take the dash action as a bonus action. Alternatively, you can spend 1 focus point to take both the disengage and dash. And your jump distance is doubled. Wow. Way better. Makes monks substantially more viable. Where you don't have to take the fucking mobile feat anymore. Yeah, they actually started to like understand the standard uses of a bunch of movement. That's great. Wow. Yeah, that's awesome. These are great. I hope that they nerfed Stunning Strike because these are way better. I'm really down with that. PD and Osatwa are both free now. Spending points activates a secondary effect. Oh, Step of the Wind and Patient Defense, yeah. Yeah. When I found out Thunder Spells don't cause force damage because force damage isn't force, it's magic. Yeah. Yeah. Thunder Spells cause thunder damage. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Speed increases by 10 feet while you aren't wearing armor. It increases Uncanny Metabolism. What's up? When you roll initiative. Wait, what? You can regain all expended focus points? When you do so, roll your martial arts die and regain a number of hit points? I really hope Stunning Strike is nerfed or not here. Because they are buffing Monk. Deflect attacks. When an attack roll hits you and the damage includes bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing. Oh, I like that. I like the genericization of that. Because that includes like the catapult spell, which is cool. You can take a reaction to reduce the attack's total damage. Cool. If you reduce it, you can redirect the force. Oh. Choose a creature you can see within 5 feet of you. If the attack was melee. Oh, so this isn't just ranged. Oh. Holy shit. Or a creature you can see within 60 feet of yourself that isn't behind total cover if the attack was a ranged attack. Wow. That's kind of neat. Stun is nerfed, but it doesn't matter because base Monk is so good now. Fuck yeah, good. Because before, Monk was viable because the class sucked, but Stunning Strike was like the best feature in the game. And I don't like that. I don't think that's like good class design. I would much rather the entirety of Monk just be good and not have this crazy ability on the back. I think you need to read Stunning Strike for yourself. True, let's see. Monk subclass, ability score improvement, slow fall. Oh wow, slow fall's better. You make a reaction to reduce any damage you take from the fall by an amount equal to 5 times your monk level, not half. That's way better. Extra attack. Blah, 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 blah. Stunning Strike. Okay, number 1. Once per turn. Already massive nerf. Part of the reason that Stunning Strike was so insano busted was because you had 3 chances to proc it. Well, more than 3. 3 chances without using Flurry of Blows. That was part of the fucking issue. So let's see the rest of it. So already, big nerf and going in the right direction. The target must make a con saving throw. On a failed save, the target has the stun condition until the start of your next turn. On a successful save, the target speed is halved until the start of your next turn, and the next attack roll made against the target before then has advantage. I love it. That's great. That's great. Especially for a class feature, I like it not being a pure save or suck. I like there being an on-successful save effect. Like that, just at base as a class feature. And now, they only can do it once per turn. They can only attempt the stun once per turn. Substantially nerfed. In the best way possible. I mean, I know that like it's not like a pure nerf because, you know, it still has this unsuccessful save effect. But your chances of actually landing the stun are now so much lower than they were before. Slowfall is identical? Is it? Wait, I thought that Slowfall was reduce it by half. Oh, shit. I'm wrong. I was misremembering Slowfall. I thought it was reduce it by half. My bad. Yeah, way better. What I will say is they no longer made it annoying. Yeah, it was very annoying before. Monk's Stunning Strike was Ranger's Hunter's Mark. Sure. Yeah. They managed to thread the needle and nerf the annoying part while buffing it in a fun way to make up for it. Absolutely. Yeah, it's got an amount of value no matter what. And that value is just going to be greater or less great. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, that's way better. I mean, when I say better, it's obviously like much worse power-wise, but it is, I think, a much better feature in terms of like balance and design. Whenever you deal damage with your unarmed strike, it can deal your choice of force damage or its normal damage type. Okay. I like this more than... I see what they're doing here. Instead of making it magical for the purposes of overcoming resistance, blah, 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 they are now allowing it to do this alternate damage type, which I'm kind of into. It's still a little weird, but I'm into it more than just blanket it overcomes magical resistance. I think it's a cooler way to do it. Yeah. Evasion. When you're subjected to an effect that allows you to make a dex saving throw to only take half damage. Sure. Acrobatic movement. Not a lot of out-of-combat stuff, I will say. I'm seeing a lot of in-combat stuff, which I don't love. But while you aren't wearing armor or wielding a shield, you gain the ability to move along vertical surfaces. Sure. Heightened focus. Oh, it just buffs it? Okay, buffs all of them. Okay. Yeah, wow. Way better, yeah. Self-restoration. You can remove one of the following conditions from yourself at the end of each of your turns. Crazy. Okay. Okay, there's an out-of-combat thing. We're at level 10, but, you know, I'll take what I can get. Which is... This is an interesting one. Deflect energy. Very cool. I like that. Proficiency in all saving throws. Whenever you make a saving throw and fail, you can expend one focus point to re-roll it. You know what? I guess slow fall is kind of an out-of-combat ability. Kind of. When you roll initiative and don't use uncanny metabolism, you regain expended focus points until you have 4. Okay. Superior defense. Yeah, wow. Oh, and then giving it the fucking Barbarian buff? Yeah, Monk is way better. Like, I think it'll be better to play. I think it'll feel better. I think it'll be, like, better balanced. I give big ups to the Monk rework. The no need to eat was in 5.14. Right. I mean, this is better than the no need to eat because it actually, like, potentially lets you help your party members. And it's less of a, hey, just avoid a mechanic real quick. You still interact with it. You just avoid some of the downsides. The capstone is so crazy for Monk. Oh, yeah. Dexterity and wisdom scores. It's crazy. But, I mean, the capstone is always going to be crazy. Druids was just in a league of its own in 5.14. IMO Monk is the class that got the biggest glow up. Yeah, I agree. So far, I agree. Hand of Harm, Hand of Healing, Way of Mercy was in Tasha's, and it looks like most of the Tasha's ones did not get messed with too much. Warrior of Shadow. Spend 1 focus to cast Darkness without spell components. You can see, good, which I think might be similar to existing Way of the Shadow. I'm not sure. You can move its area of darkness. Oh, that's kind of cool. Dark Vision, extended Dark Vision, good. Okay. I mean, Shadow Arts or Way of the Shadow was already pretty good. So I'm not expecting anything crazy. Oh. Okay. Improving the Shadow Step. Again, I like features or subclasses building upon themselves more than anything. Cloak of Shadows. Yeah. 17. I mean, 17 is very good. But it's not. It's only like thematically related to the other two, which is fine. Or I guess, well, it combos with the darkness. All of this just wants to combo with darkness, so that's fair. All right, cool. Warrior of the Elements. Well, from what I heard, Mercy did get a nerf. The Healing Harm has a much lower usage limit. Oh, that's probably fine. I don't have as hard of opinions about the Tasha's ones. And I also have less familiarity with how they play at the table. So I have less like substantial opinions about how they got changed. Elemental Attunement. At the start of your turn, spend 1 focus point to imbue yourself with elemental energy. Lasts for 10 minutes. You gain reach. Okay. Interesting. Okay, this is almost Sun Soul-esque. Okay. You know the elementalism spell? Squeeze me who? Cantrip, 1 action. Range, 30 feet. Create a breeze strong enough to ripple cloth. Oh, they made it like a prestidigitation-like, but only for, like, elemental stuff. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Elementals will need a full read-through. It's basically a full redesign. Yeah, 15-foot unarmed attacks. Well, only if you do the 1 focus point, but it lasts for 10 minutes. So that's not a huge buy-in. It means that you can't always do it, but you can probably pretty much always do it. Elemental Burst. As a magic action, you expend 2 focus points to cause Elemental Burst. A little bit of an AoE, okay. Strad of the Elements. You have a fly and swim speed? Sure. Elemental Epitome. This is similar to like Druid of the Seas. Similar to. It seems like they were kind of trying to go with like themes for some of these. Like some of these were supposed to be like similarly themed. Interesting. Yeah. Very similar again to Druid of the Seas. Destructive Stride. When you use your Step of the Wind, your speed increases by 20 feet. For the duration, any creature of your choice takes damage equal to 1 roll of martial arts die when you enter a space within 5 feet of it. Wait. Any creature... Oh, a creature can take this damage only once per turn. Cowards. Let me hop back and forth like Saitama doing side-to-side jumps at my opponents. Cowards. Let me be Saitama for once in my life. Once on each of your turns, you can deal extra damage to a target equal to 1 roll of your martial arts die when you hit with an unarmed strike. Sure. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah. So this is big. Like you activate this additional form, and then while you're in the form, it's basically like mini rages. These are all mini rages to an extent. They're transformation abilities. The Druid C form and this. It's interesting. In a similar way that the Bard College of Dance was like Monk, these are kind of like Barbarian. Which is interesting. It's very interesting, especially with the whole like gaining like resistances and such. Yeah. Very, very interesting. Warrior of the Open Hand. Warriors of the Open Hand are masters of unarmed combat. Whenever you hit a creature with an attack granted by your flurry of blows, Addle, they can't make... Okay. I think this is all pretty similar. Oh, that might not be. The self-heal might not be. Okay. I mean, seems solid. When you take a bonus action other than Step of the Wind, you can also use Step of the Wind immediately after that bonus action. Oh, my God. So, basically just giving you the mobile feat right in the subclass. Yeah. Quivering Palm. Okay, yeah. Quivering Palm is still wacky. Sure. Okay. Cool. Yeah, Monk's cool. Yeah, Monk got a huge glow up. I love it. I'll give it big thumbs up. Let's go to Paladin. Paladin. What did they do? All right. Still a half-caster. That's fine. D10. Medium, light, heavy. Simple martial. Sure. What did they do to it? They still have... Wait. Did they have Channel Divinity before? They did. Right? They had Channel Divinity. Prepared spells. Classic. Lay on of Hands. So they still have Lay on of Hands. Sure. Yep. All right. Lay on of Hands works the same. That's fine. Spell casting. Okay. Changing the prepared spells. Sure. Weapon mastery. They get them. Where's their... I don't see it in the table. Your training allows you to use mastery powers of 2 kinds of weapons of your choice. So they just get 2. Just flat out, never improves. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with that. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can change. Sure. Lay on of Hands nerfed? Wait, really? It looked really similar. What's different? 5 times the Pally level. Let me see. I did not know the nerf did not stand out to me at first, but I believe you. Let's see. Pally level +5. Up to 5 points. What got nerfed about it? It replenishes when you finish a long rest. With that pool, you can restore a total number of hit points equal to 5 times your paladin level. As a bonus action, you can touch a creature and draw power from the pool up to the maximum amount remaining in the pool. What got nerfed about it? Used to be disease and or poison. Oh. Disease and or poison. And now it is... now it's just poisoned. Okay. You know, diseases were already such a rare thing. I was, you know, I don't... That's not that much of a nerf, but it is a strict nerf. But, I don't really see that moving the needle. But it's fair to point out. Let's see. Fighting style. Instead of choosing one of those feats, you can choose the option below. Oh, so they just get their own. Okay. You learn 2 cleric cantrips. The chosen cantrips count as paladin spells for you. Okay, sure. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Paladin smite. You always have the divine smite spell prepare. Oh. Target takes an extra 2d8 radiant from the attack. The damage increases by 1d8 if the target is a fiend or undead. Oh. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. I mean, they're really relegating it off, but okay. I feel like that makes it less of the identity feature, so then Channel Divinity is the identity feature? We'll see. Smite can be counterspelled now? Oh. Oh, damn. Yeah. Yeah, it can. I mean, honestly, like I said, I thought that Smite was kind of a lame class identity. So I'm kind of fine with them relegating it to a spell. But that does mean that we now need a very distinct class identity. Because it's not Smite anymore. They've definitely like kind of pushed it off a little bit. So it's going to be Channel Divinity. But Channel Divinity is also what clerics have, which I don't love. Them like sharing the name. It's kind of weird. Yeah, Smite is now once per turn and requires a bonus action to use. Yeah, I mean, Smite is just strictly worse. So what do they replace it with? What are we talking here? You start with one such effect, Divine Sense. Other Paladin features give additional Channel Divinity effect options. Each time you use the class's Channel Divinity, you choose which effect from this class to create. You can use this class's Channel Divinity twice. You regain one of its expended uses when you finish a short rest. Also, why are we still calling it Channel Divinity? Are they still taking oaths, or are they fucking going to gods at this point? Paladin subclass. I mean, I guess we'll see. Because, like, can we get rid of the divine wording for it? Unless you want it to be directly compared to cleric, which I'll say, the Blessed Warrior is not helping. But I get it. As a fighting style option, but why are we still calling it Channel Divinity? They replaced it with something all right. Oh, boy. You can use this class Channel Divinity twice to regain one of its expended uses when you finish a short rest. Okay, that seems pretty good. I don't think that's the way for clerics, so that's good. As a bonus action, you can open your awareness Sure. Yeah, the Divine Sniffer was that was the way it worked, right? I honestly could be misremembering the Divine Sniffer. Wait, where is it? Channel Divinity. Wait, what? Where is it? Divine Smite? Is it before Divine Spellcasting? Divine Sense. Ah, there it is. Until the end of your turn, you know the type. Okay. You can use this feature a number of times equal to 1 plus Charisma mod. So you can use the Divine Sniffer more often. And it's a little bit, and it's better. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe not. Yeah, more often. But it also derives from the same pool, the same resource pool. So, maybe. Well, clerics and paladins are just warlocks with better patrons. Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, they're not though. They take oaths. I think that's the thing. Is like paladins are not connected to gods, like explicitly. But like everything about them leads you to believe that they are, but they're not. They're all about their oaths. So I don't know why we are not naming everything around the oath. Why is it all around the gods? I legitimately don't understand it. Honestly. You can attack twice instead of once. Faithful Steed. So what is... I guess it's the Divine Sniffer? Is there replacement? I don't understand. Like what is Paladin's deal supposed to be now? It's obviously not this. This is basically a ribbon. When did they get auras in 2014? What? What? Bro. What did they... Why? What are they... Look. You talk to anyone. They know that I would support doing this to their smite, but you can't replace it with a horse at 5th level. That's not the same. Did Find Steed get changed under my nose? Under my nose? No. I mean, maybe. Okay, it does seem like there's kind of more to the Steed. So they're like a Cavalier class now? But they don't get their Cavalier until 5th level? Even though it's a 2nd level spell? What? Give it to them at 2nd. Like, okay, if we're gonna say, hey, Paladin, you're a Cavalier now, why are we waiting until 5th level to give them that? Because Find Steed appears to be doing a lot more than I remember. There seems to be a lot kind of going on here. Which, like, that's cool. That's cool. It's like a pet class now. It's the only pet class. True, like distinct pet class. You know, there are pet subclasses. But this would be the only pet class. But why is it at 5th level? I feel like they're fucking with me. Why put it at 5th level? Just fucking, what? Yeah, check the Find Steed spell. It's Paladin only. So why are we... What? Fucking flip it and reverse it. Put Faithful Steed at 2nd level and put Smite at 5th level. Bro, I unironically might just do that. If I ever have a 2024, like a person that wants to run 2024 Paladin, I might just say, flip the Smite and the Steed. Because like if we're gonna make it a pet class, why are we waiting until 5th level when everyone else is getting like extra attack and 3rd level spells? It's a 2nd level spell. You should get that at 3rd level. At the latest. That's so weird. I did hear a strategy recently, cast Awaken on new horse, repeat daily. Like sure. But I'm more like, from like a meta perspective, like, or not even like just like an overall design perspective. Why? Why wait this long if this is like the thing now? And I think it is the thing. Oh my god, but it also has Channel Divinity floating around. It still has Smite. It has the auras. Paladin's a mess, dude. A target number, each target, sure, whatever. I mean, there's just nothing going on. There's no cohesion. Sure, let's upgrade the fucking damage. Who cares? Restoring touch. Sure, buff the lay on of hands right after we buffed the divinity, the channel divinity. Don't forget about the horse. Dude, I don't know. Because paladins are not full casters, but yeah. They've just got no cohesion. What's their identity? I don't know. I don't even think it was Smites before, truly. I think the only real, unique, honest-to-God thing that they did, mainly, was auras. I would have loved to see them go more into auras. But they just made it even more all over the place. Paladin got Rangered? Doesn't even upgrade to find Greater Steed, which is insane. Insane. It's the most obvious upgrade I can imagine. Like, it's that's insane. Why do we have Restoring Touch? Why do we have Radiant Strikes if we're not even giving an upgrade to find Greater Steed? I would be very curious. This one I might watch on my own time to hear Jeremy Crawford explain himself. Explain himself about the Paladin, because I don't get it. What is it supposed to be? God, if we want to talk about deleting a class with no identity, let's not talk about Ranger. Let's delete Paladin, because it's got no identity. I'm truly, this is a time-saving measure. I'm not going to read but I'm not going to read the subclasses. I don't care. The base class is so weird. I was already never going to play a Paladin because I thought that the flavor was weird and I thought that they didn't have a strong identity, and this made that worse. Smite is still weird, and they have even less of an identity. Yeah, I'm not even gonna do the subclasses. Fuck it. I don't care. Ranger, let's talk. Maybe he was just really in a horse girl mood. Dude, I'm down to be a horse girl. If Paladin wants to be a horse girl, I want it to live its best horse girl life. But it's not even a good horse girl. It's bad at it. It's not focused on it. It took a horse girl dip and then didn't commit to it. And for that, it earns no respect. If you're gonna be a horse girl, fucking own it. Don't be like, oh, I was a horse girl when I was a teenager, but I grew out of it. Fuck you. You still follow horse girls on Instagram. I know it. God. So stupid. We're immediately removing Deranger. Brrrr. My reactions to Paladins are the same as yours before and after 2024. Yeah. That did not really... honestly, that just made my opinion of Paladin worse. I'm still never going to play it. If one of my players wants to play it, more power to them. I don't get it. I don't get the appeal. What would an ideal ranger look like for you? It wouldn't exist. But if it has to exist, I'm thinking it's giving me information about the enemies. It's detecting their resistances. I would want it to be kind of the Hermione of the natural world. I honestly think they should be an intelligence split. If we're being straight up. Like if Druid is like the wisdom nature person, you know, that's getting like survival, I think that Ranger should be the intelligence nature person. Nature, after all, is an intelligence skill. So I think they should be like Geralt, you know? They know a bunch about the monsters. Maybe they can, you know, apply like
Take a break.
different damage types to their weapons to fit. They can bypass resistances, maybe. I'm thinking things along those lines. They know about monsters and they are exploiting their weaknesses. Because I think that that's the only ranger fantasy that you can accurately portray in D&D. I don't think you can portray any of the like survival aspects faithfully. Because D&D just doesn't have enough survival elements. So that's what I'd be looking for. A fighter subclass. Let's start a Micah Burton paid WotC to even include Paladin in the PHB. I could dig a Druid subclass with a focus on nature's predatory violence. Yeah. Druid, Archer, Gish. Jeremy Crawford claimed that Ranger was the class that was changed the most for the better. We'll see. So how do you feel about Hunter's Mark? It's fine. Hunter's Mark is just... It's an excuse to do a little bit more damage with a little bit more risk. That's it. Favored enemies. They have favored enemies. Great. Let's see. Twice without expending a spell slot. Sure. And doesn't Hunter's Mark allow you to reapply it for free? I once again accidentally opened a thing. Bonus action. Yeah, so you can already move it to a new creature you can see within range. Sure. Hunter's Mark is fine. Is it the big thing? Tracking sequences aren't interesting already in D&D. There are no mechanics surrounding tracking. So Hunter's Mark might be cool if this mattered. But it doesn't. It allows you to bypass a non-existent mechanic, which is the problem with all of Ranger. They are trying to bypass mechanics that don't exist. The number of times you can cast a spell without spell slot increases when you reach... Oh, the favored enemy is literally just how many times you can cast Hunter's Mark. That's stupid, dude. I don't know. I don't know, dude. I mean, I guess it's fine. Honey, you are okay. I swear you're okay. Thanks to your travels, you gain the following benefits. Expertise. Sure. You get some druid cantrips. Oh, God, dude. This is the only thing that feels thematically cool for Ranger. Right here. right here. You know what? I'll tell you what I'll tell you what my ideal ranger looks like. My ideal ranger looks like getting this at level 1 and also getting bespoke things that you can do that give you exhaustion levels. Give you ways to push yourself in combat. Give you ways to go, but like have the risk of exhaustion, but then allow you to clear exhaustion on short rests. Fuck it. Actually, we don't even need all that other shit. Just put this. Get rid of all the Hunter's Mark stuff. Put that at level 1. That's the most interesting thing about this. To me. Easily. It's actually something that makes sense within the class fantasy. It's good. Nothing else has it. It's interesting. It allows you to do things that other classes can't do, or just do them more. Base the entire class around this, and I think we can talk. Yeah. Start thinking about what the perfect capstone would look like for Ranger. You can cast Hunter's Mark as much as you want. I don't know. Taking damage can't break your concentration on Hunter's Mark. Great. Why do I even still have it then? Why does it still have concentration? Just say you for the purposes of you casting it, you don't have concentration. Ay. Can't believe you didn't have that already, honestly. Look, if we're going to make everything about Hunter's Mark, if that's going to be the thing for this class, then fucking put this shit down where we got expertise. Put it down at level 9 or something. Feral Senses, sure. Foe Slayer. Wait, let's go back to that Paladin. Wait. Let's wait. No, not even Paladin. That's something that yeah. I'm not even. That's so. Ranger gets the thumbs down from me. Paladin gets the thumbs down from me. No, thank you. Ta-da! I mean, it's functional at least. Like, the problem is when we're comparing it to 2014 Ranger, 2014 Ranger was like barely functional. So yeah, they made it functional. Congratulations. But I'm going to do the same thing where I'm not even going to read through its subclasses because I would never want to play that base class. And the subclasses kind of don't even matter. Oh, and great. The Primal Companion is using the Beast of Land, Beast of Sea, and Beast of Sky that I hated on Druid. Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, bye, Ranger. Bye, Ranger. You won't be missed. By me, at least. You know what? And I'm even just like looking at some of these and like the theming, and some of these look cool, but I don't care. Hunter's lore. Wait, let's see. Maybe Hunter will give me what I actually wanted. Call the forces of nature reveals certain strengths and weaknesses. While creatures marked by your Hunter's Mark, you know... Why is this not the base? Dude, make Hunter base Ranger. Yeah, yeah. If Hunter was base Ranger, I would consider playing it. Do you know 70 to 80%-ish of the 24 Ranger is just TCE fixes? Yeah. The part I hate most is that Hunter's Mark is still concentration because the Ranger spell list is full of good concentration spells. I'm not giving it any more airtime. Big downvote. Big downvote. It's functional compared to 2014, but that's not saying much. Rogue. Let's see. Rogue. Choose 4. Simple weapons and martial weapons that have the finesse or light property. I like that. Dude, I wish that they would have done this sort of thing with spells when they had the 3 spell list. That was cool. I digress. But I like that. Let's see. Sneak attack. Sneak attack die. Did they alter sneak attack? Let's see. Once per turn, you can deal an extra 1d6 to a creature you hit with an attack roll if you have advantage on the roll and the attack uses a finesse or ranged weapon. The extra damages type is the same as the weapons type. You don't need advantage on the attack roll if at least one of your allies is within 5 feet of the target. The ally doesn't have the incapacitated condition, and you don't have disadvantage on the attack roll. I don't know if this is a minority opinion. I think they need to nix this part of sneak attack. Give rogues a way to get advantage. Give them a way to easily get advantage. Make it a bonus action thing, and just let them have it, and get rid of this. I think that this is unnecessary. No, they didn't alter it. No, it's the same. It's the same. They got that in Tasha's. I know. Steady aim was cool. I liked it. I thought they should just get rid of this and keep like steady aim. But I don't know. I mean, obviously Rogue's not bad, so. They also get weapon mastery. Interesting. Okay, cunning action. Classic. Arcane trickster, assassin, soul knife thief, sure. Oh, steady aim. As a bonus action, you can give yourself advantage. Dude. Bro. Why are we still letting this paragraph stick around? I don't know. To me, this is like anytime I see a player get confused about sneak attack, it is because of this. And I'm kind of like, let's just simplify the feature. And then they get steady aim at level 3, and I think we're all good, personally. Yeah, I don't know. If it were me, I would have just cut this. I would have nerfed sneak attack. I'll say it. But then added in steady aim at level 3. I think that's great. Cunning strike. Squeeze me. When you deal sneak attack damage, you can add one of the following cunning strike effects. Each effect has a die cost, which is the number of sneak attack damage dice you must forego to add the effect. You remove the die before rolling. The effect occurs immediately after the attack's damage is dealt. Whoa! I'm into it. Are we going to get more? Are we going to get more? Wait, I got to look. We do get more. Dude. Don't make me wait for level 5 for that. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I like this a lot. Being able to trade out damage for additional effects, super cool. Oh, man. And not even taking like a passive, damage debuff. Like having to like trade in dice. It's very visceral. And it naturally gets more doable as your dice pool increases. Can you do as many as you want or only one? How many can you do? Each effect has a die cost. You remove the die before rolling. Dude, it doesn't say that you can't do more than one of these. I think you can. I think you can do more than one of these if you sacrifice enough dice. That's sick. I love that. Dude, I said I wanted Rogue to be... I didn't say this time, but the last time we were talking about Rogue, I was like, I want Rogue to be the dice pool subclass. I would love it if they were the dice pool subclass. Fucking honestly, get rid of cunning action. Give me more of these. Give me more of these. I want more of those. Or you can keep cutting action, I guess. Those are so cool. Give me more in my subclasses. I want more. Oh, that's so sick. I love it. I love it. Did you skip the Ranger subclasses? Yeah, I did. I did indeed. And I do not feel bad about it. And it's such an oh wow thing after plowing through Paladin and Ranger. It's only one? No! Oh, you can add one? Lame. Let me add more. Fucking let me add more. Take my cutting action. Take it away. I would sacrifice cutting action to be able to do as many of these as I wanted. Take my money. Take my dice pool. I want more of these. Ah, lame. But that's fine. Yeah, I'm complaining. I got a cake and I'm complaining about the icing color. Or I'm more complaining about the flavor. It's still awesome. I like it a lot. It's very, very cool. Uncanny dodge, sure. Evasion, sure. Still reliable talent, sure. Improved cunning strike. Ah! You can choose up to 2 cunning strike effects. Dude. Get rid of reliable talent. Take it away. Take it away. Dude. Okay. Take away reliable talent and allow me to dump as much of my dice pool as I want, including the base damage. Let me do non-damaging attacks that only apply these conditions so that I can fucking live the dream of blow dart poisoning someone without them even noticing. Oh, because reliable talent is for out of combat. We all know that. Give me out of combat cunning strikes and say you can do like non-damaging like things where you reduce your base damage to 0 and you can use one of these and they cost this much. Take all of that. Take reliable talent. Take evasion. Well, maybe don't take evasion. But invest more into this. This is so much cooler. Ah. Imagine if you could pay double the cost to give the enemy disadvantage on their save. Exactly. Ugh. You can't tempt me with something so cool and then keep all the boring but powerful stuff. Man. Days. Awesome. Knockout. So cool. That's so cool. Oh, man. I want to dude, this is like when I saw Druid. No, but it's better. This is a better version of Rogue to me because it shows me what Rogue could be. I would have never come up with this. This is so cool. But I want it to all be about this. Make everything about it. We can have a few things here and there. Sure, keep uncanny dodge, whatever. But give me more of that. That's so cool. Oh, I love that. Man. Let Rogue throw dice at the DM. Yes, take my money, take my dice. I want you to have them. I'll get rid of them all. Haste, use extra attack for sneak attack, use trip, normal action, ready. The Rogue art is straight Kelsier. Oh yeah, I mean it's so Kelsier. Yeah. Oh man. I only dislike this because it's teasing me. It's teasing me with what I could have. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at the subclasses. I'm not gonna be too harsh or on them because base class is awesome. I love it. Can I say it again? I love it. I also think it's probably stronger overall. No, probably not even probably. Probably just definitely. But it's so much cooler that I don't care. Mage Hand and 2 other cantrips, sure. You can replace 1 except for Mage Hand, sure. Spell slots, sure. Yeah. Mage Hand Ledgermane. Classic. Mage Hand Ledgermane is fun. It's classic. Don't fix what ain't broken. If you have the invisible condition when you cast a spell on a creature, it has disadvantage. I think that's an existing thing, but I'm not going to check. I think all of this is almost identical, if not very, very similar. There might be like a slight buff or nerf somewhere in here, but in general, Arcane Trickster was already cool. Yeah, don't mess with what ain't broken. I like that we can do Vax's patented Clonk Kynan on the head move as an actual class feature. Yes! Yes! God, yes. I want to just remake base Rogue now entirely around that feature. That's so cool. I never thought of it, and I want it to all be about that. That's so cool. It's the dice pool class, but it uses its dice pool to either do damage or to do other shit. It's using damage as a class resource. It's basically doing what the psionics do. The psionics are basically now rogue. Oh, yeah, cool. Anyways, assassin, whatever. Yeah, sure. Initiative, advantage on initiative rolls. Yeah, absolutely. In the first round of each combat, you have advantage on attack rolls. Yep. If your sneak attack hits any target during that round, the target takes extra damage of the weapon's type equal to your rogue level. Huh. I don't think that's as good as other Assassinate, but I like it removing itself from surprise. And also, Assassin was very good already. So, I don't hate it. That's a buff overall, you think? I'm trying to think if it is. If your sneak attack is equal to your rogue level. I mean, I guess it's guaranteed damage as opposed to the crit adding extra dice. And also, it's just if the sneak attack hits any target. Wait, I actually didn't really intake this. That's very flexible. So even if you roll like shit, as long as your sneak attack hits someone, you're doing so it's way more consistent. Yeah. Interesting. I think it's probably going to end up doing less damage on average, but it's going to be more consistent, which I think is good. Surprise rounds and being able to go before a target is so rare in 2014. Yeah, I think this is good. I think it's an appropriate change, and it probably is a buff overall. I think you're right. Disguise skin, poisoners get, sure. Masterful. Oh, dude. Yeah. Get rid of the other paragraph. Fucking Assassin has like 2 other ways, and it has and it buffs the roving aim. Get rid of the whole, if your allies are within 5 feet of it, get rid of it. Because this is great. I love it. Envenomed weapons. When you use the poison option, your cunning strike target also takes 2d6 poison damage whenever it fails on saving throw. Fuck yeah. That's awesome. Con saving throw, the attacks and damage. Yeah, awesome. Dude. Rogue I think Monk definitely got out the best, but Rogue might be my favorite changes. Let's see about the Soul Knife. Harbor a wellspring of psionic energy within yourself, which is kind of just going to be more Rogue with your Rogue at this point. Psi bolstered neck. Right, sure, some out of combat stuff. Yeah. Psychic whispers. Telepathic communications, sure. I think these are all the same. Yep. The blade vanishes immediately after it hits. To attack with the blade on your turn, you may... Yeah. Oh, I think that's a little bit of a buff. Maybe not. I don't remember well enough. You can now use the following powers with your psychic blades. Wait, so that's... Wait. So the die size the number. So what... Oh, so these are the only things that use them up until... Okay, I see. But then Soul Blades gives you more things to do with them. Bro, you've been live for 9 hours. I know, and I've got 10 minutes to get to Warlock. We gotta go. Psychic Veil. Okay. Yeah, sure. This is all fine. I don't... Like I said, the Psionic classes don't do a lot for me. But it seems all fine. It seems interesting enough. Thief, give me more rogue with my rogue. As a bonus action, you can do one of the following. Use sleight of hand or use an object. Sure. I think that's the same. Second story work. Similar, if not the same. Supreme sneak. What's this? If you have the hide actions invisible... Oh, hide gives you invisible? Wait, what? On a successful check, you have the invisible condition. Whoa, interesting. Okay. If you have the hide actions invisible condition, this attack doesn't end that condition on you. If you end the turn behind 3/4 cover or total cover... Why is this the only thing that has one of these? That's so cool. Yeah, give me more. Give me more. Oh, my God. Use magic device. I kind of wish that the Psionic Rogue just buffed out your sneak attack pool. Honestly. But gave you, like, more things to do with it. Use magic device. Yeah, I think that's pretty similar. Thief's reflexes. Yeah, I think that's all similar, if not the same. Oh, God. All right. I'm not going to be able to finish, so I'm going to skip Sorcerer, and I'm not going to do Wizard, and we're just going to end on Warlock. And then I'll do another stream, because we're heading up to the end. I can't do them all. I got an out at 11. Because I've only eaten one meal today, so I gotta eat before I go to bed. Yup. Sorcerer, let me pass. Let me through. Let me through, Sorcerer. Give me Warlock. There we go. All right. Let's see. Let's do Warlock, and then we'll close it out. What? Nah, the other two will take me like 30 minutes or 40 minutes. No, I'll do another stream. That's all good. That's fair. Sorkin and Wiz are more deserving of a second stream than Pally or Ranger. Yeah, exactly. All right, so let's wrap it up. Hopefully, I'm not going to be sad. Core Warlock traits. Okay. These are all, I think, standard. I don't think there's anything crazy here. Becoming a Warlock. Eldritch Invocations at 1. I'm fine with that. Lot of Eldritch Invocations. I think more than standard off rip. I think 8. Is standard, if I remember correctly. Like 8 at the end. 8 total. So more invocations, which I like. Invocations are one of the core parts of Warlocks that I like. Let me check, though. Invocations known. Okay, yeah. So invocations up to 8. So more invocations I like at base. Looks like they're still rocking with Pact Magic. Sure, that's fine. Yes, no. Okay, we'll see. What I want out of Warlock. Don't touch it. Don't fuck with it too much. I said that maybe a variable casting stat could be kind of interesting. Maybe do more options for pact boons. Maybe more options for invocations. Just give me more Warlock with my Warlock. We'll see. Eldritch Invocations. You have unearthed Eldritch Invocations. Forbidden knowledge that imbued you with an abiding magical ability or other lessons. You gain one invocation of your choice, such as Pact of the Tome. Uh-huh. Okay. So if one of them is your Pact boon, I'm fine with getting your Pact boon at 1. Honestly, better than getting your subclass at 1. Like more defining for your character. And then you would still get one more. Okay, let's see. If an invocation has a prereq, you must meet it to learn that invocation. Yeah, totally. Replacing and gaining invocations. Whenever you gain a Warlock level, you can replace one of your invocations. Totally. When you gain certain Warlock levels, totally. Pact magic. Spell slots. You regain them on a short or long rest. Classic. You prepare a list of level 1 spells that are available. Oh, wait. Wait. I didn't even check. So, okay, they still have a prepared. Okay, so they're still known casters. Right, sure. A buff to Pact magic? Do I spy a buff? Holy shit. Warlocks prepared casters? My oh my, how the tables have turned. All right, sure, whatever. The packs are just normal invocations now. I mean, as long as their stuff isn't different, and if they're mutually exclusive, that's all fine. I don't care. I mean, but we'll see. We'll see. I'll have to see when I actually get to the invocations, because I will have hard opinions on those. They're prepared casters, but they can change their prepared spells. I mean, they can replace one spell on. Oh wait. What the fuck? What assholes? Doing the same wording as all of the other ones, but it's a different effect. I just didn't read it. When you gain a Warlock level, you can replace it with one spell on your list. Okay, whatever. That's fine. I think that's actually already the way it was. At least that's the way it was in Tasha's. I don't... Oh, no. No. That's the way it already was. Okay, so no buff. Oh, well. I guess I'll just have to sit here with my double-barreled shotgun and bemoan my fate. That's fine. That's fine. Same as 2014. Yeah, that's fine. You can perform an esoteric rite for 1 minute. At the end of it, you regain expended pact magic spell slots, but no more than a number equal to half your max rounded up. Once you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Am I sure? You regain all expended pact magic spell slots when you finish a short or long rest. Okay. Honestly, I'll be real. I've never thought that Warlock's lack of spell slots was a problem. So, I mean, this is fine, I guess. I don't know. This is one of those things that feels like it's there just to be there. Like, I don't know. I guess it's between the short rests, so whatever. Mini 1 free spell slot. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. Let's see. In BG3, I hoarded Warlock spells and it railroaded my gameplay. Gotta let it go, man. Gotta let it go. You gotta know that that's a double barrel shotgun you're wielding, and you can let it rip. Don't be afraid. I appreciate less pressure to save the slot. That's fair. I guess, look, it's a buff. It doesn't matter to me. I don't see the need for it, but sure, whatever. That's fine. Level 4. Ability score improvement. Contact patron. You contact through, now you can communicate directly. Oh. Sure, that's kind of fun. What the fuck does base... Dude, I literally can't think of what base Warlock even gets. Oh, it's just Mystic Arcanum, right. And then Eldritch Master. Yeah, base Warlock gets nothing. I was like, what the fuck is normally at this level? The answer is nothing. That's fun. Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah. Then Mystic Arcanum is still there. Sure. Choose 1 6th level Warlock spell. Sure. Shown in the Warlock features table, you gain another Warlock spell of your choice. It can be cast that way. 13, 15, 17. I think that's the same progression. 13, 15, 17. Yeah, same progression. Whenever you get a Warlock level, you can replace one of your Arcanum spells. I think that's the same. Might as well give us an extra slot, though. Less work. Sure. Yeah, honestly, at that point. But I mean, it is a slightly different effect, so I get not doing it that way, but whatever. All right, and then Eldritch Master is still there. When you use your Magical Cunning feature, you regain all your expended packed magic spell slots. I think that's a nerf. Oh, no, it's not. Oh. So that's the same. So they just give you a little mini Eldritch Master. Yeah, all right, sure, whatever. All right. This is the bread and butter. What do they do to my boy? They appear in alphabetical order. Honestly, stupid-ass way to appear them. Fucking sort of by level requirement, prereq. I don't know. I don't fuck with alphabetical ordering. Alphabetical ordering is only good if you already know the name of what you're looking for, but it does not aid in discovery or exploration. And it's not the way that any of the rest of any part of any class is organized. So what are we doing here? Give them to me by like level prereq, you know? Know what I'm saying? Agonizing Blast, level 2 plus Warlock, a Warlock cantrip that deals damage. Choose one of your known Warlock cantrips that deals damage. Great. Oh, fucking awesome. Wait, we still have Eldritch Blast, right? Where's the spells list? Warlock traits table, Warlock features table. Where's Pact Magic? Warlock spell list. They didn't do anything to Eldritch Blast, right? I mean, I'm not even like an Eldritch Blast lover, but they can't touch it. Okay, yeah, it's still the same. So they just made Agonizing Blast more flexible. Love it. I was not honestly a fan that it only applied to Eldritch Blast, because I rarely took it because of that reason. Armor Shadow's the same. Ascendant Step the same. Ascendant Step is awesome, by the way. Big recommend. Devil's Sight. Great. Devouring Blade. It requires the Thirsting Blade invocation, which is a different one. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. I'm into it. Blah, 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 blah. Warlock's not a phone. Oh, thank you, Dragon. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Primary sort level order, secondary sort alphabetical. Yeah, absolutely. Keywords any cantrip, but yeah, EB is probably the best choice, 99%. EB is now Warlock only. Cool. Now you can Agonizing Blast other things. Yeah, that's way cooler. I like that. I like a little bit of flexibility there. That's cool. Advantage on con saving throws you make to maintain concentration. I think that's the same. Eldritch Smite, also the same. Requires Pact of the Blade, sure. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with your Pact weapon, you can expend Pact Magic spell slot. Yep. That's all the same. Eldritch Spear, great. Not just on Eldritch Blast anymore. That deals damage and has a range of 10 plus feet. When you cast it, the range increases by a number of 30. Oh. That's different. I think. I'm pretty sure that Eldritch Spear originally only gave a doubling. But that Eldritch Spear scales way higher. Its range is 300 feet, so it increased Eldritch Blast by, would that be 180? So that would have been the same as level 6 for this. Yeah, that's just like better and more flexible. Holy shit. I'm doing this list a lot. I don't even remember Eldritch Mind being 2014. I believe it's in Tasha's, if I remember correctly. I believe Eldritch Mind is in Tasha's. And EB specified, presume it still does, it targets a creature, so it couldn't push an object. That is how EB was specified beforehand, I believe. I don't know if it's still specified that way. Fiendish Vigor. You can cast False Life on yourself without expending a spell slot. When you cast the spell with this feature, you don't roll the die for temp HP. You automatically get the highest number on the die. Wait, what? You don't roll the die for the wait, what? Did they redo False Life? But, okay. So you don't roll the die, you just get the highest value. So that's 8 plus 4, so that's 12. But if you cast it on yourself without expending a spell slot, the original text of Fiendish Vigor is that you cast it as a level 1. So I'm assuming that's still what they want, but the text is much vaguer now. Like, I don't know. And I don't know why. It does say you can now target objects for EB. Wait, really? That's fun. That's fun. I don't think it needed it. Look, I mean, but if they're handing out buffs to Warlock, I'm not going to say no. I mean, all I've seen so far is like buff. So, I mean, I'm not, hey, I'll put my hands up. I'll take it. But, sure. Whatever. Gaze of Two Minds. Did they make it good? Probably not, but we'll see. You can use a bonus action to touch a willing creature and perceive through its senses until the end of your next turn. As long as the creature is on the same plane of existence, you can take a bonus action on subsequent turns to maintain this connection. Wait, that is better. That's like immediately better. It's using bonus actions, so that means that you can actually do stuff. Oh, that's awesome. Can you cast? Okay, I'm not even looking. Can you cast from the location of the person whose senses you're perceiving through? Like Invoke Duplicity. If you can, I will be taking Gaze of Two Minds. I can tell you that. Wait, I've lost my place. You take a bonus action on subsequent turns to maintain this connection, extending the duration. The connection ends if you don't maintain it. While perceiving through the other creature's senses, you benefit from any special senses possessed by that creature, and you can cast spells as if you were in your space or the other creature's space if the two of you are within 60 feet of each other. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, Gaze of Two Minds is usable. Let's go. Oh, I love it. Gaze of Two Minds was so not usable. And now it is. Let's go. I love that. Oh, man. What up, K-Mon? How you doing? Gaze of Two Minds, a.k.a. Hey, person I met 3 weeks ago. You want to play Soulmate RP? Oh, dude, that's so cool. This opens up so many cool options for social, because when you're casting, you're doing all the somatic and verbal components in your space, not in theirs. Oh, that opens up so much cool, fun stuff for social interactions, for deceptive practices, for scouting. Fuck yeah. Let's go. I love it. I touch the horse. Fireball. Yeah. Oh my God. It would be so much easier to do the cooking book. You would just need to get heat metal somehow. Gift of the Depths. You can breathe underwater. You gain a swim speed. You can also cast water breathing without expending spell slot. You gain the ability to cast that. I think that's slightly different than 2014 Gift of the Depths. Maybe. I can't really recall. Gift of the Protectors. Need Pact of the Dome. Oh, this is a Tasha's thing, right? With your permission, a creature can take an action to write its name on the page, which can contain a number of names equal to your charisma modifier. When any creature whose name is on the page is reduced to 0 hit points, but not killed outright, the creature magically drops to 1 HP instead. Once this magic is triggered, no creature can benefit from it until you finish a long rest. Cool. Hell yeah. Love it. Actually, a reason to take Pact to the Tone, kind of. It's basically a death defy, but just like passively. It could also be played dark, like you made another human into your familiar, basically. It could be played dark. I mean, the only thing about Gaze of Two Minds is that it has to be willing. It has to be a willing creature. So, you know, if you want to take willing in a darker direction at your own table, you know, I'm not going to judge. But you would need to contend with that. Investment of the Chainmaster. When you cast Find Familiar, you infuse the summoned familiar with a measure of your Eldritch power. As a bonus action. Oh. Your save DC. I think this is better than 14 Investment of the Chainmaster, if I remember. It's been a little bit. An Investment of the Chainmaster is from Tasha's, so I can't look at it quickly, but I think that's better. I think that got buffed. Villain behavior? It is villain behavior, that's true. Lessons of the First Ones. This is brand new. You've received knowledge from an elder entity of the multiverse, allowing you to gain 1 origin feat of your choice. That's kind of neato. Life Drinker. I think this is... Oh. Can you spend 1 of your hit point dice to roll it and regain a number of hit points? That's nerfed. No, it's not nerfed. It's buffed. Wait. It's buffed, but only kinda. Instead of taking a static rider, it gets the extra 1d6, and then it also gives you the option to self-heal. Interesting. All right. Magic Initiate feat, woot woot. Mask of Many Faces, let's go. Master of Myriad Forms, let's go. Actually, is that a lower prereq for Master of Myriad Forms? Yeah. Master of Myriad Forms used to be at 15th level, which, I mean, fair fucks. I never took it by that point. So, yeah, fair. Put it at 5th. Misty Visions. I also want to say that's a slight lowering of the prereq for Misty Visions. Misty Visions was 5? No, it's not. Okay, it's the same. One with the Shadows. Or actually, it's kind of the same. It's not actually, it is actually the same because you used to get Eldritch Invocations at 2nd level. So it's basically the same, but it's not written that way. One with Shadows, classic. Otherworldly Leap, classic. Pact of the Blade. All right, so these are okay. So these are the only things that don't have at least a 2+ requirement. So really, you can only take these at level 1. But you can take multiple of them. Which that's kind of wacky. There's nothing to stop you from taking more than one of these. Which is a little wacky and a little wild, and I'm into it. I'm into it because it's kind of doing what I said of it's picking an identity. Warlock is about Eldritch Invocations. And anything that's not an Eldritch Invocation, we're going to move into the Eldritch Invocations, baby. And we're just going to rework where it is within the class. So I'm into it. It's a use for hit dice at least. True. I mean, honestly, as a Warlock, I was pushing short rest so often that I feel like I was using my hit dice. But it's more flexible use for them. Alter self is 2nd level. It needs to be level 15. Back to the blade changed. Uh-oh. Let's see. Bonus action, conjure a packed weapon. Simple or martial melee of your choice with which you bond. Or create a bond with a magic weapon you touch. You can't bond with a magic weapon if someone else is attuned to it or another warlock is bonded with it. That's all the same. I mean, I guess this isn't the same, but they also had that caveat on Eldritch Knight, which is fair. Until the bond ends, you have proficiency with the weapon. Sure, whenever you attack with a bonded weapon, you can use your charisma modifier for the attack. Fuck yeah. Take it out of the... take it out of Hexblade. Take it out of Hexblade. I mean, like, I'm not sad about it that now people are going to be taking level 1 Warlock dips. But they were already doing that because you could get Hexblade at level 1. So it's the same. It's the same. It's always annoyed me, people taking level 1 Warlock dips just to get charisma on attack rolls, but I get it. I don't begrudge them. But it feels so, like, outwardly gamey to me, and I love both the mechanical side and the... Okay, she's chewing on a toy. I thought she was chewing on dirt. I love both the mechanical side and the flavor side of Warlock, and it's always been weird to me to take a patron. But honestly, now that patrons are at level 3, it's actually more reasonable to do a level 1 dip in Warlock now for me, like fiction-wise. So I'm down with that. Hexblade is dead. Don't need Hexblade or Swordsbard. I mean, yeah. Or Hexblade will maybe be able to be more interesting, because it was already weird that all of the Blade stuff was on Hexblade and not Pact of the Blade. Like, it always made more sense for it to be on Pact of the Blade instead of on the Hexblade patron. It never made any sense for it to be on Hexblade patron. So, like, rip Hexblade, but that play style is still very much alive. You know? And you can gauze... Oh! You can gauze the weapon to deal necrotic, psychic, or radiant, or its normal damage type. Wow. Probably the most flexible way to get that magical damage in there, as opposed to like what we saw with Monk, or what we saw with... what was the other one? Cleric, I think? Probably the most flexible one. That's cool. Your bond with the weapon ends if you use the feature's bonus action again, if the weapon is more than 5 feet from you for 1 minute or more, or if you die. Let's see. I mean, Hexblade is still good because you get medium armor and shields. Fair, but you could also just get that from a feat and not a dip. Although, and you would have to go to level 3 to get that now. I think that's the thing now with Hexblade, is that you would have to do a 3-level dip as opposed to the 1-level dip that you had to do before. So, little bit different. Don't even need to lock dip Eldritch Adept feat POB. Fucking true. Fucking true. Back to the chain. Find familiar. Ooh, lot of additional special forms. Skeleton, slide tadpole, Sphinx of Wonder, Sprite, or Venomous Snake. Neat. Yeah, wow. They just like made Warlock better in every way, I think. I mean, unless I'm missing something, it seems like it's just better. Stitching together strands of shadow. You conjure forth a book. Cantrips and rituals. When the book appears, choose 3 cantrips and choose 2 level 1 spells that have the ritual tag. The spells can be from any class's spell list. More flexible. There must be spells you don't already have prepared. Yeah, great. Okay. Repelling blast when you hit a larger or smaller creature. Okay. Thirsting blade. You gain the extra attack feature for your packed weapon only. With that feature, you can attack twice with the weapon instead of once. Sure. Vision of distant realms. Same. Whispers of the grave. Might have actually gotten a nerf. Might be more higher prereq now. Oh no, it got a buff. They lowered the prereq. Hell yeah. Which site? Yeah, for sure. Wow. Yeah. I'm just seeing nothing but buffs. And I don't really care about Warlock subclasses that much. They've never been the reason to go Warlock, so I'm chilling, dude. What I like about these changes is that it seems a lot of things disincentivize a hex tip. It's probably still good for paladins, but less necessary for bards or sorcerers. Yeah. So this mean Pally's identity in 2024 is hex tipping. Yeah. Warlocks sound fun now. I mean, they took the best part of Warlock, which is Eldritch Invocations. They made you get it at first level. And they took the other best part, Packed Boons, wrapped it into Eldritch Invocations, and made you get those at level 1. So it's like they took the things that were cool and took them off of level 3 and level 2. Well, I guess Eldritch Invocations are still kind of at level 2. But they took the cooler thing, which was Packed Boon, way cooler than subclass. Throw that at level 1, put the subclass at level 3, who cares? And then did more invocations. Invocations are cool, and made invocations more flexible. So yeah, I'm so down. Yeah. I'd much rather play pure Warlock than a Hexadin in 2024. I do not need a horse. Yeah, dude. At that point, I don't know. Play a Warlock and like dip a fighter for heavy armor, and there you go. You're playing a Hexadin at that point. Always liked them, but this is very cool. Yeah. It just like made all of the cool stuff cooler. It just like rearranged it to make it quicker to get to the cool shit. Big thumbs up. At least check out Archfey Patron. I think it changed a lot. Bet. Let's do it. Archfey spells. Bit of additional spells. Steps of the Fae. Guess Misty Step without expending a spell slot a number of times equal to Charisma. Ooh. Refreshing step immediately after you teleport. You or one creature you can see within 10 feet of you. 20. Oh. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, way better than Archfey in 2014. Misty Escape is the same. Oh, no, it's not the same. It got buffed. You have the invisible condition until the start of your turn. Yeah. I think that's buffed. Maybe I'm wrong. I might not have been buffed, but I think it was. Misty Escape. Yeah, a little bit of a buff, little small buff. Interesting. Uh-oh. Beguiling defenses. Your patron teaches you how to guard your mind and body. You're immune to the charmed condition. Fair. In addition, immediately after a creature you can see hits you with an attack roll, you can take a reaction to reduce the damage you take by half. Whoa. Little, is that not the Great Old One feature? Is that? Oh, I guess it's not Entropic Ward, really. It's kind of a combination of Entropic Ward and Thought Shield from Great Old One. Interesting. Interesting. Bewitching Magic. Patron grants you the ability to weave your magic with teleportation. Immediately after you cast an enchantment or illusion spell, using an action and spell slot, you can cast Misty Step as part of the same action. Dude, that's hilarious. I love Archmage. It's just like, hey, you saw all those other classes teleporting? Put them in their place really quick. Remind them that they ain't shit. They think they can teleport. They can think of the fuck again. That's hilarious. I love it. Celestial patron. Celestial. Give me some more spells. It's just Nightcrawler. It's a bit of Nightcrawler. Yeah. Healing Light. Yay. You get to heal. You get to heal. You have resistance to Radiant. Oh. When a spell you cast deals radiant or fire damage. There's some fun things you could do with that. Is that in Celestial in 2014? Or it wouldn't be in 2014 because it's in Xanathar's, but is that already a thing on Celestial? Because that seems fun.
Take a break.
No breaks. Celestial Resilience, temp HP. Oh, sure. Additionally, choose up to 5 creatures. Yeah, okay. Big support class. With a little bit of a damage increase. Man, I'm actually way more interested in the subclasses than I normally am. Warlock subclasses are normally like a whatever type of thing to me. Like I'm there for the invocations and the subclasses are just kind of there. You know, they're nice, but they seem to have put some effort into them. Creature regains its hit points. Yeah. I also like that they're kind of approaching the healing problem within D&D by making classes that heal either heal like way better or do things kind of passively where you're not having to give up doing damage. Because that's always the fucking healing problem in 5e is why would I take my action to cast Cure Wounds when I could cast Guiding Bolt instead? But it seems like a lot of the things that they're going after, at least that I've seen, on a lot of the healing classes or subclasses, is looking at, let's do healing either as bonus actions or as reactions or just as things that just kind of happen, which I think is it's kind of skirting around the main issue, but it's a decent skirt. Searing, yeah. And then Fiend. Dark One's Blessing was already great. So let's see. But they made it better. They made it way better. You also gain this benefit if someone else reduces an enemy within 10 feet of you to 0. Way better. Wow. Dark One's Own Luck. Oh, man, is this different? I always go goo. I always go goo, so I don't know the other ones as well. Dark One's Own Luck. I think it's the same. Equal to Charisma. Oh, no. It was on short rest or long. So it's not a short rest. It's a long rest regen, but it's based on charisma. Okay. Sure. Fiendish Resilience. Yup, classic. Hurl Through Hell. I think same shit. Charisma Save. is hurled through hell. When you hit a creature, it takes 10d10 psychic. It takes 8d10 psychic. Oh. But it has the incapacitated condition? Oh, but it doesn't matter, I don't think. Okay, slightly nerfed, but that's fine. That's fine because the Dark One's Blessing is definitely better. Goo. Awakened mind. You can form a telepathic connection between your mind and the mind of another. As a bonus action, choose one creature you can see within 30 feet. I think it used to be a full action. Am I remembering my goo incorrectly? Oh, no, it used to not even be an action. Okay, it's a slight nerf. Oh. Okay. So they redid it, basically. It's now basically the awakened sorcerer feature, where instead of just telepathically speaking and it's like a translator machine within 30 feet for free, now you have to like set up a connection, but then you can travel away from each other and still talk. You have to mentally share a language, but it lasts for another number of minutes equal to Warlock. You know, it'll be great. It'll be great with Gaze of Two Minds, I'll tell you that much. Okay, yeah, sure. That's fine. Little bit of a side grade, I'd say. It's just like a different thing now. Psychic spells. When you cast a Warlock spell that deals damage, you can change its damage type to Psychic. Okay. In addition, when you cast a Warlock spell that's an enchantment or illusion, you can do so. Well, I'm going to continue taking goo. That's just... They buffed all of them, but they buffed goo the best. I can't believe they gave it this. That's insane. That's insane. Why? Like, again, don't get me wrong. I'll fucking take it. But, like, that's the fucking sorcerer. That's Awakened Mind Sorcerer. They just put all of Awakened Mind Sorcerer into Warlock. And the last time I made an Awakened Mind Sorcerer, it was only because of those things. Dude, what is sorcery? Aberrant, not awakened, aberrant. But yeah, it's telepathic speech, and it's psionic sorcery, but it's a better psionic sorcery. It's like more flexible. Oh wait, did they? Oh wait, this is buffed. Wait. This is a better psionic sorcerer. Psionic sorcery for Awakened Mind used to be at or for aberrant sorcery used to be at level 6. So they also buffed that spell. Or that fucking subclass. Oh. I'm really curious to see how the power balance in the edition is, since they buffed basically every class. We don't talk about those two. Yeah, we won't talk about those two. That's awesome. I mean, I'm gonna fucking keep doing it. Clairvoyant Combatant. When you form a telepathic bond with a creature using your Awakened Mind, you can force that creature to make a Wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. Wait a minute. Awakened Mind isn't a willing creature? I mean, I guess Awakened Mind never was a willing creature. That's hilarious. They can't get away from you. Oh, that's so funny. I love it. Again, It's no coincidence that my fucking favorite subclasses on every class are subclasses that combo within themselves. You get Awakened Bond, and then Clairvoyant Combatant makes you even better at Awakened Bond. Like, oh my gosh. The only thing that would be better about Clairvoyant Combatant that would really make it synergize a lot is if it is if instead of disadvantage on attack rolls against you and advantage on attack rolls against that creature, if it gave them disadvantage on the next spell save that you make them do, which would combo so well with psychic spells. Maybe a slight missed opportunity, but what am I complaining about here? What am I complaining about? It's incredible. Oh my god. Yeah. It's fucking awesome. Your alien patron grants you a powerful curse. You always have hex spell prepared. Fucking Rangers eat your heart out. When you cast Hex and choose an ability, the target also has disadvantage on saving. Dude. How are they bringing this energy? Do they hate Ranger? That's a legitimate question. Do they hate Ranger? Because this is an insane subclass. I think maybe it's not the most powerful subclass that we've seen yet. It's probably not. I'm probably overhyping it. But it's crazy strong. It's crazy strong. It takes the thing that people get confused about Hex, and it's like, we heard that you couldn't quite remember that it was checks and not saves, so we figured, why not just both? What? And it combos with the psychic spells. Again. I'm floored. I'm floored. And you still get Thought Shield. I mean... Oh, great. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It just doesn't require concentration. Again, I just want to point out, you can modify it so that it doesn't require concentration. Rangers don't get to do that to Hunter's Mark. Rangers still have concentration on Hunter's Mark. When it's their whole thing. And Goose says, fuck concentration. Get that shit out of here. Do they hate Ranger? I think they do. I think the only thing that we can come to the conclusion is that they hate Ranger. Because they could have done this. They could have done all this for Ranger. But they saved it for a subclass. Crazy. If you do so, the spell's duration becomes 1 minute for that casting. Is that worse? Is 1 minute worse than the normal? Wait, what? The spell's duration. What's the spell's duration? Oh, the spell's duration is an hour. Interesting. That's cool. I like that. The aberration has a number of temp HP equal to your Warlock level. Bet. In addition, the first time each turn the aberration hits a creature under the effects of your hex, the aberration deals extra psychic damage. Of course it does. Cause... Dude. Look, the other ones got buffed, and they're interesting, but again, why am I ever going to play Not Goo after reading all this? That's crazy. Dude, I was so worried. Holy fuck, I was, with the way that people have been hinting about Warlock to me, I thought I was gonna hate it. I thought I was going to hate it. I didn't think I was going to feel dirty playing it now. I'm gonna feel like scum. I'm gonna feel like, oh my god, I already loved this class. They made it better in every way. And they still gave you an extra invocation. They made the packed boons an invocation. And so they gave you an extra one to make up for that. And then just one more. Just as a treat. Oh my god. Wylo, no, Warlock is super buffed. Just like the way that everyone was talking, I thought they were like preparing me to hate it. And I heard that there was controversy around Warlock. And if I had to guess, because I heard separately that there was controversy around Warlock. And I'm gonna guess the controversy right now. I think people are being babies. And I'll fucking say it. I'll say it because I believe it. I think they're being babies about you getting your patron at 3rd level. Who the fuck cares? Who cares? You can act like you have a patron before then. You just don't get any of their special toys. Or you cannot. And you've just you've started your Eldritch studies and you haven't actually pacted with anyone yet. But you've, unearthed pieces of forbidden knowledge. Who cares? I'm gonna look into it now. Because I want to know if I should be mad or not. But anyone being even remotely upset about how Warlock has changed hasn't played one. Because it just got buffed in every conceivable sense. That's crazy. That's crazy. I have nothing else to say about it. That's insane. Yeah. I like pretty much every new class. Overall, good update with a few mind-boggling decisions. Yeah, that's how I feel so far. I mean, obviously, I skipped Sock and Wizard. I will go back to them because I am especially interested in Wizard. But we'll do a separate stream of that where we'll do that. We'll do the origins. We'll do the species. We'll look through the other mechanics probably later this week. But, yeah, honestly, every class that I read today, I liked Druid changes. Cleric was fine. It's whatever. Barbarian was great. Monk was great. Fighter was great. Warlock was awesome. Yeah, crazy. Disseminating, agonizing blast, and repelling blast is so great for sparing at gameplay. Absolutely. Yeah, that's the complaint. I don't care though. Yeah, I have some friends complaining about exactly that. I can't bring myself to care. It's like when there was a 3rd level psionics class, and they were like, "How will I ever role play that I'm developing psionic abilities if I don't have mechanics?" And it's like, I don't know, man. Bend a spoon. Role play it a little bit. Tip over a domino with your mind. There's all sorts of ways to role play it. You just get the toys when you get to the levels. It doesn't mean you don't have it yet. It's crazy. I super don't care. I think the main thing we can take away is horse. Yeah, it's obviously horse. Obviously horse. Obviously, you're meant to have a patron before 3. It's not that hard to figure out that you don't get any special abilities to get till then. Exactly. Wait, my patron is, huh? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna feel like a dirty little asshole for playing this, man. And I wanted to play Rogue next, but they just buffed the shit out of Warlock, man. I don't like playing powerful classes. Like classes that are like obviously powerful. It's why I've never played a Hexblade. Fuck. Oh no, my 2 personalities, they're warring with each other. All right. We'll talk about it more later, though. I gotta go. I'm already 45 minutes over my out because Warlock. So, thank you all so much for joining. I appreciate everyone staying up with me and sticking with me throughout all this. Peace out. Thank you so much. Hopefully, I get an office soon because it's bedtime. And I do not want to keep the rest of the house up. But hopefully I can have that fixed later. So goodbye. Thank you all. Good night.